J.
Yeah.
Well, good, because we are live.
Good. Awesome. So anyway, as I was saying,
Mm-hmm.
spaghetti is the lowest tier of pasta.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean to say that in some sort of celebratory, reverent way, where one might say, oh yeah, spaghetti is like the solid bedrock foundation upon which all other pasta is built. No. Nay, I say. 9. I say that spaghetti is simply the lowest tier of pasta, and that all other forms of pasta are better than spaghetti is. I would much rather have a penne ziti or rigatoni or a cavatelli or gemelli. I mean, everyone would rather have those. I love the tortellinis, and you can fill them with all sorts of stuff like little cheeses and meats and little mushrooms and stuff like that. The little bow tie pasta, the farfalle, I think they're called. It's all this stuff is it's just better. It's just better. Though I will say this. What?
You think this is controversial? Or do you anticipate that
I
most
don't
people
know
would agree?
I don't know if this is controversial. I've had many spaghetti dishes that I've enjoyed, but if I can choose between having spaghetti or any other kind of pasta, right? Like a mafaldine, sorry, or a fagottini, or what are the shells called? The conchigli. I forget. It's like conch, like the shell, and I remember it because the shell pasta is like it starts with conch, like the conch shell, conchiglia, something like that. But I'd rather have one of those, right? I just I love a big old lasagna that's just got the layers. Oh, I love a big layered lasagna, like a beautiful architectural wonder. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh,
Well.
hey, wait. Fringy.
Mm-hmm.
You know the Pokemon Ninetales?
I think I do.
Can you spell that for me?
Why?
Because we're entertaining the people. This is what we're here to do. We're here to entertain the people.
Could
Yeah,
you
but
This is
I
what
mean,
they
smell
want.
that distrust in his voice when he said why?
Why do you think that I'm attempting to lead you down roads of deception?
it's just I don't know. It's just like, oh hey, Friggy, yeah, name this Pokemon. No, spell it for me.
I mean, I was just asking. If you don't have to if you don't want
Rags,
to.
you've
It's
clearly
totally fine. I take
overstepped.
no offense.
I don't think I
Yeah.
want to.
I
No,
take
I
no
don't think I do.
no offense
Okay,
at all.
if you don't take any offense, I won't.
That's okay. That's all right. If
I'll do it if you want.
If you don't want to do it, yeah, I'd love to hear you do it.
Ninetales.
That's right, Mahler. That's
Oh my
right.
God, see, there was a
Yay.
twist.
There was a
There's
twist
a
because
twist
even
there.
though the Pokemon, because I had to discover this recently again, I guess, is even though the Pokemon has 9 tails, thus the name. It's a subtle connection. It's not spelled Tails. It's like Tales. So yeah, that's a little something there. Little something there.
Yeah.
What you on?
Well, we are gathered here today to do the stream we were going to do last week. We got rudely
Oh my God,
interrupted
Mahler.
by an awful
You
YouTube
sound
video
loopy.
releasing. Oh no. Did we go to Singapore? Looks like we're in Singapore.
Hello. Oh, okay. Excellent. You just sounded really flumpy and robotic-y for me.
Let us blame Discord.
Let us blame Discord.
Anyway, yes, we were doing the episode we were supposed to do last week. Got rudely interrupted by terrible YouTube video essayists. Happens a lot on this show, and so we're gonna catch Rags up on the events of that stream, kinda answer the questions that came in, while also trying to answer the questions that come in today, and hopefully complete this in under 24 hours, considering how many messages have already come in. Oh my God. I was gonna try and do it so that we go back and forth. Starting to already think that might not be possible. But, well, we'll do whatever we can. We'll just get going, That's the question-onies. So I'm gonna start with the first of the other episode, which was
Fringy, we're gonna answer questions from the audience and give our opinions on things. If that's okay with you, we don't want to step over any boundaries or We don't want to cross any lines.
I won't ask you to spell
We just want to
anything,
make
but they
sure that it's
might.
okay. Yeah. We want to make sure that you're okay with, you know, kind of opening yourself up to the world a little bit. All right.
Has he
Well,
died?
let's go. Yeah. No. This is good. I
All
like it.
right.
We got questions to answer.
We got questions.
First one is time to prove with facts that Ezio beats Alex Mercer. That was the story I gave that kind of arguably is the core memory that got us to creating that episode the way that it was. The irony, of course, being that Alex lost
Mercer
his
is the
first...
prototype guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
How could Ezio beat him?
That was the story, essentially. It's what got me very annoyed, is that Alex obviously
Ezio
was supposed to win
popular.
that. Yeah, because it was like a selection of, I don't even know, like 20 characters, and they were all just the popular ones at the time. And no, like Alex there was just the clear winner, as far as I remember anyway. But Ezio won.
Obviously, the clear winner. Ezio, he's a pretty talented guy, but how is he meant to deal with Alex Mercer?
What I was going to say
What's he
is
gonna do?
kind of
What
funny
weapons
because
does he even have that could hurt him?
He has Leonardo da Vinci's crazy, wacky inventions.
That's true, he does.
Well, I was going to say that it's kind of funny because Alex died in his... He like lost to, I think... He fought someone ridiculous in his first round, like Dark Phoenix or something, and then Ezio wasn't even in it. He didn't even make it to the lightweights. That's someone that could have been in there but wasn't. He would have been fun to have, battle, I don't know.
Yeah, he would have been. He would have been fun to have in there. Ezio versus Sam Fisher.
Yeah.
Sam Fisher probably still wins. But it would be put up a good fight, alright?
He would indeed. Alrighty. An EFAP critiques with subjectivity. They capitalize the S and H at the end of with and critiques. There's a message in there somehow.
Well, take those letters and reorganize them, and it'll spell out a secret message.
Oh my god. Cool. I think we can all agree that Gwimbly bodies all of them. Yeah, I didn't put Gwimbly in because I figured it'd be pointless. Like,
wouldn't be fair.
Explaining it to people as well would just be too difficult.
Wait, is Gwimbly one of the champed up characters that one of us invented?
No, he's Smiling Fred's character. Though I could totally imagine us drawing him in
You'd come up with Gwimbly.
No metal, fortify your mind. Hey, fortify your mind. That's fortify like Multiverse of Madness, right?
Yeah,
Multiverse
Wong
of
shouts
Madness.
that, and it doesn't work.
Fortify your mind.
I
Didn't
remember.
work though.
No, it didn't. Everything got fucked up. Hey everyone, Synthetic Man made a critique of the Fallout show. For some reason he was angry at the race mixing propaganda in it. Oh, what will he think of next? Yeah, I think loads of people ended up...
Race-mixing propaganda is how he would probably phrase it.
Yeah, of course. The more he makes videos like that, the more people become aware of him. He could end up being a lol cow, like for certain,
The material is there. All the material is there.
And he does have funny reactions, like insane reactions. So it just doesn't surprise me at all that he would say that about Fallout. That's the commentary, That's what we have to say about it. Where are we? So how much research was made? For example, if you took a comic character, do you track from the movies or did you check the canon comic line? The 192 plus characters, because of course I had to shave a few off to get the numbers right and entertain switching ones out. It was more so done with whatever the general knowledge was, and then an assumption that hopefully we can fill in blanks with Google searches and stuff, because I mentioned on, I think, either Open Bar or Real BBC that it would have been impossible for me to familiarize myself enough with that many different IPs over the course of a couple of days with the amount of work I've got to do anyway. So it was more so just a fun thing where we try our best to understand the characters as we go. The irony, of course, is that some of them were underpowered and some of them were overpowered. For example, Unicron. That's only his most that's the most powerful version, when we could easily have gone, as we did with some other characters, with a lower powered version. Which, if we did, who knows what results would have ended up with. But yeah, there was no way I was going to be able to be hyper familiar with everything. That's why we had a big cast, and so did our best with what we could. But it was definitely gaps in knowledge.
what do you do if a name pops up and it's like, I don't know who this is? I don't know. Did they make a movie
That
about him
happened
in
for
the
some
90s?
people, and
Yeah,
like the
happens.
Flash. Someone might not know anything about his stuff, but they'll be able to grasp pretty quickly his
They're like, well,
powers.
he
Well, we
runs
know all
pretty
about the
fast, right?
Flash. Well, we saw the
And-
movie. It's the Flash.
Yeah,
What was the last Flash movie?
the Flash.
The Flash.
Here comes the Flash. Right?
Yeah.
Here comes the Flash, and it lost a lot of money. So we're experts on the Flash because we've seen that movie.
And generally speaking, like you could have any and all sources, but there was some. Then this is hard to do a rule on. But when someone says like, "Oh, but there was one story where the character in a distant, '60s comic became the God Emperor of the universe and 8 planets and stuff," it was like, maybe we don't do that version. Which gets complicated in a popularity contest, rather a thing that people will eventually turn into a popularity contest. We did what we could to, run it as fair as possible. Farewell and adieu to you fair Fleamish massives. Farewell and adieu to you massives of Fleam. Another beautiful song.
you fair Flemish massives.
Hey, you massives.
superheroes.
When I super chatted on the Showdown stream, it was going to be a long boy. I wasn't expecting you to go 12 hours. Sweet crispy critters, give me the long. Yeah, we did.
I think I was. I was expecting it to go for a long time.
I thought we would have gotten through the lightweights a little bit faster, but there's just equal amount to discuss.
I feel like lightweights is potentially going to be where a huge amount of discussion is because the power levels vary. There's something about the lower.
So,
yeah, if you're talking about like who would win, like I mean Hawkeye or Black Widow, and you're like, well, shit, like they're actually quite evenly matched in a lot of ways, and what they do and things.
The thing
Instead
is,
of just,
you're
oh, this
right.
person has
Whereas in
an
the
ice beam where
heavyweight,
it stops
most
time.
of the time it was like, oh, who would win? Unicron, and he would.
Well, yeah, you get that, but you
he
also get
wins.
like Invincible Kill Everything Man versus Invincible Kill Everything Creature. You're like,
Well, yeah, that's when it starts to get it. Because I guess what was interesting is dealing with the idea of, well, what happens when both of the rules of the universe essentially ordain that they cannot be defeated. It's like, well, which one wins out, right? That was kind of the conversation we had with like Saitama versus the Mummy.
yeah, it's
like, what does it mean for both rules to essentially be respected? Then what does it mean for who wins?
This is where it gets really complicated. When there's like no filling in for that in their own lore, like a particular move, say, psychic protection.
Super serious punch, Like,
yeah.
What effect does that have? Is that powerful enough to effectively destroy that entity?
So you kind of have to. Well, a lot of them went down to just chat votes because ultimately it was like, I mean, it's just up to you guys who you think wins.
That's right. Now it's on your head.
Yes. They voted that Goku defeated Superman, which upset a lot of other people. Because apparently
I don't even know where to begin on that, honestly. Because I know very little about Goku. Other than it takes him fucking forever to do everything.
He has to charge up or something.
He has to charge up his spirit bomb, and then he has to Kamehameha.
Well, it sounds like you know a little bit.
Yeah, you know some stuff
about Goku.
Yeah, I guess he goes Super Saiyan, and his hair turns blonde. Yeah,
nice stuff.
You know what? Maybe I am an expert.
Of the 3 PS2 GTAs, which one did you think had the best story and characters? Also, please do your best OG Locke impression.
Locke? Like Halo Locke?
I don't know. LOC?
I doubt it.
Is he a GTA character?
Oh. Yeah. Loke.
Oh,
Tone Loke.
No.
We could do impressions of him.
1.2 billion. OG Loke.
I like that a few people thought that it was John Locke. It's like,
that's
John Locke.
That's actually who comes to my name first when you say Locke. Was the It was John
That
Locke,
was
the
when you said
classical
Locke. I was like,
liberal.
wait, did I actually want to? Yeah, John Locke.
He's like, do my
No,
best, do your
OG
best
Locke.
classical liberal impression.
Yeah.
Humanism, ho!
He's a minor antagonist in San Andreas.
Yeah, he had a high pitched voice. That's what I remember about. I can't quite remember how he spoke.
I have no idea what he sounds like, I'm afraid.
You totally
Epstein was a
forgotten
minor
San
antagonist.
Andreas.
I've forgotten a lot of it, yeah.
Oh man, you got to replay it. You got to replay San Andreas.
Yeah,
get
and when you
Familiarize
do,
yourself
Get in a
with
line.
Penny.
yeah, you got to say, "Oh shit, here we go again,"
I know that one.
You
and
know,
walk
well,
down the alley.
sure.
You got to walk down the alley.
You just gotta. I feel like some Tenpenny quotes should get more appreciation. Tenpenny's funny. He says a lot of funny things because it's Samuel L. Jackson, so of course he does. That was kind of an interesting era for Grand Theft Auto when you could just expect celebrities to show up in voice roles. That didn't really happen as much as time went on. I think it was because I actually had negative experiences working with some of the celebrity voice actors for the games. So
Yeah, like
moved
maybe they
away
learned
from
they
that.
come from just a different world. Like, oh, this
And
is the fun video game world that's weird and wacky. You come from the weird anal professional world of a real actory, quote unquote real acting.
I
So
can't remember the stories, but I know that yeah, like I remember like watching a video that was talking about that there was like friction when dealing with some of the voice actors that they got.
Lord of the Rings fun fact. When Aragorn does his For Frodo charge, the lyrics the choir sings are his promise to Frodo in Fellowship in Rivendell. If by my life or death I can protect you, I will. Well, neat. I didn't know that.
I did not know that. That's neat.
Do your best goblin caught on tape.
Oh. Like Goblin caught on tape.
Yeah, it's
There
like
you go. Yeah, for that.
It's got the. Did you think it's them doing it, or is it?
It would be Michael Cusack. He'd be doing that one. Sounds like him.
Oh, I thought you meant like something different when you said impression of a goblin caught on tape.
Do an impression of what it would be like for a goblin to be caught on tape.
That's what I thought.
I
And all
was
the other little
sent-
goblins are trying to pull him off.
I was sent a meme where it was like a day in the life of a goblin, and he's just like on the front cover, just smiling. And he's walking around, and the second slide is just some people see him, point at him, go, "Ew, a goblin. Let's stay away from him." And then he has a sad face, and then it says later that night he
Aw.
died.
Oh no!
Jeez.
Oh my goodness, that's terrible.
Such a sad story.
Why? That is a sad story. And anyone who comes up with it is a sad person.
You just if you catch a goblin on
awful.
tape, treat him well. Maybe he'll treat you well. Just a bit of prejudice can go so far in a negative direction. Check out the 3 Egyptian god cards from Yu-Gi-Oh! Which is your favorite? Also read the descriptions.
What a great hold up. I have them. I own them. I have the King's Court, the trio of the King's Court Pharaoh Secret Rare Egyptian god cards. Hold up, I have them in a display case. Just a second.
Okay.
I'm Gully, hold up.
He
I got
sounds
them
real
over here on the
excited.
wall.
Okay. Yeah.
Hold up.
I remember he cares about Yu-Gi-Oh! You and I do not, right?
I don't know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh my god.
I
got him. Okay. Let me put on my little headphones now. All right. I can read. So, in order, we have Slifer the Sky Dragon, Obelisk the Tormentor, and the Winged Dragon of Ra. Remember to put the is on the card. The Winged Dragon of Ra. Right. Slifer the Sky Dragon. Oh, it's in the case. I guess. Got a little. I gotta get a light actually. Phone ho. I'm gonna read you the. All right, here's the light. In the display case, I don't catch the light very well. All right. I'm so excited. These look so great. They have the little holographic. These ones have the foiling has little Egyptian hieroglyphs that show up in the foiling because it's a very special rarity that looks super cool. All right. Slide for the Sky Dragon requires 3 tributes to normal summon, cannot be normal set.
Of course.
Right? This card's normal summon cannot be negated.
Hmm.
When normal summoned, cards and effects cannot be activated. Once per turn, during the end phase, if this card was special summoned, send it to the graveyard. Gains 1000 attack and defense for each card in your hand. If a monsters, is normal or special summoned to your opponent's field and attack position, that monster loses 2000 attack. Then, if its attack has been reduced to 0 as a result, destroy it.
He's got
So
got 2 mouths, huh? In his mouth.
he does kind of have 2 mouths. Yeah, he's got an upper mouth and he's got a lower mouth, as some of us do in a mostly metaphorical way. Next up, we have Obelisk the Tormentor. He's also a divine beast.
Naturally.
Requires 3 tributes to normal summon, cannot be normal set. This card's normal summon cannot be negated. When normal summoned, cards and effects cannot be activated. Neither player can target this card with card effects. Once per turn during the end phase, if this card was special summoned, send it to the graveyard. You contribute 2 monsters, destroy all monsters your opponent controls. This card cannot declare an attack the turn this effect is activated. And I think of the 3 cards, Obelisk is the one that saw the most competitive play, because he negates the effects of cards. Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is awful, horrific, magical bullshit nowadays. And then we have the Winged Dragon of Ra, also a divine beast. Cannot be special summoned. Requires 3 tributes to normal summon. Cannot be normal set. This card's normal summon cannot be negated. When normal summoned, other cards and effects cannot be activated. When this card is normal summoned, you can pay life points so that you only have 100 left. This card gains attack and defense equal to the amount of life points paid. You can pay 1000 life points, and then target 1 monster on the field and destroy that target. So, yeah. Also, Obelisk the Tormentor has 4000 attack, 4000 defense, and the others are based off of, their effects.
Well.
So those are the 3 Egyptian god cards. Those are, I love these. These are some of my favorites that I have.
They're not as good as
I think they
Exodia,
look
though,
great.
are they?
Depends on the deck you're playing. I don't actually know much about the state of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh these days. We've come a long way from Mechanical Chaser, but I don't know. I don't know what the state of Exodia is nowadays. If that's actually a competitive deck or if it's mostly a semi-meme deck or one that people just play for fun.
Rags, what is
But
your
yeah, those are
favorite
my 3
summoning
Egyptian god
mechanic?
cards.
Is it Fusion, Synchro, XYZ, or Link?
I don't know the latter 3. I do not know about those. Those are way after I left Yu-Gi-Oh. Fusion is neat in theory, but it took a long time for fusion cards to actually be worth a damn because it would cost. Well, think about it, right? You want to use as few cards as possible to actually do things. So you want to have what's called card advantage, which is like having more cards and having a better board position than the other player. So a fusion monster requires at least 2 monsters that you have to have. Then you have to have polymerization or some other polymerization, added later. And those 3 cards become 1 card. So you're spending 3 to get 1, essentially. So you're losing a lot of potential value by having to use all of those to set 1 up. But in theory, I like the idea. There were some really good fusion monsters. I think Thousand Eyes Restrict was one from the early days. And I think he was based off of... was the ritual one? I forget him. He was one of the early ritual monsters. Ritual monsters are neat too. There's a lot of neat mechanics, but that's in a lot of card games where there's a neat mechanic that isn't super competitive. But I don't know. I guess of those, I kind of like the idea of fusion the most. Taking 2 and fusing them together to create one other thing. But I guess that's where I go there.
All right.
But yeah, happy to get. I need to put this back on the wall. I love these cards very much. They look great. But I'll be right back. Carry on. Opinion on Pot of Greed, Rags? Oh, I got a Pot of Greed, one of the originals, the original Pot of Greeds back home. That's an insane card. Just for you two, Pot of Greed is a Magic card that says draw 2 cards, and it's been banned since forever. It's been super mega banned because a card that just says draw 2 cards is insanely powerful. You spend a card, and then you draw 2, which means you're going through 3 cards in your deck to get what you need to get. So that's like nuts. That's crazy that you can draw 2 cards. So they would have
Yeah.
other cards like Graceful Charity would be draw 3 and discard 2, and that's really really good. And I think that's even limited now. But being able to draw cards is an insanely powerful mechanic in games, both like Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh, because being able to go through your deck, which normally would have the minimum cards you're allowed, which is 40 in Yu-Gi-Oh, I believe. It's super powerful. So, yeah. On agree. There we go. Someone said Graceful Charity is banned. Yeah, doesn't surprise me. To be able to go through 3 and discard 2. And one of the reasons is because there's so many mechanics that go through or deal with cards that are in your graveyard, and using those to bring them back or using those as fuel for other cards. And essentially cards that are in your graveyard, it's essentially just like having a second deck that you can play with when you build around it. So discarding cards is often a hyper advantage. It's not a disadvantage. So that's why I'm not surprised at all that Graceful Charity's banned. Remember Raigeki? Yeah, Raigeki destroys all the monsters on your opponent's side of the field. I think I've got one. But good stuff. Anyway, let me put this up. I'll be right back.
All right.
The cars, they are lovely. They're so nice on the wall.
Just say your names how you would if you were Pokemon. I picture Mauler Pokemon as taking a long time to say it, like Slowbro, but different reasons. Fringy seems like he'd say his fast.
Oh, like the way that the Pokemon say their names, right?
Yeah.
I see. Because I was like, well, what do you mean? It would just be the name. It's Fringy, but I guess
I'm back.
how would a Pokemon Fringy say it?
How would a Pokemon? Oh, if you were a Fringy, how would you say your name?
If you were a Fringy.
Yeah, like if I was a Pokemon saying my name, yeah.
It wouldn't be too cutesy, like Friggy. It wouldn't be like a Clefairy or anything like that.
I mean, I was thinking of something like Fleemy, because that would be funny.
Friggy,
Kind of like,
Fringy,
kind of like,
Fringy.
yeah, kind of like how Psyduck
Like a frog,
says his
kind
name
of.
funny. Is that how a frog would
Like
say
a-
it?
Yeah, like that's kind of like a froggy voice because they do the ribbit, so they have like the little nah in their voice, you know, where it kind of vibrates a bit. So yeah, I think so. Kind of high pitched.
How would Mauler sound then? What do you reckon?
Well, they reckon it would be really slow. Yeah, Mauler.
Oh yeah, hey, we had the same idea. Yeah, we know
Hmm.
you. We know you.
Do I speak
What about
slowly or do I
Rags?
speak
What would Rags
longly?
I just speak
Rags be?
normally. I just like the Meowth. I'm just
You're
like
not
the
allowed.
Meowth guy.
You're
I would
not
just
like
say
Meowth. Nobody's like Meowth. You have to be like all the other
yes.
Pokemon.
He is. That's no. We are. I would just
No,
say Rags.
I like how you've just ordained that you get to sound normal.
I do. Well, I don't get to sound normal. I sound
Even though
special
Meowth
because
is
all the
one of
other
a kind.
Pokemons, I'm one of a kind.
Yeah, but in the Pokemon world, there's only one
I'm-
Meowth. If you were
there's many
inserted into
they're
the
all-
Pokemon world,
Well, Meowth isn't the
would
only
not-
one that can use English.
what's the other ones?
Can't
Meowth
Lugia
and
use
Meowth.
English?
Yo,
Oh,
I've got a Lugia right here. On my
Which
desk.
one's that? That's the
That's the one. He came out in Neo Destiny. He's a
hold
mascot
on.
for Silver version.
Yeah.
I got him and Ho-Oh right here. Their first edition holofoils.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm Mewtwo.
That's true. Mewtwo does just speak. He says it doesn't matter where you're from, just be cool, yo.
Yeah.
Does Lucario also just talk? I didn't know that. I thought
I
he
wouldn't be
didn't say
surprised
anything.
there were a lot more talking ones now than there were.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
If a psychic Pokemon communicates with you telepathically, do they speak in English to you, or do you hear English when they speak?
That's an interesting question.
'Cause I don't know.
Never thought about it.
I'm sure they've answered that question, right? But without overtly doing it, they
Maybe,
just
I
have it
don't
be
know.
the case, you know?
Yeah, I do not know. Some people say Entei speaks English. I have Enteis here. I've actually got 4 versions here. I've got. Let me scroll. By the way, I learned it's Suicune is how you pronounce the name. I always thought growing up it was Suicune because, of course, you look at the card and you're like, oh, Suicune, but it's Suicune is how you pronounce the name. I think it's based on the Japanese words for ocean and monarch, but I'm not sure. But yeah, I got 4 Enteis right here. The base, the 2 versions from Neo Revelation, the base rarity of the holofoil, I think the Hidden Legends in the Galarian full illustration. He's a cool guy. He's a cool guy.
Naturally.
No one ever thought it was said that way, Rags. Yeah, we did.
I mean, some people. Some people. I was wondering what to have for dinner, Rags, but now I'm having gnocchi. P.S.
Gnocchi. Oh, gnocchi.
Oh, okay. P.S.
Yeah.
I grew up surrounded by spaghetti. Neat.
Oh, mamma mia! I grew up surrounded by spaghetti.
You know, you don't have to be Italian to be surrounded by spaghetti.
You might be, though.
They would be most likely to be
I
surrounded by
suppose it would
spaghetti
be
in their
more
childhood,
likely,
right?
but it's not. You know, it could be. It
They're
could be an
baptized.
Australian. I grew up
They're-
surrounded by spaghetti. You know.
They're baptized in spaghetti.
Well, yeah, everyone knows
Oh.
that.
Yeah.
The controls for the
They're
RC copter
marinated in it.
in GTA San Andreas is man's inhumanity to man. The controls for the RC copter, were they famously horrible?
I'm sorry. I'm actually trying to remember like what that was. That the Oh yeah. Those were the Oh, it was San Fierro. The what was the guy? The guy whose missions were like weirdly difficult. I can't remember his name.
Neither
God
can I.
damn it. Yeah, like it was just like this set of just like oddly difficult missions. And you didn't have to do them either, or at least you didn't have to do all of them. But like, yeah, those were like weirdly difficult. Yeah, Zero. I think that was those missions. Yeah. Look, I mean, they like doing these sort of miniature vehicle missions in Grand Theft Auto every now and then with mixed results.
Morning or evening, gents. Been trying to catch up on the episode and lore. Currently on EFAP 53. Don Save Me. Also, hi, Rags.
Oh. Hello. Yeah, you've
53,
got a ways
yeah.
to go, but you've made a lot of progress.
Plenty of big old events. Plenty of season finales you got. It's going to be exciting stuff. Non-Japanese Reviews did a funny video on Japanese fans' perspective of an episode of Smiling Friends. Fair enough, yeah. Would be very interesting to see what other cultures think of such art, you know?
What's your favorite episode from season 2 so far?
Let's think here. The new one was pretty damn good.
The new one was really funny.
I was particularly fond of the rotoscoping shit. That was fun.
I think it's for me it's actually it's funny. There's 5 episodes, but I wanted to just the 3 that I think are fighting for the #1 spot is the Gwimbly one, the Alan adventure I quite liked, and the most recent one. Though again, I really enjoyed the other 2 as well. I really enjoyed the I really enjoyed the Worms one.
Yeah.
And the Halloween episode.
Yeah, the Halloween episode was funny as well. It's just been solid. It's been good stuff.
It's been really great. It's cool to see. Like, it seems like they do have more money because animation's been just quite impressive. Like even in a lot of like normal ways. Obviously, the first season looked really good. It's just that there seem to be these moments where it's like, man, you had more money to mess around with, didn't you?
I'm also adding to the massive pile of messages. Well, thank you. We're gonna get through them.
Man.
I'm talking about rolling for a dice game. Talking about Farkle. Is that quote?
Oh, Farkle. Farkle is a dice game, but it's also the name of a cat that I used to have. My parents used to have a cat before I was born, named Farkle, a long time ago. So that was the only real pet of that size kind of had grown up. Good old Farkle. Farkle was a good cat. He was a bird terrorizer. He was quite the predator in the suburbs. He was a good cat.
Mr. Frog was robbed. We let that go to a vote. You guys voted him out. So,
yeah.
What can we say?
I mean, I thought Mr. Frog was gonna win. I protested for him, but That was that's on you guys.
Unfortunate when injustices take place like that, but what can you do?
He needed Gleb there to help him out, get him across the finish line.
Would Kirby swallow a black hole and remain the same?
I don't know. You'd have to consult people who are more familiar with the Kirby lore than I am.
Yeah,
or physicists, perhaps.
Physicists would know. Yeah, they would have spent a lot of time studying Kirby, I'd imagine.
Neither of you played Kirby and the Forgotten Land, did you? That was fun. That's a fun game.
What
I
land?
saw a decent amount of your
The
stream on
Forgotten
it.
Land.
Looked wholesome.
Oh yeah, I can't remember that.
It's really fun. That was a fun game. Yet another in the long list of Nintendo games that had their best-selling entry on Switch, because that's what the Switch does for every Nintendo series. It makes them more popular.
Yeah, Nintendo have nothing to worry about,
I think
do
it's
they?
actually every single game, because I think because Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are far and away the best-selling Zelda games. I think Super Smash Bros. Ultimate's the best-selling Smash Bros. Game. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is the best-selling Mario Kart game. Pikmin 4 is the best-selling Pikmin game. Metroid Dread's the best-selling Metroid game. Kirby and the Forgotten Land is the best-selling Kirby game. It's just you run down the list, every single Nintendo franchises. It's a reason why I want them to. I want the. Why can't they return to? Let's make a Star Fox game that isn't Star Fox 1 again or weird gimmicks. Just make a sequel to Star Fox and release it, and I'm sure everybody will enjoy it. Just do it.
When was the last Star Fox game?
It was Star Fox Zero on the Wii U, which had like a really bizarre control scheme. Basically, the way it worked is that what you saw on screen, in terms of targeting, was not accurate. The accurate one was the gamepad. So, like the gamepad, you would move around. It was like you move that around to like do aiming through the gamepad. So it was meant to be that you look up at the screen to figure out where the R-wing is, but then you look down at the gamepad to actually like aim and shoot. Really disorienting, lots of really weird controls. And then on top of that, it was just another remake of Star Fox. Like they just keep doing that over and over and over again instead of like making a new, basically like a new game. Because I think that's basically what everybody wants. Is just like do Star Fox that is like, you know, Star Fox and Star Fox 64, but, you know, new levels.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. But so does making another F-Zero, and they haven't done that for 20 years. So, except for F-Zero 99, I suppose.
The Kirby anime holds up as a cute cartoon. It's a shame its only official release is a few episodes as extras in a Wii game. I didn't know about that. That's the only place you can get it?
I didn't know that either. Yeah, I didn't know there was a Kirby anime.
I guess it wasn't popular enough on the game to go anywhere else, but I think it was like something that they intended to do something else with and then ended up just getting dropped on the game. Don't know. Very disappointed Diabito was not in the Ultimate Showdown. Yeah, that's fair. And he's like competitive too. Full control over Sugar is gonna... Arguably, he might be able to take on more than Magneto. It's obviously situational, but most of the people he's against, they have a high enough sugar content.
Have sugar in them.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people argue that the iron in people's blood and the magnetism or whatever in their brain, whatever that was, with
in the
Magneto.
brain,
Yeah.
yeah.
I guess it has to be a certain concentration, because even Magneto, he needs a certain amount of it, right? Because there's always iron in blood, but in the movie he had to get the injection to put even more
that's the
iron.
movie,
That's what I
right?
did in the movie, yeah.
In his best and most powerful version in the comics, he's probably eating planets. They all are. Look up the three box.
Diabetes definitely eating planets.
Look up the 3 box arts of Mega Man 1. There's the Japanese, European, and American box arts. Which one is your favorite? Probably America's. Do you want to check those out, Rags, while I read the next one?
Sure. Can you put that down in the text? I see you. Excellent. Very good. Let me take a look.
I thought it was that one. That's... it's just one of them's funny.
Very well. According to the artist, the American box art for Mega Man 1 was stressfully drawn in under an hour. Interesting.
Let's see, Mega Man 1 box art.
And have you heard that Walking with Dinosaurs is getting a reboot releasing next year? It'd be a good time soon to react to the OG and WWBs too. Yeah, I mean that would be the next one to do after Monsters for the chronology. But I mean, you know, getting a remake, that would be interesting to see what they come up with, I suppose. Assuming it's not horrible.
It's
Oh
funny
my
in the
goodness.
rags.
Okay. All right. This is
Excited.
the American box art.
Oh. Okay. Well, hastily drawn in an hour is what was said, so.
You got to go for that
Oh.
minimalism if you're going with the.
I feel kind of bad that
So-
he was like, yeah, thanks. This is the best I could do.
This is the original Japanese box art.
I think what's funny about it is just like a complete. It's just like a complete misread of like the intention behind the character design. You know, it's just completely wrong.
Well, to the point where you're like, what did you tell him?
It's-
Like,
It's so clearly and like you just told an American guy like the general premise of the character, and he's like he has a gun on his arm. Okay, I'll give him a gun. That was that. And
It's
this
so
year.
funny.
This year, that's the much better box art there. The Rockman. There we go. And here we have the PlayStation box art, which I like quite a lot. It's my favorite so far. You know,
yeah.
I really like that. I dig it.
Yeah, that's when they've essentially figured it out. Like they've unified and determined like yeah, that's what Mega Man is.
That's what he looks like. And here we have the European box art.
Wow.
That is
no, it's the cartoon, man. That's the one.
Powerful.
Yeah,
And
but still, it's the
Einstein is
cartoon,
very
that's the one.
upset at
He's
what he's
contemplative.
witnessing.
It's not Einstein. It's not Einstein.
Einstein
but,
is very upset.
Crazy that Einstein is a
Not
Mega Man.
Einstein.
Dr. Einstein.
Yeah.
Okay.
He made all those robots.
They call them the Steinbots. Steinbot for Einstein.
Dude, that
robots.
American one is so funny.
It's so awful.
It's so
Only the Americans could produce a box.
I kind of, though, I don't know, you kind of want to have it, though. You'd be like, yeah, I got it.
It's hilarious.
I have an
But
original.
it is so interesting how like a general thing that you can notice of the difference between like Japanese and American box art is the American box art, the character's usually angrier. That's just like
he's angry and
thing.
with a gun.
He's
Yeah,
going
yeah. It's pretty much. Like I think the noteworthy one is that with Kirby games, a lot of them, the Japanese one is just Kirby being happy, and usually the American one, he's angry or determined. If you want to, determined and ready to go.
Hey Rags, what's your opinion on the design of Pseudo Regalia's protagonist? Also, great game.
All right, here we go. Pseudo Regalia protagonist. Sybil? Oh god. Okay. Well, let me get you a picture here. I gotta decide which. I gotta decide which picture.
You got multiple options, huh?
You could say that. So I guess that's from the game. There are many different artistic renditions of this character. We'll call it that. You know what? I'll just leave that to the imagination and post the character here. That's Sybil. I guess she's like a bunny. She looks like she's a bunny lady, and she's got some lightning horns coming out of her head there, and she's got a little shirt, and she's got some shoes, and she looks like she means business. And some of this art here, she's definitely doing the business. That is for certain. Look at her go. I'm glad she's having a good time.
All right.
I don't know. Seems fine. Yeah, it seems fine to me, I suppose.
You'd hang out with her?
Yeah, we'd hang out. We'd talk about stuff. We'd talk about,
Do you play Tetris with
Pokemon
her?
cards and spaghetti. I would. Well, it's mostly a one-person game, isn't it?
I mean, you could like, hot seat it. Take turns.
Yeah, it's true. We could hot seat it like the good old days. Give each other pointers.
Yeah.
Yeah, sort our blocks.
I went to Trungo's while I was in DC a couple weeks ago. Food was delicious, and the owner gave me a free mac and cheese and a wine glass. He named the place after a farmer he saw on the internet. What?
Farmer he saw on the
Farmer
internet.
Trungo.
Saw this farmer on the internet. Oh, Farmer Trungo.
So, and the final rating is 17 out of 10, and they say go to Trungo's. Damn, well served apparently. Can't go wrong with some cheese and mac and cheese in a wine glass. That's definitely a Trungo staple,
Did you get the chickpea grumbo though?
Yeah, that's really the true ultimate challenge. Soul is discount Qui-Gon Jinn. I mean, like I was trying to be nice in our coverage in terms of just Soul is like he's got something going on. Mainly, I think, is drawn from.
He is really incompetent though.
They're all really incompetent. Soul having like he has expressions of guilt. Like, oh, that's like character.
Something. It's like the baseline though.
Unlike a lot of the characters in the show, he's not cringe. There's no like cringe, emanating from him. You know what I mean?
I think that's fair. Yeah.
I don't know. I just find that show to be like intensely cringy. But he's not cringy. It's more so just that unfortunately, I know that obviously the actor is trying really hard. It's just that the writing is not helping. Like it's just not doing that character any favors.
It's almost like like she's what's Jackie, I think her name is. She has to like show up the other Jedi Yord. And you gotta get a good dialogue if you're gonna do that in a way that we can enjoy it. But do you remember when like
they can't do it.
Some of the things that she's said like haven't been anything close to like either witty, funny, or just a really good observation. The three that come to mind, right? It's like put your clothes on. It's like he is. So what do you know what I mean? Like just
also it's just he's not wearing a shirt. You go put a shirt on, not put your clothes on. No one looks at someone who is normally dressed just without a shirt and says, put your clothes on. They say, put a shirt on. Then again, this is a universe far, far away, so.
And then there's the,
far away.
When she says, people have been here in the ship, which,
that was hilarious.
This you're
walking inside of a spaceship and it's like people have been here. It's like no shit, people.
And that's the thing. If the writer were here right now and they were like, no, she means people have clearly been in the post crash. It's like, yeah, well, you gotta fucking be specific then. You gotta just be like,
specific.
People have been in this spaceship.
And also, I don't believe that she would just know that. I feel like you'd have to explain to me how you would know that after the crash, people would have been there.
Yeah, I think that, and that actually is a chance to show some insight.
Yeah, like it's been there long enough to where snow has kind of fallen, and they notice like footprints on the inside of the ship with snow footfalls. So you're like, oh, after the crash, people got up and moved around, or something else. I don't know. That's why writing isn't necessarily easy. You have to sit down and problem solve with your words on the paper.
But yeah, we'll have to see how it all turns out. But you got that, like Yord has been unimpressive as well, and then all the plans they've all come up with. Obviously, Carrie-Anne Moss, we had her for like 5 seconds, and she annoyed everybody.
That's unbelievable. Like, I can't believe it's just
what a blunder
for a couple of minutes, and then that's you done.
What a
and I mentioned I'd be like, yeah, you expected that she was going to be in it for longer. Aren't you surprised? It's like, yeah, I guess I'm surprised.
Yeah, I'm fucking shocked.
That wasn't a good idea. But
you did it. You surprised me. Congratulations, you did it. Good job.
There's that, but there's also, in the few minutes of characterization, almost everyone I've seen cover the episode was like, why was she so shit? Like, why did she let everyone
why
get
did
beat
she
up?
allow so many people get hurt for so long? So it all just says something about character, but they wanted their fight scene to play out. They wanted it to be long and drawn out.
Well, I just hate
Because you gotta
their
have that
version.
in every episode.
Their version of Stoic sucks, where it's just like, even when innocent
Yeah,
people are getting hurt, you just sort of
boring.
slowly stand up like, you perhaps
But,
are a
like, I don't
threat.
even know where does that even come from? Like, in the original trilogy and the prequel trilogy, the Jedi are pretty, like, proactive in a sense, you know what I mean? Like, it's like they'll get into a fight
Well, okay.
fairly quickly.
You know, when they're heading back to the ship to leave for Coruscant, and Qui-Gon spots Darth Maul's little fucking speeder. He's like, Anakin, drop! Like, because he's like, oh shit, you might be in danger. Get out of the way of it, and then pulls his lightsaber out straight away. He doesn't go, what is this situation?
Maybe I should engage him in close quarters, hand-to-hand combat.
Yeah, and like, Qui-Gon's
of
known
just
as like the
immediately
quintessential
putting down the threat.
sort of stoic Jedi, so I don't know.
Mm.
Boo.
Yeah, like, I don't know, it's just like this weird... Like, it's not good for that character that she allowed so many people to get hurt before actually intervening. And I mean, of course, she should have won. I don't even know how she didn't win. Well, I know how she didn't win, because she didn't draw a lightsaber until, like, way closer to the end.
She didn't just use the Force and win immediately.
Yep.
Which seems to be a big issue with this show.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing, right? Soul grabs her later on, and then it's just like, why don't you just do that? But, like, I don't know, two of you do that so that she definitely can't escape.
You know, that...
I can't, dude, it's...
that could have been a way to, like, have the investigation get, like, an angle on it that's interesting, that we don't see how the fight went, we just know that she killed Indara, and we're like,
Dude,
and
but
then
they have no restraint.
He fights her, and easily wins, and he's just like, there's no way you beat Indara, something else happened. And, like, that could be part of the reveal, is that she did lose, but then the Smiler Ren guy comes in. You know, just something to flavor it up.
The idea that it was going to be an investigation is like comical.
Yeah.
I am like still truly shocked by just like the idea that they have for this story, that, you know, you pitch it as, we got to investigate who did this, but like every aspect, everything's been like revealed essentially like straight away. You know who did it. You know that it's twins, which again is hilarious. You know exactly how it played out, and all of the characters know that too. There's no mystery really at all. Or rather, the mystery, because this is Disney Star Wars, it's always got to be some crazy revelations about the world building and the lore. It can never just be a mystery that's small scale, low stakes, and pertains to the characters.
What's funny is because people comparing it to when Vader fought Reva, right? And it's like, yeah, but I can actually buy that more, that Vader was like, I don't need my lightsaber to beat you. You know, because he's...
Yeah, because it's Darth Vader.
Got a bit of ego going on there, yeah, for sure, which is totally fine. But the idea that our stand-in for super stoic Jedi is like, I will not use my lightsaber to prove I'm better than... Like, remember the whole thing of... they only pull out a lightsaber if they intend to kill line, and then they later get it out as a flashlight.
Yeah.
Like, it's the kind of shit that...
pretty funny.
There's obviously no redrafting happening. Why would you even entertain the idea that there is?
I like
you can't kill a Jedi with weapons.
Yeah, blades don't kill a Jedi. Oh, it was funny, dude.
The first thing we see is someone killed by a knife.
On FNT, Ryan was talking about how wouldn't the line have been so much better if what he was referring to by Jedi when he said you can't, you know, like topple them with a blade or a laser is like the order itself. And an individual Jedi, of course, can be taken down by all sorts of weapons, but the idea, the institution is going to take a lot more than that. It's like, that would make a lot more sense, but unfortunately, it's just not what he said. He said, you can't kill a Jedi with blades.
And she makes it very clear as well that she has to do it without using a weapon, otherwise she's gonna get in trouble. It's very much not metaphorical, it is literal.
This doesn't line up very well with Order 66.
No.
Because all those Jedi were killed with weapons.
A lot of lasers.
Yeah, the thing is that whatever they're doing, whatever they're doing is probably not going to be the Sith. It's going to be some new thing that they've invented. That would be my guess.
Oh yeah, like they
Whatever
weren't Sith and
whatever the acolyte is not the Sith. It'll be kind of like what the
I mean the
Night
Filoni
Sisters were,
show
right? You've
with
created some new
Ahsoka.
thing. Yeah.
The ones in Ahsoka, people were like, "No, those aren't Sith. Those are some." You know, like, yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. I think that they want to. I just they're gonna come for the old Republic eventually, guys. Don't you worry. They'll be
Yeah.
They're
when
gonna
this era
squeeze
doesn't pan
everything.
out for them, and it won't. They will head back there as well and plunder it for all it's worth.
You guys remember at the beginning of the Obi-Wan Kenobi show, they did that huge, like, 3-minute previously on for all the prequels?
I think so. Yeah, I do.
Yes,
Oh
I
yeah, yeah,
do.
yeah.
I
We were
do.
talking
Yeah.
about that. Yeah, they
And
were
they
just like they were
completely
trying to
changed the
prime you.
music, and it was the most, like, good God, that was like the hydraulic press of the squeezing every last piece of juice out of the prequels, and they're gone, they're dead, it's crusted over. So yeah, they gotta find more things to do, and anything you think is safe, they're coming.
Nothing is
Mhm.
safe, except, I mean, like in a way, Andor is safe because they're not going to pillage anything from Andor. I don't think.
No, there's no
Because it's
point.
just not. Yeah,
Like,
there's no point in them taking things from Andor.
the fact
So I
that
think Andor
Tony
in an
Gilroy's
odd
in
way
charge
is
of season
safe.
2, from what we've seen, everyone's very happy with how season 2 has been created, who's involved in it, and that's the end of the story. So hopefully it just ties off and it can't be destroyed. It's a small,
Yep.
nice little
I-
thing. And
That'd
yeah,
be nice.
it's not popular enough for them to try and pillage it, you know, to be like, we're gonna start up a new show inside Andor. Like, no, we're not gonna do that.
Mm.
Andor's a little oasis away from all the crazy chaos, the desert
Yes,
of
indeed.
content out there.
Look at him.
Someone said, "Did you see Order 66 Big Macs?" Why does that sound familiar?
Did I see it?
Order 60s.
Well, that
Order 66.
was a
Was
joke.
that a movie tie-in?
It was a meme. The I forget who said it on. I think it was Jeremy read it from chat on FNT. It was really funny. It was about the Chungo Jedi.
Oh, the meme! I saw the meme in the I don't. That's a really good
66
meme. When you are
Big Mac.
hungry and you wait for Order 66 from McSheev.
McSheev.
Did you see the meme in the EFAP memes? Here, I'll just post it here because I got it.
We can show the people at home.
We can show the good people at home.
Yeah, this is the guy. It's just hard to believe with the Jedi training that you could. But hey, also, why is it taking so long to load? There it is. Takes too long to load.
Ugh.
Good
Discord. It's not my
stuff.
internet. It's a good meme. It's a quality meme. There's already been some quality, high tier memes when it comes to the Acolyte.
Well, I mean,
they're fucking evil. Actually, that stuff. Yeah, I've been seeing.
I'll be honest with you. I'm a little surprised how engaged everyone is with commenting on the Acolyte. I've actually kind of been like surprised that everyone has torn almost all the plot apart. You know how I've commented on it before, but both Captain Marvel and the Marvels, it felt like people didn't really care about the plot at all. Not much discussion on it. A lot of
no
meta.
one cared about the plot. There was nothing to. Yeah.
But the Acolyte, like, everybody's been talking about how the investigation is balls, the traveling around the world is balls, the way that they approach their lead, the guy in the like potion shop, whatever the fuck, like all of it didn't make any sense. The way that the two Jedi have been killed, what it said about their characters, the obvious backstory that's totally not going to make sense with everything we've seen so far. I was just like, man, everyone is hyper vigilant with this one in terms of just this story is bad, and there's only 2 episodes in. The space fire, yeah.
Which means it's gonna get worse from here because the longer that the story goes on, the more that they're gonna screw up.
Yeah,
it's just gonna start to add up and collapse, and it's like new contradictions keep arising.
The space fire is like it's not actually like important or anything, but looking at it in terms of it's sort of indicative of something else, a lack of care and a lack of concern for opportunity and what you could tell with story, could do with storytelling. That's sort of the big issue with the space fire is you could have we talk about it in our our
Yes.
coverage, which was very fun to watch.
Episode 1 is out,
But
by the
the
way,
idea
if
of
anyone
what
wants
they
to
could
see it.
I'm
That's
surprised
right,
by how
everyone.
much- I'm really surprised though by like how much that's dominated
Yeah.
the discussion around. Like in terms of any one element of the show that is like disproportionately talked about, it's that, which I find
It
fascinating.
might be nobody's fault. It's literally just one person responds to another person responds,
I
and,
think
and
so.
just
Yeah,
explodes.
it's like everybody gets dragged into talk. I don't like. I'd rather talk about how other things that are wrong with that show. That's all.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
Because
mean,
there's a lot that's wrong with it, aside from that.
you know what it is, right? It just we gotta put little breadcrumbs of her trauma and her history because that's gonna become a huge plot point. How do we have it? We can't just have her do it. We gotta have something that triggers it. It's like fire because the forest burns down. It's like, yeah, that'll do it. Can we get some fire going? It's like, well, yeah, they're in space. They're on a spaceship. We can just get some fault. There you go.
Do you
Done.
think that they ever entertain the idea of maybe not showing that until like maybe episode 5
No.
that she has some like trauma instead of in the first scene that she's in?
It's something that is pretty consistent across these shows that we often get still surprised by every time, which is the whole oh wow, they've already banked on this. Damn, that was quick. Okay. And I think it's just because
No
we're still
restraint.
in a mode sometimes of our basic understanding of television stories is that you build up, because you have the time, you can do that, but they still don't. And admittedly, they're very short shows, so.
We talked about it in episode 2, this problem that seems to exist in Disney Star Wars, the Marvel shows, and a lot of other bad shows that have come out recently as well, like the big budget shows. Almost like this weird attitude that something massive has to happen in every episode. You can never just have a normal episode that's building blocks. There's always got to be some big dramatic clash between characters. There's got to be this big bombastic action scene, this crazy reveal. You can never just have a regular episode of TV. Which when you watch all of the good TV shows that everybody like widely agrees are good, that are of this format, hyper serialized, relatively short seasons. It's not like something crazy happens every episode. People remember the crazy stuff that happens, but an important aspect of that is all of the building blocks that were laid in the prior episodes that aren't as memorable, but they're important. Because the problem with these ones is it's like it's part of the reason why it feels like we've already a huge amount of the story has already happened, even though it's only 2 episodes in, is because there's always crazy shit that has to happen every episode. There's got to be crazy fight scenes, massive revelations, and it can never just be like a normal episode of television.
No, it can't.
Compared to Andor, for instance, right? Where like Andor has big, I guess what you would call action sequences like every 3 or 4 episodes, basically.
I mean, everyone understood when watching it that Andor's goal was, we got this big thing we want to do, so we're going to have to do a few episodes beforehand to build up to it. Like, everyone could see
Andor's
right
the
through it
only
as
one that
arcs.
actually takes advantage of the episodic format of television, whereas most of the Disney Star Wars shows, it's not that they're like movies, because they're not. It's like some other problem. Wow, it's bad writing, but
Yeah.
it's just, they don't know how to do it. Like, they can't do it. This show will have an action scene every episode,
And they'll all be terrible.
Yep.
yeah.
I was gonna say there might be a lot of them, Frankie, but at least they're terrible.
Something as well that's a weird it's a really bizarre like trend in Marvel shows and Disney shows is there's always like one sort of like flashback Spirit Quest episode, like pretty consistently. There's always like one episode that's essentially like a big flashback. WandaVision had one. WandaVision had one. Ahsoka had one. It's annoying me that Miss Marvel had one.
Moon Knight.
Moon Knight had one. It's usually like episode
Hey,
4
Bly
or
Manor
5
had one.
Yeah, but we're talking about
It was really
that's a
good.
show. Yeah.
but that one was good, damn it.
It's so
Well, to be fair,
formulaic.
the Moon Knight one was like not terrible.
The Moon Knight one was
the episode
good.
5 one? Yeah, it was.
Or it was okay. It had some good moments in it. But I'm speaking more so to like there just seems to be this trend that they can't. they can never it can never be that the audience gets caught up to like where they need to be through more conventional means of telling the story. There's always got to be a big, all right, let's just drop all of the information here for them. Okay, you caught up. All right, now time for the big battle that's really bad at the end of the season. Remember Moon Knight ending with that big kaiju fight?
Kaiju fight, yeah.
God damn,
That
what
was
a
awful.
disappointment. I
I
actually went
can't
into
believe
that
the
show with some expectations.
well, the first episode was like, okay, all right, we're doing something here.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
then
not great,
turned to
not
some
bad. It's like,
garbage.
okay, you have our interest, and then it like instantly
Yeah.
is like, oh shit.
Well, look at him, poor Fringy, hung up on the cross. Weep for him. He just wanted his cheese. Also, hi, Rags and Mola, you big old flumbus. Hello.
Hello.
Lord of the Rings trilogy is playing in theaters this week, a year late on anniversary, lol, and I got my tickets to Two Towers Return of the King. I was 3 when Two Towers came out. Wow. Well, I mean,
Time ago.
it's just, you hear about it a lot. People rewatching Lord of the Rings both at home and in theaters, because, man, it's just a real
How many
good experience.
people have rewatched The Rings of Power season 1, including the people. Do
Or
you think the people who said
people.
it was good on Twitter,
Does it
the
not
people who
feel
said it
like,
was a good show on Twitter have rewatched it?
even though Lord of the Rings has always been highly regarded, that over the course even of EFAP existing, I feel like everyone's general perception of Lord of the Rings has just trickled up?
I think what's happened is that a lot of, I guess, what you would call like the big blockbuster films have kind of been reappraised.
Yeah.
Compared to the ones that we're getting now, to where like even Michael Bay's reputation has sort of been rehabilitated a little bit. Like people, to where now people would be more willing to say like, well, hey, there was some, fun action scenes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that, what used to be what people would point to as like, yeah, this is like the worst of what you can expect from a summer blockbuster would be like a Transformers movie. They did get truly awful as time went on. But
Truly.
like more so than even the earlier ones, like, the earlier one, Transformers 1, or like, like obviously some of the older films, right, like Armageddon or The Rock. It's just like,
Yeah, and being able
In
to
the case of
directly
Lord of the
compare.
Rings, I think,
You can watch Lord of the Rings whenever you want, so
exactly.
if you watch it side by side with one of the newest sort of stuff, you might be like, ooh, wow.
It's kind of a frustrating thing that, like almost like the defense of Marvel stuff is like, well, yeah, but these are like superhero films. They're stupid and dumb anyway. Like, what do you expect? And almost like trying to remind people, like, no, the blockbuster films that were viewed as, I guess lesser compared to other films for whatever reason, those films were better consistently, years and years ago. It like the quality, and that's a problem as well, because those are like the films that the average moviegoer is more likely to watch. So a decline in the quality of those films is potentially going to have drawbacks on the industry broadly, on the smaller films.
Yeah, the perception of movies, yeah, in general. It's just like
Exactly.
it's this aura. It's this aura that exudes from the media, and people pick up on it.
Well, yeah, like what are you to say to somebody? It's like, well, your perception is wrong. There's a lot of great films, and it's like, yeah, but I mean, it certainly doesn't feel that way to a lot of people. So you have to address that. It might be that people are wrong, and that if they would actually, like look around, they'd find stuff that they would really enjoy. But I mean, like if you actually got to fix the problem in the industry, like that perception has to change.
Yeah, it's it's something that everyone just seems to pick on or pick up on. It's like, man, like movies just what's going on with movies?
Something's up. Ringy, what sort of pasta pairs best with your goo? Asking for a friend, what sort of wine would you suggest?
Well, I've never given much thought to the idea of pairing my my goo with pasta, so I honestly wouldn't know on that one. As for like a wine that I would recommend in general, I don't know much about wine. And that means that for a wine pairing, I know even less. So yeah, sorry.
There's your answer, folks. I also comment on the video I watched of someone making fun of him about him just lying and I don't know if they meant about God of War Ragnarok. A fan of his replied that y'all were wrong and he was right because Sweet Baby Inc. was connected to it. I mean,
Well, there you
any...
go.
I don't
mean,
I genuinely like don't understand what how does that work in someone's
Well, it
mind?
feels like we all agree Disney is pretty awful right now, but that them being automatically them being connected to any given project doesn't automatically make it bad. Same for...
yeah,
But I guess it's just like, okay, but how does that change how the arguments were wrong?
Yeah,
Which
like...
they
Disney's
were
connected
pretty
to Andor.
consistently.
Like, what do
Like-
we do?
Well, yeah, and just this goes with all the franchises. I feel like we're going the opposite direction of how you sort of break down any particular thing, right? The thing itself has to be itself. It can't be this person made it, therefore it cannot be good. Take for example, what's the new Knives Out called? Something Dead Man, something.
something like that.
Something like that. We're not going to be like, it's a bad film because Rian Johnson made it, and we know about his writing sort of goals, his principles, and his history. Like, well, no, we got to see it first. Got to see what it is, and then of course Ragnarok.
How are you
We've
going to
done...
make any arguments if you're not?
Yeah, like with the extensive, detailed sort of character work in Ragnarok, you can't respond, yeah, but Sweet Baby Inc. did it, so it has to be bad. Like, well, you don't even know what they did.
Alternatively, if he levied a criticism of the game that was incorrect, you can't be like, yeah, well, he was right because Sweet Baby Inc. was involved. How does that address the arguments?
Yeah,
It's
like
always
not
down to the
knowing
arguments.
how mechanics work and then saying they're bad doesn't make sense because Sweet Baby Inc. have any connection to the game. For the record, I think it's totally fine if you don't want to support anything that they relate to in any way, shape, or form. Same for Disney, same for any given
fair.
company. Go for it. But obviously, we try on EFAP to take the thing for what it is, even if it is made by companies or people that we consider to be terrible artists or companies. So, like, that argument's just never going to make sense. It's like, you know, out of the 1,000 arguments for why they did well, in terms of, and when I say they, I mean the people who wrote that game, I have no idea what parts Sweet Baby Inc. did or did not have influence over. But, like, you know, it's not like the game is perfect. There's plenty of things that we picked up here and there of, like, stretches or things that we may have done differently and everything.
But if you're going to criticize it, don't be lazy. Like,
Yeah.
make arguments.
Hey, drunk, are you Rags?
I don't think so, because I am Rags. So he can't be, because that's me.
I wish Rags would be on the next time when you do Super Battle of Characters. It was very entertaining, but I'm upset Headless Horseman did not win. He was a game.
Well, he didn't.
His first fight was Dark Phoenix, so I don't know.
Oh, poor guy.
I mean, like, it was kind of funny because it was just like he's literally just, what the fuck is he gonna do against her? You're like, well, he's got a sword or an axe, right? They said he's got a really hot axe. You know, that'd should have had a separate super heavyweight category. Omni-Man or Samus Aran had no more chance beating Cthulhu or Q than anybody from the midweights except Santa. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you could say that about the lightweights and the middleweights, so there should be more classes, because how exactly is it fair for Mr. Bean to fight, you know, fucking Sam Fisher?
Well, yeah, Sam Fisher's not going to stand a chance.
Exactly. So yeah, it's just, yeah, that's
Exactly.
we worked with what we could. Okay, we did the best we could.
I do think Kermit was robbed, though.
Oh well, I mean, Rags, who do you think wins, Kermit or Mr. Bean?
Oh, fuck me. This is a hard one. Ooh, let's see. I think I'd have to go through their some of their appearances and things, because both of them have been, like, Mr. Bean was a spy, right? And Kermit the Frog, he was a secret agent too, right? In the Muppet movies, I think. Something like that. I can't remember. That's one of the toughest ones. I don't know. I like them both so much, and they both seem like very on par in terms of, like, being these funny, wacky guys, you know? Jesus, I don't know.
It's a tough one, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, do we count Johnny English as being
No,
Mr. Bean
John
or
English is a
no?
different
Oh, okay.
character.
Well, in that case, um,
Why would we count a different character as the same
I don't
character
know.
because they
I don't
play both
know
the
if you
same
were
actor?
I don't know if you were like using his entire,
What, Road
yes,
Atkinson's a whole career? Like, all of
yeah,
his
yeah.
characters?
Well, it's like, yeah, it's like Kermit, he's, Kermit plays himself, as we all know. Um, I think I might give it to, oh, I don't know.
Well, there you go, I guess.
There you go. You know what? I'm gonna say no. I don't know. I don't want to say I don't know.
Was that left up to a vote, or did the cast sort that one out? Fring, I can't remember.
No, I think you guys all decided that it was Mr. Bean.
You reckon it's Kermit, or you undecided?
I think Kermit's got a real shot.
Yeah, that's not really an answer.
I think Kermit wins.
Oh, there you go. That's better. How many times out of 10 do you think he wins?
I think 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everyone forgets Hulk has Wolverine level healing. I feel like we gave Hulk a massive, like, we understood that Hulk was powerful as fuck. I don't remember who knocked him out, but it was someone like some fucking planet eater, I think.
I think so.
Also, movie Flash is nerfed. Yeah, that's probably fair too. Also, I am once again axing you to kick Jay. Also, hi Rags.
Hello.
With the Flash, I'm almost certain he got knocked out by one of the hyper god people. Like, he's
I think so,
powerful,
yeah.
sure, but there's just a limit on what he can do. It might have been Q or someone like that. Just someone who ain't gonna be able to lose as easily, I suppose. Galadriel versus Sauron. Is there an answer for that already? I feel like there would be.
I mean, actually, in the show, Sauron absolutely beats Galadriel. The reason he doesn't is because the show is terribly fucking written. But he's able to like stun lock her in her mental prison at will. She doesn't stand a chance against him.
I would have thought
Glad
the genuine answer would be that it would be Sauron, like that he would have more power than her. I don't see why not.
I think in The Hobbit she beats him. But how canonical we consider that is its own debate and discussion. I'm more than happy to not consider any of that plotline canon whatsoever, because it does cause like issues in the timeline. As far as the original Lord of the Rings goes, I think he would, but it's weird because it's that floopy magic of we don't quite know what's going on, because both are very powerful, but in their own ways and everything. So it's
Yeah,
hard to
I mean,
say. She can resist the ring, so that's already a big that's something.
yeah, she's like Tom Bombadil.
Bombadil, yeah.
I want Rayman in the next battle because I'm gay. You would be able to put up a fight. He would be well,
I think
he'd be middleweight, would he, with his power ups as well?
Yeah, I'd say so. Feels like he'd be, similar like Mario in terms of getting into that weight class.
Fringy, quote, I don't know, Mr. Incredible's pretty strong. In his fight against Heracles, the man who can lift the weight of the world on his shoulders better than Titan Atlas. Fringy is a bird. Hello, Rags.
Hey!
Why am I getting singled out? I thought we all
You're the only bird
agreed,
here.
No, it's just
That's
I'm pretty
why.
sure that most of us argued like in favor of Mr. Incredible for a good bit there.
When you get to a stat like he's strong enough to hold up the Earth, then yeah, I guess Mr. Incredible's not going to be able to beat him at that point, sure. It's just sometimes, which stories / statistics get added into its lore of the character that's told in universe that may or may not be true versus absolutely true and indicative of their power level. Sometimes I'm not familiar enough to know. And so I'm like, okay, sure. Just want to make sure we all understand that Mr. Incredible's, he can pack a punch. He's doesn't have the name for nothing. That's all. Play Cuphead, you massives. Joke's on you. I have played Cuphead. So has Fringy. Has Rags played Cuphead?
I have played it a bit.
There you go.
I liked what I played.
Good.
It was challenging and wonderfully. What a wonderful style, and the work and the artistry that goes into it. You just all you can do is appreciate how incredibly cool it is.
I feel like instead of Aang in heavyweights, may have been better to have King Boomy in midweights or something. Well, I mean, Aang won, I want to say, his first 2 fights? At least 1 fight, if I remember.
I think so.
He did okay. He's not, like, hyper, super duper, bajuba powerful, but he's still pretty powerful. Like, he got some way into heavyweights. It's a tough bracket, alright? He was trying. Depending on where you stream it, -1 subtitles are different slightly for certain lines. Interesting.
That is interesting.
That does happen, I guess.
As long as they say like the same thing in the meaning, because I understand even in English, there are certain ways to sort of translate certain words. So.
Yeah. Thanks for inadvertently introducing me to the best RPG of 2023, Octopath Traveler 2. One of those sequels that improves upon the original in quite literally every aspect. An 8 out of 10 to the original's 5. Also, high rags.
Hello.
I remember us talking about it. I think it was in relation to... was it a one-man development cycle?
I don't think so.
The first one? I can't remember.
I'm not sure. We might have been talking about art styles.
Could have been that. I am not 100% memorizing it. But yes, I'm glad you decided to check it out, I guess, if it relates to us in some way, shape, or form. Good. And I think people are arguing over what rating one should give to Octopath Traveler. I have not played it, so I can't speak to it, I'm afraid. This is drug money. Well, thanks.
Oh, thanks, man. I love drugs.
Hey, Mula, I know you lost your interest in Elden Ring, but the DLC is shaping up to be a huge improvement with a new leveling system and weapon skills. Keck. If enough people that I like Metal, I think is going to play it. If he says it's real good, I might check it out. I trust Metal. Elden Ring having a DLC.
Oh yeah, that is happening.
Yes. You Dumbos could have had a showdown with Doki Doki Literature Club. I used the full title instead of the abbreviation this time to keep you on your toes. You sure did. Do they have like a tournament mode? Oh.
Whenever any game acronym starts with DD, I just think Dance Dance Revolution because that's just no.
I know you lads don't care much about recommends for things you aren't bombarded with, but nonetheless, you guys should play the original Warcraft 3. Fantastic game with a solid story.
I've heard it's really good.
Yeah, fair enough.
But I heard that the remake that they did was not.
Oh yeah, disastrous from what I understand.
There's no real system to recommendations, really. Like, the ones we've mentioned that we do eventually check out if everyone keeps talking about it is usually because it's like, well, what is everyone talking about? What is this? But there are some based on premise that would interest me from the get-go, right? We'd only need one person. Like, oh, it's made by person you like and think is good, and it's a genre that you like. I'd be like, oh, shit, I might, take a look. It can happen. Still appreciate recommendations. A lot of people
yeah.
A lot of people complain about modern politics being inserted into popular film franchises such as Star Wars, while others argue that such franchises have always been political. What is your opinion on politics in movies? Love you. I've always said that difference for me is whether, like, how preachy it is.
Kind of, yeah. I don't want to be preached at. I want to actually enter into a story or a discussion that has something to say and is interesting and doesn't treat me like a child or a baby, and it doesn't want me to, doesn't want to shove some like idea down my throat. It isn't super accusatory of me in particular, especially these days.
I have for my whole life not enjoyed movies that are like really badly written in the sense of, you know what we should all do? We should all do this. It's like, shut up. but I'm more than happy to have characters and scenarios in which I disagree with the people in it, but the film is simply has them as characters, right? That believe in things, have their ideas challenged, that sort of thing. I think Rise have gotten a tad lazy, and a lot of the thematic work in a lot of stories has become very just it's about this, fuck off. You're like, okay, well that was shit, and your dialogue reflected that. You know, whether or not it's got an awesome sort of text, as in like we get to watch a big old space battle or lightsabers going vroom vroom. Like I would prefer to have something underneath that I find interesting to chew on. Doesn't matter if it's politics or not. I don't. You can be preachy about non-political things that are really annoying. So yeah, to me, a lot of this comes down to writing disciplines just falling the fuck apart completely.
It's a lot more interesting as well, instead of saying something like, "Ooh, capitalism bad, communism
Yeah.
bad, bad." If instead it's something a little bit more deep that maybe relates to how people behave and think and how people can be subverted and that kind of deal, instead of being like super hyper focused on this one specific political element.
I
Because
mean,
often that's done mega cringe.
what you brought up there is a really good example. There's plenty of films that take all kinds of systems to task in interesting ways, even having people represent them. Meanwhile, like Fallout, I feel like they slipped and fell on the basic of like the goal they had. They did so badly in that show, but a lot of people just celebrate it anyway because they're like, "Oh, I got what they were putting down. I get it, yeah." And it's like everyone got it. I don't think it's not hard at all.
If there's nothing to talk about, that also can impact it. If it's just a thing, just the one thing that they're trying to go for. There's no further discussion really to be had about stuff. That can be kind of boring.
And inept. Which, you know, we'll see. Apparently they're rushing through to complete Fallout Season 2, so get excited,
So I'm
folks.
sure the scripts are going to survive that if they
Get
even have the capacity to in the first place.
I think the only curiosity I'm going to have is if they try to course correct or if they double down. I just want to know the answer.
I feel like it always depends on how noteworthy the perspective is that they screwed up and how stubborn they are, basically.
It feels like the most likely will be doubled down, but not even in a sense that that's their choice, that they're just going to continue writing their story because everyone liked it. I mean, everyone, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what it will look like compared to The Last of Us, right? Where, like, it's like, okay, you know that people didn't like it, but you're probably going to double down on it anyway.
We shall see. The clock is ticking on that one. Hi, I'm gay actor Michael Douglas, and I love your content, EFAP. Always have and always will, with all heart. Thanks for the weekly laughs and insight.
Thanks, gay actor Michael Douglas.
I'm just glad.
That's really great to hear.
There's not many podcasts in the world that can claim gay actor Michael Douglas is watching them, I think.
Yeah, and he super chats and tells them specifically how much he loves them.
I just want to say,
that puts us above like everyone.
Loved you in Falling Down, man. It was a neat movie, and you know what? I hope they make a few more movies with you while you're still around, gay actor Michael Douglas. Preferably not stuff like Quantumania, but you know what? I'll take it.
Yeah.
As long as you get some work. They released the God cards with just flavor text. They are cool too.
Well, the original release of the God cards was promo. They were promo releases. And they just had the flavor text on them. You could now the versions that I read, those ones, as far as I know, those are legal for use in card games. The originals weren't. They were promotional cards. They didn't have any effect or anything. It was just flavor text. So I can actually get those for you. Just a second. Original. Let's see. Okay, here. Whoop-a-doop-a-doo. Can you please let me see the pictures? Oh yeah, I have the legal versions of them. Let me find them.
What am I expecting to see here? Like, if when you describe them as they only have flavor text, it's like it removes all of the sort of the borders and stuff, or?
So flavor text on a card is like lore information. It tells you about the creature. It tells you about the effect. It's not a rule. It's not an effect that it actually does in the game when you play it. It's just like lore stuff. It describes to you the monster or the beast or anything like that. Um, so, for instance, Slifer the Sky Dragon's flavor text is the heavens twist and thunder roars, signaling the coming of this ancient creature in the dawn of true power. And Obelisk the Tormentor says, the descent of this mighty creature shall be heralded by burning winds and twisted land. And with the coming of this horror, those who draw breath shall know the true meaning of eternal slumber. And the Winged Dragon of Ra's text is spirits sing of a powerful creature that rules over all that is mystic. Yeah, flavor text.
Neat.
One of I actually need to get a copy of it, but a lot of Magic has a lot of really good flavor text. And in fact, a lot of the stuff that like Pokédex entries that are going to be on cards and stuff, those will be flavor text as well. But I remember the Onslaught card from Magic the Gathering called Oblation had the flavor text of a richer people could give more, but they could never give as much. And it's always been one of those that I've kind of remembered.
Yeah,
Like,
that's an interesting quote. Yeah.
okay. That is a good quote.
Who would win James Bond? Oh wait. So, sorry, wait, have I read this wrong? How would James and Mr. Boss fare up against Mr. Frog? So James is in James Bond, I assume? Or James... Is someone called James in Smiling Friends?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Doesn't ring a bell for me either. So I assume they mean James Bond and Mr. Boss versus Mr. Frog. Mr. Frog kills them both pretty easily.
Yeah, he's too fast and strong.
Round 1, Mr. Frog annihilates them. Round 2, Mr. Frog annihilates them. Round 3, James is going to need to get some serious tech. Mr. Boss might be able to shoot at Mr. Frog, but man, he is fast. And he has pumpkin bombs, never forget. Oh,
That's
James
right.
James was the guy who took Charlie's nose. Is that what that guy's name was?
Oh yeah, that's right. That's yeah.
Oh well, sorry, but
Still.
he's a downgrade from James Bond,
Yeah.
so he ain't getting nowhere.
I guess he is strong enough to rip off somebody's nose with his bare hands, but
True.
Mr. Frog is he's too powerful.
He can just eat you.
Yep. Let's go get in there and nom nom nom. Too gay or not too gay? Too gay, I think. Just,
I think so.
Yeah. Look up the new support for Exodia. It's really decent now. New support?
I'm sure. So in card games, support for a card are cards that are released that help other cards to kind of exist and stay functional and competitive. So if you get, you have like, an example would be maybe like Toon support. So in Yu-Gi-Oh, you'd have all the Toon creatures, and they weren't very good, so they released what's called Toon support cards, which are cards that allow the Toon monsters to be more useful, to be more viable. So if there are mechanics, or if there are types of creatures, or anything along those lines, in later iteration they'll say, this card is getting support with these other cards that synchronize well with it, or something like that. Also, someone sent me this fun meme.
Oh. Let's have a look, see. Mr. Bean or a Tremors monster. Oh, I get it. Why every time I pull up a fucking Discord thing, it like takes forever to load.
That's a Discord thing, yeah. I don't know.
No,
All your stuff is loading quick for me, as far as I know. So
no way the monster could catch him. He would become pretty powerful if it was just all of Rowan Atkinson's roles, including animated, like voice roles. You just keep morphing into the creature that's best suited to the role of whoever's going to kill.
It's pretty funny.
Did Whack-A-Lite get better in the second episode? Lol. No.
No, it got worse.
I think I'm undecided on if I think it's worse or just as bad, because the first episode is pretty horrific. Like,
It is.
nothing really works in both of them. And then episode 2 is shorter at
Yeah.
least. Screw the rules, I have money. I don't know whose quote that is, but sure. I had a Thousand Eyes Relinquished toy. I remember
Thousand Eyes Relinquished?
I remember Relinquished.
I know there was Relinquished and Thousand Eyes Restrict. Did they combine them into Thousand Eyes Relinquished?
I remember being very happy
there was
with
Thousand
my
Eyes Restrict
Relinquished.
and Relinquished. Yeah, it was one of the first good. In fact, Relinquished was a really good ritual monster, and Thousand Eyes Restrict was one of the first really good actual fusion monsters because it had a really good effect. And for a long time, it was like the only 1-star fusion monster in the game. But yeah, they were both quite good. I think I had them both, but I can't remember.
What do you think of Relinquished artwork?
I think it's really cool. I think he's a really weird, not quite Lovecraftian, but just a weird monster that's got a design that you can kind of like understand.
Mm-hmm.
I think unfortunately Yu-Gi-Oh has the worst aesthetics of the trading card games because there just doesn't seem to be any
consistency,
like kind of unifying sense of art to them or anything. It's just sort of whatever is whatever. Whereas I'd say Magic has the best artwork and general design, and I think and Pokemon has really good aesthetics as well. It just kind of works with what they do.
A lot of Yu-Gi-Oh toys were sturdy as fuck. I never got any, but fair enough. Better sturdy than not, I suppose. Ooh. Splitting up the characters in different weight classes was a good idea. Some low-weight, heavyweight fights would have been pretty funny, though. They're just, well, yeah. Some of that kind of still happened.
It'd be funny, sure, yeah. But yes, there were still funny matchups. But we were taking it seriously, all right?
Yeah.
Trying to figure out who would actually win.
Gotta figure it out. It was important. And obviously Boogie was the clear winner. That gun.
Boogie.
Boogie.
with his scary revolver and his Tomb Raider shirt.
You wanted to
size
have like a
triple XL. He will answer
that would be the little
XL. I don't know about
the figurine that you buy comes with like spare shirt with some other thing on it and his iconic gun.
Iconic gun. It has to be described as iconic gun. Boogie's iconic gun.
Mola is dark/steel, Rags is normal/fairy, and Fringy is poison/flying because he's a bird.
I'm what type?
They gave you normal fairy.
Normal fairy? No. Fairy's gay.
Now I'm imagining Rags with butterfly wings.
Yeah. He's gonna get ya.
Fairy? That's not true. I'm like a psychic dog.
I'll take dark steel. That's fine with me. Meowth learned English to impress a girl, but she rejected the poor buddy. He even taught himself to walk on 2 legs. Wow.
And now he makes Sigma male grind set YouTube videos.
Yeah.
Here's what you do. It gets on YouTube.
He's classic. Which of these Yu-Gi-Oh cards are edgier? Oh, we got a whole selection. I'm gonna have to post and
yeah, you can post them
when
and I'll take a look.
When you've collected them, let me know.
Do.
I am caught up on Smiling Friends, and Mr. Frog is Chaos Incarnate. He's brilliant. He's one of the fan favorites at this point. So hopefully they don't ruin him.
Funny character.
Everyone knows the world will be saved with him as president.
Season there'll be an episode with him as president. Yeah, that'll be they gotta go help him smile or something.
David Attenborough is 98 years old. When he retires, I think that Fringy is the right person to take over narrating cool animal stuff. Love you all. Oh yeah, no pressure, Fringy.
Oh, I don't. Man, he is. Yeah. Oh, gee, is he 98 years old?
Yeah, he's he is well past the age a lot of people are for, you know, I'm retiring, fuck this shit, I'm out. But you can tell he adores his job, so
he's passionate, yeah, absolutely. And I will keep him doing narration for nature documentaries for as long as he wants to, which is hopefully basically until the end of time.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised
God,
at
it's
all
so
if they presented him with the option of, can you speak extensively into this thing, and we're going to make, you know, an AI version, and would you approve of that? I wouldn't be surprised if he did. Out of, like, concern.
well, I mean, he might have, because I I wonder, because there are like other people who are sort of like doing the like BBC and National Geographic like documentaries, right? Other British narrators and documentarians that have silky smooth voices.
You could have somebody who actually goes out and does all this stuff, and you can have him do like the background overall narration for when the presenter
Oh,
isn't
I
kind of
mean
doing it. So that would
they
work well.
that I can't remember the guy's name. I remember seeing him do. He did like a documentary on the. It was about the Arctic, and he was the narrator and the like documentarian. So he was out there. I can't remember the guy's name, but he had a silky smooth British voice. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, there's loads,
David
but
Attenborough is iconic.
with
Though. He
the
is so iconic.
well, and not only the era we're in, but also just if I could see them telling him, you know, there are countless people who want to hear your voice forever, and there's a chance for you to become immortal in that sense. Would you like to? I could totally see him doing it. Not in any kind of ego way, just in a way of like, yeah, you guys, if you need my voice, I guess you can do it through this amazing technology. Because we've always said it's only a matter of time. As much as I did not like the re-speech of Vader, who knows if I'll like it the next time it pops up in terms of like accuracy. Only a matter of time. And then once they crack it, you know, can't trust anything anymore. But at the same time, sometimes you almost want to hear certain voices in certain ways. Whatever happened to that movie where they were going to have James Dean in it, like, completely recreated or whatever? Did that ever happen? I don't know. I mean,
I don't recall that.
it'll be really interesting to see if they, if we get our full, like, you know, actor signed a contract to be recreated fully in AI, and we get, like, the first movie with that. Whoever it may be. Probably someone pretty damn popular. Yeah, I don't know, give it a year. AOTD is the great-eared nightjar. Hi, Rags.
Hello, AOTD, Attack of the
Dentist?
Dove, Attack of the Dentist.
Could be it, yeah.
It's like a nightjar. Also, I got those cards.
Oh, yeah, right, okay. Have a little look-see here.
I think it's pretty clear which one is the most edgy.
Yes, so we're trying to find out which of these are the edgiest, and our selection includes Grapha, Dragon Lord of Dark World, Demise, King of Armageddon, or Cyber Dark End Dragon. These are funny names.
So the names are edgier than the illustrations. I think that the illustrations are fine. I think the first one is the edgiest, but I don't see that as edgy. I just see that as like a big evil skull dragon looking thing. I think the names are edgier than the illustrations.
I think Demise looks like he could fit into all kinds of things unscathed in terms of like the person who made him is trying too hard. But the first one, I think he's got a little bit of that factor. He works for a metal album, I suppose. But yeah. Yeah, and then the third one, yeah, he's kind of similar to the first one for me in terms of that. So least for me is number 2. I think he's a cool looking dude. I could see him guarding the gates of Cyber Hell or some shit. The
Cyber Hell.
The
Twitter?
3 and 1 edgiest, I'd probably go with the Dragon Lord of the Dark World. I keep wanting to say the Dark World. Just Dark World.
Probably. He's probably the edgiest.
Grapha. Wonder what his voice would be like. Wonder if it would be like a fairy voice. That would be nice. A little subversion.
Hello.
I'm here to help you.
Hi. I'm a normal fairy type.
I'm here to provide some tutorials.
You can do it. Good job.
Please watch Vinland Saga and Frieren. Frieren offers an interesting take on elves, and Vinland Saga makes a dozen episodes on a farm engaging. Ooh. Well, you know, I've heard of both of them several times.
Yeah,
who
I've heard of 'em.
knows? Though Mob Psycho 100 still gets recommended more. They're all in a
That's
big race.
I'm watching that right now.
My goodness.
Wow.
Do you want to say anything about it? Do you want to tell the people about it, or do you want to leave it?
Well, I'm not that far into it, so I'll just keep watching it, and then I'll talk about it when I'm done.
There you go.
There
Please
you
do
go.
an EFAP on Jaws. It's my favorite movie. I'm gay and an actor.
Oh, wow. Wait, is that Michael Douglas?
I think that was gay actor Michael Douglas, yes.
Yo.
Well, he's not in Jaws, but I like that he respects Jaws despite not being in it. That shows that he's not ego-driven, and I've always thought that about gay actor Michael Douglas.
I don't know. He never. If he's here and he's giving us money and he's happy to be around, then I really appreciate that.
I do too. As for coverage of Jaws, we've only done a couple of films in the way that would be done. It would sort of be like how we did Jurassic Park. Maybe we'll get around to it at some point, but I feel like there's probably a couple movies we want to do before that in that way, in that vein. You'd think rail shooters would be generally easier to make. Yeah,
You would think.
I guess compared to what, right? Depends. And then how well you do any of these things. Diabito versus Scott Malkinson, in brackets, he has diabetes. He's already done at that point. Diabito's gonna annihilate him.
He has diabetes.
And he's got no chance. I got a card to give Rags a heart attack number IC1000 numeraunia. Also, what the fuck is that? Also, I think they meant the non-tournament versions of the god. I'm just gonna copy and paste this to you. If there's anything that makes sense about this, go ahead. I feel like I'm.
I got a card to give Rags a heart attack. Number IC1000 numeronia. Also, one they meant the non-tournament versions of the god card with lore. Yeah, we ended up reading those anyway. So there you go. There you go.
Hey gents, loved the Showdown stream, but I was a little sad to see Godzilla go down so fast. Could there be redemption for round 1 losers? Yeah, maybe. I think he might have ended up fighting Dr. Manhattan in the losers round, so I'm afraid I think Dr. Manhattan has that. Most people would probably agree. I'm so sorry. he gets double out. Hey Rags, with your legendary Skeletor voice, could you read a small part of Sean's famous speech in Good Will Hunting?
Sean's speech, Good Will Hunting. I don't know. I'm not familiar with this movie, so. Oh, I think I know which one. Oh, this one here? Where, let's see. It's about art.
Oh, geez, I didn't realize it was that big.
I'll read a little bit. I'll read just a little bit. So, if I asked you about art, you'd probably give me the one about every art book ever written. Michelangelo. You know a lot about him. Life's work, political aspirations, him and the Pope, sexual orientation, the whole works, right? But I bet you can't tell me what it smells like in the Sistine Chapel.
Okay. Yeah. I was just hoping to hear Skeletor say it's not your fault. Hey Fringy, if you had to hang out with Ryder or Big Smoke, who'd you hang with?
Big Smoke. As long as neither of them betray me. But yeah, Big Smoke.
Have you guys seen Rick and Morty Season 7? I'd say it's a bit of an improvement to the previous 2 in terms of quality. I
don't care.
It's just where I was. I think it's going down the same road as when people say, hey man, the new episode of Simpsons is really good. It's like, that's fine.
Yeah, I just don't give a shit. Like, I don't want to watch Rick and Morty anymore.
They killed it. They murdered her. I just found a hurt pigeon. Its wing is hurt. It's in a box in my house. What do I do? That's a job for Google. Probably immediately.
Call the vet.
Oh
Call a
yeah, I
local
guess
vet and say, "Yo, what's up?"
for immediate assistance, Google. But yeah, well, I guess if you can call the vet and they pick up straight away, that's probably actually the best move. Actually, yeah, you're right.
Yes, call them. Call the vet and say, "Yo, what's up?"
There's no way I'm
Yeah.
going to be able to advise on caring for a hurt pigeon. That is not my expertise.
Fringy,
Hmm.
what do you
But
do with whenever you get hurt? What do you do?
I don't know. I feel like it depends on what the injury is.
Um, what if your wing is hurt and
Well,
what
I
about
don't have
that?
a wing. I have an arm, unless we're
What?
referring to my arm as a wing. But I don't know. Well, I mean, what was the super chat again?
Injured pigeon. What do?
I think that's one where you got to call like your local rescue and then they see what they can do. Though I think like usually if a bird has a broken wing, that's like really really bad. That's like a yeah. Usually that's yeah. But that would be the only thing.
All right.
Like I don't know if you would be able to do anything yourself, like at home, if there was an injured pigeon. But yeah,
Shadow has new scary wings. Is there a new Sonic thing where Shadow has wings?
there's Sonic and Shadow Generations, I think, like a remaster.
And he has wings? All right. Are they
I don't know if
blades?
I don't know. I haven't seen the trailer.
You Dumbo should play
Sonic
Crow.
Generations is really good. I don't think I like that Shadow's getting. You know what I mean? Like, there's memes there, sure, but I don't know.
You a Shadow hater?
Hmm.
Look, right. The memes are gonna be really good. I'm very excited for Sonic 3. I think that's gonna be funny. I hope.
Was it Keanu Reeves as the voice of him?
Yeah,
Well, I mean, yeah,
I
surely,
think I probably would have preferred Hayden Christensen.
absolutely. Especially his Anakin voice. I wouldn't allow
Yeah.
him to do like a regular voice. I'd be like, no.
Well, like there's a scene where Shadow is I don't know talking to Amy or something. Liar.
Well, I would
You're
probably
in
just do
there.
that. I would have like all of his clips on a little, like on a video on a phone, and whenever he's doing his line reads as a normal character, I'd be like, no, like this, and then just play them from, you know.
I thought you were just gonna say it would be Revenge of the Sith, but like Sonic is Obi-Wan and Shadow is Anakin.
I'm willing to entertain some more subtler deliveries, like his roles in the films when he's not super angry. You know, we need some
Mhm.
variation.
I just need to see Shadow the Hedgehog scream liar, and you're with him.
Liar!
You're
You're
with
with him.
him. You're with
You
him.
turn her against
You're
me.
against
From my
me.
point of view, blue hedgehogs are evil.
Oh,
Well, then you are lost. Well, I guess that's not what Sonic sounds like, but well, then you are lost.
Whoa.
That's Sonic, right? Yeah.
you Dumbo should play Crow Country, the pretty good retro horror game I played for my dad. It has scares, a good story, and crows. Crows, Fringu.
Yeah,
Crows.
crows, they're cool.
Crows are
Love them.
cool.
Awesome animals. I like it when they're like waddling around, you know, like when they hop around if they're walking on the ground. They have
Yeah.
like kind of a almost like a strut. I guess the bird equivalent of that.
Have you masses heard of an older show called Code Geass? My friends and I just finished it and really liked it, even with some of the overly convoluted plots or scenes we went, okay, calm down. I have seen Code Geass. It's, alright. There's
Hmm.
some stuff I like,
Tell
some
me
stuff I
more.
didn't. To be fair, it was like 10 fucking years ago that I saw it, so, been a while.
Oh.
But, yeah, I remember some stuff. I
What's like
remember,
the general premise of that show?
there's a war that's going on between, chat might have to help me out on this. I think it's something like Europe and Japan or something crazy like that. I can't remember. Is it Japan and the UK? It's two big factions having this big crazy. Yeah, Japan and Britain. Okay, and also the world has Gias, which is everyone has like or can have a power, and our main character's power is that he can one time tell a person what to do and they have to do it. Which is kind of a variable. And There's like mechs in it that relate to the war. There's I'm trying to think of like what other broad elements. Like I said, it's been a while. The main thing I remember is the mistake he makes. Chat knows exactly what I'm talking about, with the girl who then does the thing, that whole huge plot element. I remember talking about that for a while when I first saw it with the friend who I was watching it with. But yeah, you know, been a while. Mech necks, yes, mech necks. That's the one.
Mech necks.
Such a weird
I don't know
thing to
why
have
they did that.
introduced. It's like, why?
Why can't it's just a mechanic?
No, it has to be Star Warsy. We have to call it mech neck instead of mechanic.
But you know, I remember there being some really good little payoffs in relation to the powers and characters and stuff. There's also just a little bit of cringe. You know, everyone's got to have a little bit of cringe.
Just a little bit, just a touch, just a sprinkle, just a wee bit.
Kellis, Jew, J-U-U. I don't know what any of that means, but all right. At Yellowstone National Park right now, about to visit Old Faithful when I'm done with my sandwich. Happy to be listening to the FAP during. Oh, good stuff. The pilgrimage. A reminder to all, Godzilla Minus One is now available on Netflix. Enjoy, one of the best movies of 2023. The ending still makes me cry, no lie.
Good shit. Good movie, very good. Everyone
go
see
check it out.
It's excellent.
I pretty much got like approval from everyone all over the internet. I don't think anyone disliked that film except like,
Well,
I don't know, aliens. Or
there's that one guy we covered. We didn't cover him yet. Who knows?
I was gonna say, we haven't covered anyone yet who dislikes Godzilla, I don't think.
Maybe we'll see him on EFAP. Who knows? Who knows? I certainly don't.
Remember when there were only 2 Toy Story movies, and then they made a third one, and now we're on 5? Christ, what would a Toy Story 5 even be about?
What would a Toy Story 4 even be about? Ugh.
Don't care, but I mean, I guess there's going to be more sequels. Disney has signaled that that's their intention, is to make more sequels, so that's awesome. If they make a sequel to WALL-E, that would drive me insane.
Yeah,
that would hurt.
And or Ratatouille. I suppose another sequel to The Incredibles would also make me very upset.
They call it Ratatouille.
Ratatouille with the 2 there, you know.
Yeah.
Man, that's it. That's enough. I think someone walking in to pitch it that, and then they'd be like, "Yep, you got it. Do it."
Here's $600 million. Make that.
Do you need more? If you need to
real.
double that, just let us know. Yeah, sure, no problem.
If you need us to add some more zeros to the end of that budget, let us know.
I once again recommend Freedom Planet 1 and 2 to Fringy because it's a 2D classic Sonic-inspired series with great soundtrack and gameplay. Great rat.
What's it called?
Freedom Planet 1 and 2.
Maybe. I got a lot of games I gotta play.
Also, once you get the chance, please watch Shin Godzilla 2016. It does a fantastic job at reinventing Goji while keeping the original themes.
Goji.
Well, and if we're all recommending the Godzilla movies, make sure to check out, of course, the Roland Emmerich interpretation, just so that you can understand the difference. You know, it's good to have a palette. Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
It's got Matthew Broderick and Jean Reno.
It's got so many of the Simpsons cast in it.
It does not have Jeff Goldblum. That was an entirely different movie.
That was a mistake that they made. He should have been in it. He should have played Godzilla.
He should have been in it. He just like, hey, and so I went through the town there, and I went rawr, and everyone looked up at me, and they're like, oh my god, is that Jeff Goldblum? And I looked.
Do you remember
and I said, yeah, that's
Fallen
that's
Kingdom,
me.
where they just have the 2 scenes of him or whatever in the courtroom?
Yeah.
What the fuck were you thinking?
Completely divorced from everything else.
And you could be like the trailer, I guess, because I couldn't get him for long enough.
Even Independence Day 2, the remake, knew to get you got to get everybody.
Well,
you got to get Brent.
Yeah.
Got to get like him, and they got Brent Spiner back and all that.
We'll be doing because they've got it's Dominion, right? Like with all of them, where they do all of them as main characters. They're all back, and it's just like, why didn't you just do that anyway? What was with the weird halfway point where he's just sort of in the movie but also not? I don't know. I guess because they were like, it's got to be its own thing, and then they thought, no, actually, it doesn't need to be its own thing. We need them back. How much did Dominion make? Was it over $1 billion?
I think it was just over $1 billion, so they kept decreasing.
I find it
Like
hilarious.
every series.
I know that this isn't entirely unique, but that film, I feel like even the people who made it and everyone who even came close to liking it was just like, that was bad, and it made a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
But it was bad.
Yeah.
Almost everyone even realizes, yeah, we got to keep making these. We have to, because they just make too much money. The estimated budget of 165 million, gross worldwide, just over $1 billion. Yeah, so it's like they gotta keep going.
How can you not keep making them?
That's better as a return than anything Star Wars or Marvel. How sad is that?
Yep.
It's just because we just don't have many places to get dinosaur content, I suppose, of that kind. People like dinosaurs.
Hey, 65.
Oh,
so
bad.
Oh, and also, wait, what were you saying? What was the budget that you were saying for? Because apparently Jurassic World, like Dominion, had a budget of $265 million.
I'm reading it from
165
IMDb.
million.
It says 165 estimated.
Wikipedia says 265.
Was that is the Wikipedia one accounting for marketing or not, or is it?
Well, apparently it was from like a Forbes article.
Well, to be honest
That,
with you, I was actually surprised reading 165. I would have thought it would be at least 200.
Yeah, like apparently Forbes said that Fallen Kingdom was like $430 million.
Oh, let me check the IMDb one for that. Maybe that'll explain this. They have like a... I could believe the IMDb one is like prior to a better accounting of how much it cost.
This article was from like 2023, so you know, like a year after the film would come out.
Yeah, 170 according to IMDb for Fallen Kingdom. So
yeah, that's $432 billion, which is the second most expensive film ever made.
Fucking movie was so terrible.
Because The Force Awakens cost $447 million, and The Rise of Skywalker cost $416 million. That's so much money. So much fucking money.
And then think about
well, wait, if The Rise of Skywalker cost that much to make, did it even, like, maybe just made its money back, right? Jesus.
I mean, yeah.
Money. So much money.
And yet they'll probably make another trilogy. I wouldn't be surprised. Remember the dinosaur gun?
What?
Yeah, the laser.
Yeah, the
laser
gun
pointer.
that allows you to pinpoint a target and send a dinosaur after them. It's the stupidest fucking thing in the world. I remember people at the time trying to say, you know, like, hey, well, to be fair, what if you run out of bullets? So there'll be times where maybe it's useful. Like, oh yeah, man.
There might be times where maybe it's useful. You know what? That justifies the insane amount of logistics and money that goes into cloning dinosaurs that are long extinct and then creating their brains such that they will attack lasers like cats. What a stupid movie.
Yeah.
That's one of the dumbest movies.
It's pretty bad. There's no way around that one. And I hear that Dominion is considered worse by many people, so...
Yeah, I still haven't seen it, so... We're saving that.
Yeah, we'll get to it
saving
someday.
That gold.
Kiadimundi, the Sith have been extinct for a millennia, Mace, but there were always those other guys with red lightsabers that used the Force, so... Yeah,
they were a legally distinct group. We went to court about it.
Mace was just like, what about that guy with the smiley face? Was he a Sith? They're like, no, that's some other guy.
Darth Smilo? Darth Happy Cheer Yum?
Seeing a lot of cope for the Acolyte. People saying it's really good and we shouldn't judge a series based on 2 episodes. Thoughts? We can judge the 2 episodes on 2 episodes, can't we?
2 episodes,
yeah,
exactly.
Especially if those 2 episodes are a fourth of the show.
It's so crazy to think about it that way. Gone a significant amount already. Hi, Moolah, Ragu, Fringo. Can you voice act a funny scene from something like The Simpsons or Rick and Morty? I'll animate it for later meme fab. Love your content, by the way.
Oh, well, you two love Simpsons. You should do one.
Problem is, like, off the top of my head, I don't know what I'd Like what?
Yeah, same. I don't
Just do
know.
a short one. Just a really, really short one. Just a little back and forth, boom.
What one?
I don't know. One where Mr. Burns is talking to his assistant guy, and
Oh my god.
His assistant
and
guy.
then
Oh,
yeah,
that
the
that
assistant
that
guy.
was caused me real pain.
I don't know the names of the yellow people.
Jeez. Uh, hmm.
All of the
Oh,
Simpsons
oh
knowledge.
wait, yeah. All in favor, aye. All opposed, nay. Who keeps saying that?
It
It was him. Let's get him, fellas.
I don't know if that
And then
counts though.
Patrick sounds.
There's a series of us reading out. I don't know why they want this because it was like we tend to do accurate voices. We've also just messing around.
No.
Listen, there's been plenty of very animatable highlights from EFAP. All right, you don't need to make a Simpsons scene recreation because it'll probably just be the same thing that they did but worse. Because we don't have the talents of the cast of The Simpsons. The Acolyte writer said she was inspired, in brackets, copied by the Arcane Sister arc. I cannot wait for episode 3.
Oh,
Um,
did she say that? Oh.
what can you say? Like,
Hmm.
I don't even want to begin to
Interesting.
compare. I just want to run away to a little cave and hide. Season 2 of Andor is again doing 3-episode arcs with a 1-year time skip after each, leading directly to the start of Rogue One, according to interviews. We'll see how that goes. We'll be very interested in keeping track of whether or not Andor is good schnisms. With Kingdom Rush 5 on the horizon, have any of you played a Kingdom Rush game? The studio is very involved with fan feedback now, so I'm hoping for a banger.
I have not played those games, no.
That's not the tower defense one, is it? Let's see.
I don't know.
Kingdom Rush. Oh yeah, I did play this on PSP. I guess I played the original one. There's 5 of them now? Okay.
PlayStation Portable.
Portable. Well, I mean, I hope they're good, yeah. Fair enough. Look up Rayman Origins Hurt Sprite. Okay. Rayman Origins Hurt Sprite. Wait, who is...
Does he do a funny?
Yeah, you can say that. Assuming this is the accurate one. There's a couple, actually.
Ow! He looks like he's in so much pain.
Yeah.
Ow.
Oh man, those games are so good.
Yeah, I mean,
Not enough people bought them.
That's the thing. I guess Rayman's just not enough of a pull, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, he was Rabbids, right? They're like the minions before minions, and they have the same effect in the sense of overshadowing the thing that they were a part of. Minions movies make more money than Despicable Me movies.
Yes.
Though those still make a lot of money, so it's not quite the same as Rayman, which is just completely done in favor of the Rabbids.
What would you say you have more of? Brain compartments or brain departments?
I think I have brain departments. They're like departments where, it's a whole bunch of neurons getting together, and we're going to be the ones that work on smells and memory, and we're going to be the ones who remember all the movie stuff, and we'll be the ones over here who remember what it's like to, what it's like to lay on a carpet, and we're going to be, they have all the different things that they've got, and they all got their little departments, and they have their little interdepartment dramas, like, oh, why can't we remember what lavender smells like? Go talk to the guys up in the nostrum department, and then they go up there. Hey, you guys! So they get it back and forth, and That's how I like to think that it works up there.
All right. Yeah, I don't really have anything to add to that. I have no idea. Compartment versus department. Like, I don't know.
The departments are somewhat compartmentalized, but they're departments.
I'm not a brain-tician, so I can't answer these questions. They're too complicated.
Oh, fair.
Have you seen the EFAP animation Halloween special? It's by the same guy who made Fringy Loses It, and it's hilarious. Hi, Ragu Wagyu Tail.
Hello. Let me double check. It's EFAP Halloween what?
From what I gather, Halloween special.
EFAP Halloween special. A very special EFAP Halloween story. There was that one that I remember. And it was 4 years ago, and I still remember it very well.
Oh
That's a
yeah,
good one.
Darkness Fabs.
Yeah, Darkness Fabs. Oh wait, is this? Oh, I think it's this one. Here, let me.
Oh, it's the
Here, I think
some
it's this
Idiot
one.
is the creator.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've checked that one out. Obviously some people miss out on the meme fabs.
You pick me up.
But if we ever don't capture, like, watch any of these, just make sure, just repost them every once in a while in the meme Discord, and they'll get into rotation for
please
sure.
do.
Because
That's
there's
great.
a lot.
You got the I Love Man icon on your chest.
Dude, I love the underneath it, like, recommends and stuff. It's like, oh yeah, do you want to see the EFAP highlight Boogie's meat apron? It's just a picture of ER struggling to deal with the stress. They'll feel bad about that, but also not really. Paleo theories based on scanning the organ cavities of Trek skulls. It's more likely had eyesight around 5 times greater than Falcon. Sense of smell comparable to elephants. Might have been as smart as crows.
Hold up. Is an elephant's sense of smell really good, or is it really bad, or is it so-so?
I assume really good.
Because if it's comparable to elephants, then I don't know what that means without a reference to how well elephants smell.
I'll type in elephant sense of smell good. African elephants possess a sense of smell that is likely the strongest ever identified in a single species.
Wow.
Holy shit! I had no idea. People always talk about like dog smells and shark smells really good, but I've never heard people say that elephants smell really, really good. I don't mean the elephants themselves. Their ability to smell things is good, just to be clear. But so
Damn.
but yeah, I'm
Elephants,
surprised that no one's ever.
their keen sense of smell allows them to detect water sources up to 12 miles away.
Fuck off. No, they can't. That's the lie. No, they can't.
That's amazing.
I can believe that.
That is unbelievable.
I can believe it.
You
Wow.
fool.
Like,
That's because you're
it balances out.
gullible.
Oh,
Gullible.
jeez. All right. Wow.
So, according to Google, what animal has the best sense of smell? And it says bears are thought to have the best sense of smell of any animal on Earth. For example, the average dog's sense of smell is 100 times better than a human's, a bloodhound's is 300 times better, and a bear's sense of smell is 7 times better than that of a bloodhound.
Damn. That's got to be crazy living in that world where you're constantly smelling things. Is it like overload on all the things they could smell, or can they hone into particular scents? And like, I wonder how they actually do that, you know?
I mean,
Pretty
impressive.
wild. Pretty wild.
We all know the wizard from the EFAP hypotheticals would solo everyone in the tournament, including Unicron. Oh yeah, wizard's pretty powerful. Just,
The wizard is pretty powerful.
do everyone. Hey guys, I'm one guy making an RPG. May I shill it with a super chat inspired by Morrowind's exploration and New Vegas's quest writing? You didn't say what it's called. I guess maybe he's asking permission to say what its name is, but sure, go ahead. There's no problem with that.
Yeah. By all means, absolutely.
Unless the name of it is I'm one guy making an RPG.
That sounds like an anime.
It does, but yeah, go for it. Especially if it's inspired by Morrowind's exploration. People like Morrowind, don't they?
People sure do.
Yeah. Fringy grabs an attractive waitress. Ah, hello, I'm Professor Fringy. I'm making an egg with my goo in my evil laboratory. Waitress screams, I remember.
That joke, just when he grabs her arm, it's like, oh shit, already. It's like, goddamn.
Well, does he say something like, oh, it just never works? And then Charlie's like, why do you think that would ever work?
Why would that ever work? Yeah. God, the argument that they have. It's so funny. Look, it's a hard economy out there. Hard economy? How about the economy of my patience? It's running
Economy
thin,
of my
buddy.
patience.
Paper thin like these walls.
Love their fight.
Look, I mean, you have your problems too. Oh, I got my problems. Okay, get the fuck out.
You can totally tell it's Michael Cusack's voice, but it's still fun. Like I have my
It
problems
is,
too.
yeah.
Like it's trying to keep the cranked
Just a little
insanity of
high-pitched
it.
nasally.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just love how Charlie and Pim are just kind of like standing there awkwardly, but then when he starts yelling, they're
Yeah,
like
they do,
taken
like,
aback. They like don't know what to do.
The J tweets of the
Yeah,
day
it's
are
like whenever you were at your friend's house, you're having a good time and everything, and then one of their parents starts yelling at him for doing something or
Yeah,
not
and
doing
you're like,
something,
"Oh,
and you're
no."
just standing there awkwardly, like, what?
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do?
The J tweets of the day are based, bro bodied that anti-gamoogle glue man. Yeah.
He really did
I mean, a
kind
lot
of.
of people did. He was not doing
A
great.
lot of people did. Yeah, he was.
Once the paper thin arguments fell apart, it was into like, haha, you responded to me, so I win. That's all he had left.
We responded to Synthetic Man. Did he win?
I guess so.
Oh,
Responded
I
to
must have
Movie
really
Bomb.
ruffled
think
some
that
feathers
Synthetic
because
Man
they
must have had a
responded to
point?
me.
Well, the big
Well, it's
killer of
just-
it all is you responded to like 8 content creators in that fucking video. Did they all win? So
That's just a stupid argument.
yeah. Best of luck, bro. You've got countless insights into classic film that I'm sure everyone will feel much the smarter for having listened to.
Well, I learned a lot about Blade Runner from watching that video. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a lot to learn there. Yeah.
Dude, Theo just losing his shit. It's just funny to torture him with bad video essays. I know that it's fun to torture you two as well as myself, but
It just does something to Theo. Hits him in
breaks
his
his
soul.
brain. Loved King Arthur. Ubisoft should make a Far Cry game about Cool Mickelson. He'd be down for it. He did the cringe Kojima game. I mean, he's if you got the right, money, I guess he'd be willing to do a King Arthur. You wait, Mads Mikkelsen to be King Arthur? Is that what you're suggesting? I mean,
Well, like Far Cry set in like medieval England with King Arthur. I don't know if they're ever going to do that. Well, then again, they did the one. They did the
prehistoric
Primal,
one,
wasn't
yeah.
it?
Primal,
Yeah,
Far
which
Cry
was
Primal.
prehistoric. But I don't know how well that did for them. I don't know how well Far Cry 6 did for them either. I don't know. Like, it really does seem like Ubisoft, I don't even know how they still exist, kind of, at this point. I just don't feel like they have much, except for Rainbow Six, right? Like, that's basically it in terms of games that are still, relevant.
Star Wars needs a droid called Joel, spelled J03L. Why? Beat him up with a golf club. May as well. It's all he's worth now. That's what they've done. Can I just throw any old look at this your way? Are you honor bound to look at Lego Space Collectible Minifigures series if I say so? So the way we tend to do it is, the first few we're like okay with, but when we have like 10, it gets a bit much, because obviously we're not intending to be here forever. We try to break these up in something of a reasonable selection, and if every super chat had us search for a thing and review it, then we would probably start to put a cap on it. I think we did once, right? Or twice. We were like, oh.
Yeah, we've done that.
People kept asking us to look at Pokemon lore, and it got a bit out of hand. So, just please do it for things you're really invested in us having an opinion on, and try not to do loads of them, and we'll see what we can do. We're way better at having just a question. We deal with them great. We got that down. We figured that out. Ooh, someone's got a suggestion for the bracket: Rags versus Fringy.
I would never even. I won't even. I would
Yeah, I
never
mean,
think about
geez.
fighting my dear friends
Mm-hmm.
here on EFAP.
Likewise.
That's it's a really weird
So
thing
yeah,
to.
that's a draw. That's a tie by I guess both sides not participating.
Yeah, we would just go
Um,
and grab some coffee or something. We'd talk about
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh, well, I mean, my answer's a little different. I'm gonna go with Fringy's probably got round one. As much as Rags could do some damage with biting him, I think Fringy's gonna get him tossed off the
I
platform.
think I'm a barbarian.
Sure.
What kind of a savage do you think I am?
Round
Biting him?
2 is probably going to Rags. He's got his gun. Fringy's got his potions and everything, but I don't know if that's going to be able to put up with
He's-
Rags'
The
standard
first round,
loadout.
Rags would bite him, and when that didn't work, he'd shoot him with a gun.
And then round 3, we're probably looking at a Fringy victory. He's going to do Batman level shit of trying to make sure that Rags has no chance, while Rags will be like, what's wrong with you? Try to just kill him with a gun and it won't work. He'll shoot him, and the cloak will fall to the ground. He'll be like, "What?" And it'll just be a fake. And Fringy's like laughing with the voiceover, like, "You
Fake
think it would be that
cloak?
easy?" Yeah, it's that's
What
how I
about my
envision
magical spells?
it. When in the lore do you have magical spells?
I've always said I'm a fairy type. I got magical spells.
Right, that's
I live
true.
in
You
I
are
live
a
in the
fairy type.
forest.
Mr. Incredible may be pretty cool, but he lost a fist fight to the Underminer and his mechanical fist. Also, he couldn't push apart some metal pipes. Shake my head.
Yeah, but Incredibles 2 isn't canon, so
Incredibles
Yep,
2 is a
we don't
fever
talk
dream
about
that
Incredibles
someone
2.
vomited up. I don't think it counts, no.
Yeah, it didn't.
it's
actually occur.
non-canonical.
Hey fellas, suggestion for round 2 of Chief versus T1000 fight. In CE, Cortana managed to create an EMP strong enough to knock out Forerunner attack from Spartan armor. Thoughts on this affecting the T1000?
Wait, when did that happen?
I don't know, but that doesn't sound like it would be a standard loadout for Chief. Just saying.
No.
Apparently it happened
Well,
in
I guess the
CE.
standard loadout being that in this. I mean, did that happen in CE or did that happen in like the Flood?
I don't
Because I do not remember. Yeah, like in Halo CE, I don't like. Yeah, when did that happen? Rags, do you remember this?
When Cortana used laser beams? No.
No, EMP.
Like
Laser
an
beams.
EMP
I don't
using
remember
shit
that.
suit.
Into the suit? I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember any of that.
I just remember shooting the Sentinels.
Yeah,
That's
man.
all I remember.
T1000 didn't have microchips or
Is-
circuitry. No, but it must have had programming. That's how it works, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, interesting question, but I think that'll be for round 3 for Chief to make use of, and at that point he's got the all of his space chips, so he's
Well, yeah,
he's
because
good.
round 3 he won anyway.
Yeah. I'm here to shill for my favorite game of all time, Bastion, made by the creators of Hades, Supergiant Games. It's about a kid attempting to restore a world that has fallen to pieces after an unforeseen calamity. While the combat is simple, it is varied enough to avoid going stale, and the main draw is an excellent story and world building, as well as a narrator with the smoothest voice you'll hear narrating and encouraging almost everything you do. Yeah, it's got a good reputation, that game.
Yeah.
People like it.
I've heard only good things about Hades.
I think so too. Check it out. It's probably not too expensive these days. How is Hot D Season 2 coverage gonna work? I'm gonna be covering it with Gary like an hour after each episode premieres on his channel, and then we are probably going to do a big ol' season look through. I would be half tempted for us to do a split, half season at a time, because these are hour-long episodes.
And there's a lot going on.
Yeah, we're currently in a bit of a thing of, we got Acolyte, we got that. Smiling Friends is still coming out, and then there's just all the stuff we're doing in general.
That's right.
So, not
New episode
100% certain of how exactly all of this is going to work, but you'll get your darned coverage, because this time around, Rags and Fring will be watching it from episode 1's launch. They're not going to be jumping in
right.
later.
I'm very, very eager to watch.
Time for Dragon
Hot D.
Show.
I'm super into it. I'm ready.
Me. By the way, I've noticed this a lot in the past, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks, but the green light does not match when I talk exactly, but are you guys hearing any cutoffs of any kind?
No. But I have noticed that myself.
Annoying me. It's distracting me because I keep thinking I need to change my sensitivity, but I think you guys hear me better than the ring is representing.
Yeah, I hear you totally normal. It doesn't sound
Yeah,
like anything's
nothing
cutting
gets
out
cut
at all.
off.
All
Yeah,
right.
we hear you a-okay.
Good to know. Mullen needs a voice, a character, and smiling friends. A character disillusioned with modern media, and he just needs a smile. Damn it! I mean, could you? If they asked any of us to do something like that, we'd be like, yes, please. Also, has Rags played Hunt Showdown? Curious on his thoughts.
I've played it a little bit, and what I've played a little bit of, I have liked. It's an interesting kind of premise, and it's an interesting, like, vibe to that game. I should play it more because, like I said, what little I've played maybe 2 or so hours with friends, and we've enjoyed it, and I've enjoyed it. So that should be something we kind of get into a bit. It's been tense, but it's been fun. It's been really rewarding when we work as a team. It's been really cool to wander around and do stuff. I've enjoyed it.
If you liked Kurzgesagt's video on smoking, you should check out John Oliver's piece on harm reduction. Everything I know about drugs comes from it. Interesting. I don't know if I'm going to be as impressed with oh thanks. Kurzgesagt's smoking video, like it was impressive for more than just the information. I was really
Low production values.
well, there's that, but there's also I don't know. I just felt like it might actually be cracking the code for getting this message more effectively across, because all of school is too scared to do anything other than it's the worst. Like Community had an episode on this that I thought was pretty effective.
Well, remember is that? Oh yeah, go for it.
Just they assume you're a lot stupider than you actually are in a school a lot of the time. Like, it's bad. No one likes it. It makes you a loser. It's like, shut up.
No, it makes you look cool as shit. What are you talking about?
And that's the thing. When you get told that, it starts to put you in a position of just being like, I don't want to listen to you. You're full of shit. And so Kurzgesagt's opening with all the reasons why we should do it / do enjoy doing it, and then being like, now, here comes reality for you.
And it's like so quick that it slides into, yeah, so here's how it's destroying you. Here's how it does permanent damage. Here's and in like intricate detail with like illustrations that are detailed but clear to understand. This is, you know, here's all the problems with it. I was just thinking about you remember in South Park when the butt out when they go to the school?
Yeah. Butt out. Yeah.
Yeah, give that cigarette butt a throw. And wasn't that the one where, because it was so bad that Kenny was trying to eat his own hand because it was so awful, and then just like, you know, you could not smoke and be cool just like us. Hard cut to them smoking behind the school, and then like Cartman buffs up a whole bunch of like us and it's like they're all coughing because Mr. Mackey's there. Like, what are you doing here? They can barely contain the coughing.
Listen, Mr. Mackey and Mackey are different, right? They're not associated.
Why did you do that? Why would you even invoke her name next to, like,
he
Mr.
felt
Mackey?
you'd invoked it,
Why would you
so how about that?
No, I didn't. You did it.
Well, I suppose subjective is how it works. Legend has it the world was birthed from a dingus egg. Dingus egg flavor text. Oh.
Dingus egg flavor text.
Learn something new every day. I love just listening to you guys talk while doing everything from playing some games to washing dishes. You're all so insightful. I love y'all. Oh, that's very nice of you.
Oh, thanks. Glad to help you get through the chores with a bit less boredom.
And you know what? We do a lot of that talking stuff, even when we're not streaming. It's we kind of like it. So hopefully that comes through a little bit when we're doing these streams, even when we're talking about something horrible like the Acolyte or a video essay that believes it's insightful, you know, that sort of thing. Would love to see a showdown of characters from EFAP lore. The Don would win, no doubt, but it's still fun to watch. The final fight probably would be Diabito and the Don. All the
Oh, what about
philosophers.
I thought it would be I thought it'd be Diabeto and the Cosmic Chicken.
Would Cosmic Chicken be in the fight, or is that kind of like a
I
unfair?
don't know.
Oh. Creator of all
I don't
things
know.
getting in the bracket seems a little bit unfair, but maybe. EFAP crew, brood member since prefab. Thank you for inspiring me to start my own story and reminding me not to be tismy. Good luck to my budding streaming career. Hey. Good luck
Oh,
indeed.
hey.
And,
Have a good one. Yeah. Have
always
a good
nice to see an OG
career.
from back before in the before times.
The before times. Yeah.
Been a long
The
while
long,
now.
long ago.
And we're still here. Who'd win in a fight, Kirby or Majin Buu? Who dat?
That's the
I
pink
don't
guy
know what that
from.
second character.
Is that the pink guy from the Dragon Ball show?
Oh, okay. What does he do? Is he
Well, Kirby, I think, wins, right?
Is this
Kirby nearly took the whole thing.
Majin Buu? Kirby versus this lad here. Let's see what chat say. I don't know. What have we got here? Pink v pink. Kirby for sure. Kirby would beat a wish granter. Kirby for sure. I hate Kirby. This is a wish granter? What if he wishes for Kirby to die and grants his own wish?
Dang.
Yeah. Hey,
Can
we
he
didn't
grant
have-
his own wish? Is
we
that
didn't-
allowed?
Well, I would assume typically not. People like to put that rule in. The Kirbster. Goku should have beat Kirby.
Urbarino, yeah.
Boo has magic, but like, how good is the magic? You know, Kirby has some magic, right? Right, Fringy, right?
He can use magic, yeah.
He has a little wand.
Yeah, that's right.
He could cast Avada Kedavra. It's so wild coming for free. Kirby. Also from Friggy. You ever considered learning Harry Potter magic, Fringy?
No, I don't care about Harry Potter. Like, it just doesn't interest me at all.
Damn. Frank,
Like,
you
as a
love Harry Potter,
series,
right?
yeah.
No, nothing? Alright.
I don't know. It seems like, because Harry Potter was really popular, but it feels like it's I don't know. Like, what's the general vibe on it now?
I don't know, actually, because it got, like,
People
killed
feel
up
like
into
those
that
movies have
Hogwarts
held up
game.
well,
And...
or...
Well, remember when
That's true.
wasn't there controversy when J.K. Rowling said, turns out Dumbledore's gay? Like, she said that, and people got really mad because it felt like post-continuity shit.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
I
that
vaguely
created some
remember something about
But
controversy.
then, is he like overtly now gay in the in the prequel films? I didn't see any of them, so.
Well,
I don't.
I have no clue. They're not making any more of those, though, are they? Because
I think they
They
failed,
started
yeah.
doing worse and worse.
The Fantastic Beasts and the
Yeah.
Grindelwald
They
ones
did 3 of
didn't
them.
do-
They did 3 of them, but they kept making less and less money each time. So yeah, I think that series is just over.
It's interesting. You think people would be all for more Harry Potter stuff?
Well, I think I think the reason why they were going down, I mean, I can only presume it's because people didn't like those films.
Fair enough.
Well,
I don't hear
think
anything about them, so
I would warn anybody who thought, oh, so I guess Harry Potter's dead. It'd be like that shit was just not connectable enough to Harry Potter's world. I don't think.
well, the game sold a gajillion.
Exactly.
Copies,
I think
so.
the health of the franchise is more than fine. It's just the Fantastic Beasts. I think people were having a little trouble connecting it up, being like, oh yeah.
I think that's not as good of a pitch as, hey, you get to play as a student at Hogwarts, and you can, go on an adventure. Like, that just makes a lot of sense as a pitch for a like a Harry Potter game.
I'd be curious to check. As far as I'm aware, the Harry Potter games have always done okay. Like, they're just fun little
Yeah, because Hogwarts Legacy was the best-selling game of
of course.
year, right?
Yeah, that's obviously a what happened there is the whole thing with like a huge that was getting talked about for fucking ages on Twitter. And
well, and I guess another thing as well is because it came out so early in the year, it had the whole year to accumulate sales as well.
Yeah.
Compared to, like, I guess the new Call of... But then again, people did not like Modern Warfare 3, so I don't know how well that one sold. But usually it's Call of Duty or FIFA. And whenever it's Grand Theft Auto, then it'll be Grand Theft Auto, but that's every 12 years by the looks of things now.
J.K. Rowling didn't retcon it. She told Film 5 writer to cut a section where Dumbledore talked about an old GF because he's gay. It was hinted at in Book 7. Well, there you go then. This is the thing.
There you
I am
go.
not what they call a Potterhead. I
Is
Is
that
that
what
what
they called?
is that what a Harry
Potterheads?
Potter fan is called?
I genuinely have no
A
idea.
Potter-
Don't they like
Potterheads.
do people call themselves like the houses, right? Like what are
I'm
you
a
know like the
Gryffindor.
that's so
Oh, you're
funny. I don't know
special.
why. That's just something about that. That's just like, oh Jesus. All right. Like
Yeah, I bet
okay.
you are.
Ravenclaw forever. Okay.
Yeah, Ravenclaw's cool.
I guarantee you guys would enjoy Mob Psycho 100. Guarantee. Nice.
Oh
even.
boy.
Well, I'm watching. I'll
Bold
get back to
statement.
you on that one.
Hmm. What historical figure or event would you most like to see adapted to cinema? Trying my hand at writing my first feature-length screenplay about the death of Cyrus the Great according to Herodotus.
Because I'm trying to think about like if it's something that's been done before or not. You know, like in terms of thinking about what I'd be interested in.
I suppose even if it's been done before, right? Like a particular, maybe if you want it done in a particular way.
Well, yeah, because I feel even though there's so many World War II movies, I think I'd still be leaning towards World War II, like something like Tobruk or something. You know what I mean? Just like something that is maybe a little bit more obscure. Even though I don't know if Tobruk is that obscure, really.
If I have access to all of history, I might try and find something unusual that doesn't often get covered, you know?
Yeah, like some crazy battle, maybe, or
What about one of
some-
the earliest big war, whatever that may be, as far back
first
as we could
war?
possibly
Yeah.
speculate of the first significant war?
What is the
Well,
most
yeah, because it'd
ancient
be
war
interesting
look
to
like?
go back to like Mesopotamia or something, right? Or Sumer.
Or when
I
5
agree.
cave
That would
dudes
be
and
neat to
5
see.
other cave dudes were like, that's it, bro. This is happening.
What, you're gonna make that Roland Emmerich film?
And then they draw a line with their club in the mud, and then they stand on either side. They're like, all right, on 3.
How many? It feels like there's actually, or maybe it just feels that way because it hasn't been that many lately. It feels like there haven't been as many like historical fiction about like medieval conflicts. Like, what would come to mind of a film that was about like the 100 Years' War, for instance?
Maybe they do somewhat exist and we're not aware of them. I don't know. Like
Maybe.
I do feel like
I feel like
shit
there
tons
were
of films
way
come
more
out
medieval. I feel like there were way more medieval, like in the 2000s. That felt like when there was way more medieval or like ancient history, like war epics, you know?
now.
Like Braveheart, Troy, stuff like that. I guess 300, I suppose, as well.
Muller, I'm excited for you to see Star Trek DS9 episode The Pale Moonlight. It's political and puts your main characters in complex moral situations. Neat. I approve. More, I remember you saying the T-Rex was your favorite dino. Opinion on the Pokemon Tyrantrum. Also, hi Raggle and Fringle.
Yo.
Hello.
Tyrantrum. I feel like they probably played with that for a while. Like, what's our T-Rex one going to be called? We make it a combination of this, that, and the other thing, you know. Oof, lagging a bit there. Like my
Mahler?
PC was.
Yeah, I was about to say you're. Yeah.
Hope
You
it's
good?
hope it hangs in there. I don't know. I was getting a little spooked.
Oh, okay. Well,
Well,
I think it's passed, so we can carry on.
Yeah. Anyway, well, I was saying that that when they were coming up with this, they were like, "All right, we gotta have a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but also change it." And so they probably thought about it for some
It
time.
needs to be a Pokemon. Give him give him a big, funny sort of looking. What is that meant to be on his neck? What is that?
It's taking a while to load. Oh, it's not loading for me.
Oh, I can just see a poop emoji
Well, I
now.
can see it on stream.
Yeah, I just see a poop. I just see a poop. Why is it a poop?
Why is it a poop?
Oh,
I don't. Okay,
it's
well,
trying. It's trying again.
I guess
Discord's having a tism.
I'll just use Light Shot. Let's see if that works. Someone's either Discord or me. I don't know. Something's going on.
I can see him on stream though.
Oh,
so.
there he is. There he is. He came through.
Okay.
That's a neat guy.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, I
like
like
him well
him.
enough, yeah.
He's like Santa Claus.
Yeah, he seems less threatening than he could have. He seems like he might have some wise information for us. And that
Yeah,
he's a
he
little
has things to
misunderstood
tell
because he's
us.
a big old T-Rex.
He looks, he's got this sagacity to him because he's got the beard and he's been around a while. And let me tell you about all the things I've seen.
Neato. If Mola played Magic the Gathering, would he main Eldrazi?
I don't know. Maybe. You might. You just might.
Do Cyber Dark Edge Dragon. Yeah, that kind of sums up what he
Cyberdark
like.
Edge Dragon. Yeah, it's. They got some edgy boys.
Travel seeming unreal hurts Acolyte and Rings of Power. No time, no effort, no cost, no weariness. Lord of the Rings shows it well, and it adds to the seriousness of the stakes. Absolutely. It builds out your world, and it feels as though there are consequences.
This was a big issue with Rings of Power as well, where people would just be able to make these massive trips across vast distances without ever bringing supplies or having any weariness to anything. They would just show up wherever they needed to be at any time, and so you felt like the whole world was just right next to each other. That it was very like that the world was very unimpressive and small, and there was no sense of time or distance.
Yeah, they actually specified specifically Acolyte and Rings of Power, which, yeah, is, those would be the ones. What are your favorite Pokemon? I'm quite fond of Breloom, Mushroom Kangaroo that knows karate and poisons on contact, also banned in online play. We've answered this before, I think. What are our usuals for this?
Big fan of Psyduck.
Blastoise.
Really like Psyduck.
Is top tier for me.
Oh yeah.
Got,
I like Totodile. He's cool.
He's cool.
Yeah, those are both good. I really like Appleton, as we were told in one super chat. I actually, I went and got. Let me see. I got him here. I haven't put him in anything. I've got Applin, Flapple, and Appleton, the cards, and they're like green apple versions, so that's kind of fun.
Yeah.
They're really great. I just really like Appleton in particular.
Denise, King of Armageddon, denies, I'm not sure. Also, Relinquished have a link retrain called Relinquished Anima, which gets used quite a lot.
Okay.
Fair enough. Edward Elric would be cool in Showdown. Yeah, FMA Brotherhood, man. He'd probably make a pretty strong impression, I'd imagine, at top tier. Watch FMA Brotherhood and Code Geass, they're my favorite. I've seen both of them. Rags has seen one of them. Fringy has seen 0 of them. It's the perfect balance.
Yeah.
Can we get a dogs bracket with Lassie, Scooby, Quigley, Rags, etc.? P.S. This is dyslexic Douglas Michael actor. The dogs bracket. We could do it, yeah. It's not impossible. You said they start in yelling distance in the forest, so Paul Atreides would beat the Doctor in round 1 and 2 with the voice and foresight, and then beat Santa, Boogie, Doomguy, Optimus as a mind control. Can Kirby off himself? How does Kirby react to the voice? Bringing what have we got for that?
I figure he might be immune to that. I don't know.
You
but,
sure?
He would just. I don't know. I feel like if he used the voice,
he's
Kirby
certainly
would
not
just
immune
look at him like
to like a Jigglypuff in Smash Bros. You know, the influence.
That's true.
I feel like the voice would probably get him.
Someone says check out Hydrapple. I do. I know about Diplin and Hydrapple. I do know about those two, but I couldn't get those. Those cards just don't exist, as far as I know. At least last time I checked, because these are very new Pokemon. But those 3 did. Applin, Flapple, and Appleton. So I got those.
Say them enough times and you'll just come up with a bunch of new ones.
Flaplin to me, Blapple,
Flapple,
Flimple, Dimp. Yeah.
Animal of the day, the great-eared nightjar. Cool bird.
Oh, look at him.
Oh,
That is a
wow,
really
look at
cool
that.
looking bird. That looks really neat. He's got such a tiny mouth. Look at how tiny his little beak is. It's so little.
Makes me think
Oh, damn,
about
look at him.
His eyes are so big compared to his mouth. It's so tiny.
I recognize it might not be feasible to get something like this in a TV show, depending on the difficulty, but just using these as basic designs to create almost alien life, just because they're just not very, like, this isn't very commonly understood as a like, this is surprising to see and really cool. And I always think, like, there's gotta be so much inspiration in the animal kingdom to create alien animals. Just,
I mean,
you know,
yeah, the only reason we're used to stuff is, I mean, imagine the first time seeing a giraffe or an elephant or something like that. And you're like, bullshit.
mhm.
Nuh-uh. That's made up.
You liar.
A snake is just a head and a tail? What? That doesn't make any sense.
How did that happen? Someone fucked that up.
It's not... Yeah.
Watch Another and Erased, both 12 episodes and underrated as fuck. Are those animus? Who knows? There's so many TV shows these days. It could also be TV shows.
Yeah.
Just regular.
If they're anime, they're overrated.
Oh my god. Well, they probably, if they're
Oh
Netflix
my
shows, they're
goodness.
probably overrated as well. Oh ho.
Oh ho!
Dun dun dun. Yeah, fair enough. Any thoughts on an EFAP movies arc of the Hobbit films, perhaps with the same crew as Lord of the Rings, but with a more critical eye? Look into what went wrong. We had a critical eye for Lord of the Rings, right?
I think that's in there. Yeah, we did. It's just really good. There's not that
so
much wrong
to
with it.
praise. But yeah, I think
yeah,
we'd
if
be
the Hobbits
interested
in the cards.
doing the Hobbit at some
Those
point.
are weird
sure.
movies. We'd have a lot to say.
Mm-hmm. If I remember correctly, in Code Geass, Britain kept North America but lost the British Isles. Yeah, it's very much an alternate world with all kinds of wackiness in it. I don't know how it fares typically with anime people. Like, I don't know how good it's considered. Who wins a dance-off, Fringy, Mola, or Rags?
I don't think I win.
think
I feel like
Rags.
it's Rags, actually. Yeah.
I
think he wins.
I was born to boogie.
I like that Rags is
I
like,
mean, you got
well,
that
I
one.
guess I've got nothing to argue
Yeah.
against. What are
Yeah,
your
I
thoughts
think that's pretty clear cut.
on the idea of a superhero bringing his daughter, who also has superpowers, into dangerous situations? Fringy must answer first.
Like, what's the question?
What are your thoughts on the idea of a superhero bringing his daughter, who also has superpowers, into dangerous situations?
What is that? Does that happen in a movie?
I mean, the problem is there's so little context, right? If it was a
Yeah.
situation where it depends how old they are, first of all,
Well,
and
yeah,
then
exactly. Because if they're like 30 or something, then it's probably not a big deal.
it's just their choice at that point. Then we need to know more about these individual characters, whether or not they would feel comfortable doing these things. If you're
What are
asking
the
whether or not I'd
stakes?
morally condemn them for doing so, again, it just depends on a bunch of variables. I could totally picture a dad would want to be... say the daughter's desperately looking to become a hero. I could see the dad being like, okay, but with me for a while, alright? Before you go nuts and do shit on your own. And then dangerous, like how dangerous? So, variables.
Yeah, it's a vague question. Makes
Too
it
vague to
difficult
really answer definitively, yeah.
Exactly.
In honor of Dino Month, check out Saurophaganax, Lord of the Lizard Eaters. Is this guy real? Also known as Allosaurus Maximus, larger than Big Al himself. Alright, let's have a look-see. I haven't seen a picture, I'm just asking from the name alone if... Oh, he looks very dinosaur-y. Got a little picture here.
All right. Look
He's
at
the kind of guy
He's
you
got
see
a
him
big
like,
old mouth.
Yeah, fair,
He's a big old guy.
Could see him getting a few eating done pretty easily, yeah. Alright, cool. I like him. By the way, the daughter is a baby.
Oh,
Probably
Oh,
wouldn't
we got a
recommend it if it's a
Spider-Man
baby.
situation
Yeah,
here.
it seems a bit
Round.
crazy.
That just seems unnecessary. That's what I would probably say about
Seems
that.
seems
Not
a little
sure.
irresponsible, you know?
Not sure what I would have in the pros column for that decision. You know what I'm saying?
Really, I mean, maybe the babysitters are really, really bad where he
A really
lives, so
dangerous
he has to
babysitter.
take her
Keep her away.
into active combat zones to,
It's
you know,
making
because
me
it's
think
safer.
about how The Incredibles does such a good job of essentially contextualizing why Violet and Dash were in that situation, and then Helen taking it like very, very, very seriously. Because it's like The Incredibles has a few moments
Oh,
like
yeah.
that where you go like, wow, this feels like more serious than what you would typically expect.
Yeah, because they sneak
From
onto the ship, right?
yeah, they sneak onto the plane, and so then she gives them that speech on the when they get there on the island. Essentially, like, you need to understand the gravity of the situation. This is an extreme situation, and these people are dangerous. It's just a case of like, obviously, you know, when they were writing that's just like a clear example of this is like the nature of what it means to write. If you want to have a story where you get the whole family there on the island so that they can all be part of the action, you know, then you gotta justify that. You've got to justify it, and not only do that, but then like work with it to create drama. That's God, The Incredibles is such a good movie.
Round 3, Joel should have been Joel, Destroyer of Zebras. Yeah, he's quite powerful at round 3. He can kill the
Oh,
whole
he
world.
doesn't destroy zebras. It's zebra. I don't even know why I said zebras. I said zebra. He doesn't destroy them. He just destroys the people who help them.
Well, remember, it's canon. He killed everyone. He's responsible for all death.
It's
Oh.
It's
true,
all
yeah.
down to him.
Dude, and that is so funny. It's like, look, he helped a zebra. You have to like him.
So funny.
And I do like zebras, but I mean,
Uh,
Ellie didn't get a choice. She get to choose. How does Druckmann not understand that that's like a hugely important part of the equation, that Ellie didn't get to make the choice?
I know.
Like, the conclusion is like, oh, well, Joel took that choice from her. It's like, what do you mean? She didn't choose anything. She get to choose.
She's getting her brain mangled. He's gonna have to
Yeah.
do something.
wrangled.
Currently making a video critiquing Jurassic World Dominion. First video ever, let alone of such caliber. Wish me luck. Best of luck, sir. I
Yeah,
hear
have a
it's
good-
quite
yeah.
the movie to dig into, so have fun. That's the most important thing, I suppose. If it makes Fringy smile, I feed crows in my area. They get happy for cheese and fly around me. I've got a reputation as the hobbit that feeds crows.
The hobbit
get-
that feeds
they get-
crows.
I like the sentence, they get happy for cheese. That's just funny. But
Don't
yeah,
we all?
crows don't forget, both positive and negative. Isn't that this is such a fascinating thing about crows, that they will communicate to their fellow crows which humans to avoid or menace for slighting them at some point in the past. Crows hold a grudge, and that grudge spans generations.
It would be funny if you played, like, you know, that tic-tac-toe, or, like, noughts and crosses crow. You, like, cheat. It glares at you. Like, I'm not going to forget this.
What's
buddy.
knots and crosses?
So, like, naught as in zeros and then crosses. The crosses.
Yeah, is that a game? Knots and crosses?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about it. I've never heard of it.
The game that they play in good old Black Widow that they somehow fucked up.
Oh, tic-tac-toe. Interesting. Knots and crosses. Okay.
I missed the Showdown live, but I wanted to show support for the idea because it was so much fun. Would love to see more of it in the future. Maybe next time you could pick one gent and stick to characters from that only. One gent? Gente? One... Not sure what they mean.
From maybe it's one comma gent, like he's calling you a gentleman. I don't know.
Well, it says and stick to characters from that only. Oh, genre.
That
Genre.
only.
Wait,
Genre.
I guess that's a possibility. I'm not sure if that would work out so great, because obviously the weight classes was just designed to try and give some meat to the fights, because you didn't want to, like, a genre. You could have easily get the ones that are just stomp, you know, depending on who we end up with, even with similar, you know, like sci-fi. Like, on one hand, you can have a Rick Deckard who's gonna be more of a match for Jack Bauer than he would some crazy sci-fi creature.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I appreciate it. A lot of people had really positive feedback about it. I'm not sure how it would look if we did it again, but obviously we wouldn't run it in exactly the same way. I was thinking, I was exploring it with, I think, if we did it again, it might just be a matter of, let's find, 50 fights that are very famously interesting to talk about that we have the background to talk about, instead of having someone be a winner.
Random pairings, sort of.
Sort of. One of the ones people were excited to talk about was Wolverine versus Batman in the 3 rounds, and it's like, yeah, we can try and find more of those that are like, oh shit, who would win? Get some votes. Who would win, Scrooge McDuck versus Mr. Burns?
I feel like Mr. Burns is a level of ruthless that Scrooge McDuck isn't, right?
Round 1 is probably
I don't
Scrooge
know much about
McDuck, because Mr.
Scrooge.
Burns can be pushed over by, the wind. Round 2, that gets more complicated, because does Mr. Burns get his hounds? And then what does Scrooge McDuck get exactly? I'm not sure. And then round 3 is probably Mr. Burns, because as Rags just laid out, he's going to have access to everything he's ever tried to hit anyone with. And that's a lot of things. Scrooge McDuck is far more physically fit than Mr. Burns. Correct.
I agree. But
that only helps for round 1 and maybe round 2.
Yeah, I feel like the willingness to do things is a big part of it.
I mean, built in, it was the notion of that does actually play in, but they're all under the impression they have to kill the opponent. But that'll be
okay.
Mr. Bean being told that he's still gonna be floopy and oh, just awkwardly, and that Kermit is gonna be a little oh man, I gotta do this. Though Fringy had him breaking necks, so I can't say that. Maybe there's a side to Kermit that I'm less familiar with. Elephants can recognize human languages. Neat. That doesn't actually surprise me.
I heard that babies in the womb can differentiate between languages as well. That if they hear people speaking the same language, then they will be able to distinguish between that and a different language. That's something I just heard that. But I can kind of believe it, because if you're a baby, all you're doing is just listening.
Yeah,
that's all you can do in there, basically. You're just chilling and listening. That's all you do. So that's something I've heard. I can believe with yeah, because the animals can distinguish between tones. There's that's why it's why we talk to cats and or animals in a really soft, kind of high-ish pitched voice, because it's less threatening. So they can, they know about tones and stuff. And of course, no body language, and I can believe that. Elephants are supposed to be smart too, so. And I've heard they can smell really well. I don't know how good their hearing is, but that's what I've heard.
Watching Godzilla get the worst seed imaginable in round 1 was certainly a disappointment, I have to say, but it was still a great show. Any chance of a Goji Kaiju EFAP movies arc in near future? Perhaps. Not going to rule it out. And yeah, as for Godzilla, it would have been neat to get Godzilla at least one fight where he could dominate. But he's a heavy hitter, but he's got some heavy hitters to fight that are just going to dominate him. Poor guy. He tries, and we respect that. I just graduated and will start working with Forest Machines on Monday. I'm a big fan of you all. Kind regards from Sweden. Wow.
Oh, Forest Machines can sound that sounds like really fun. They could be big and chopping down trees and digging up big old holes and ditches. Could be some pretty intense stuff.
And if it's the kind of work where we can keep you company while doing it, then by all means. And hope you have fun. The guy is probably confusing Cortana rerouting all the power from the suit to use for a teleport later in the game.
I mean, yeah, she can do stuff with the suit. I just do not remember, unless they're talking about the thing that happens with when Guilty Spark falls on the ground when Cortana pops out. But she's hooked up to the control room's panel, not Chief's suit. And I'm not sure what that even was. Really, maybe he was so startled that he just fell to the ground like, "Oh my goodness."
Um, Thoughts on fire in space, even if there's no gas or liquid present for it to ignite. Anyway, for it to not be a mistake apart from artistic flourish. I mean, for me, the
I mean, I
final
don't
word
know.
on this is just just have it be. I think it's what Ryan said, right, in our coverage. Blowtorch level fire, where it's clearly bursting from something. The fire is maintained because of a flow of oxygen / whatever it's required to maintain in space, even just for a few seconds. Everyone will be fine with it. And showing the Death Star exploding isn't going to make a difference in this. Like being like, see explosions
I
happen.
guess I guess something I find interesting about it is like, yeah, just saying that, well, there's explosions in space, and that's, it's like, well, I don't know, why is it that so many people have noticed the fire? Like, isn't that interesting?
Yeah,
That so many
because
people have commented on it.
the explosion, that's like a moon's worth of like air and atmosphere
Well,
going up too. So
I think, I mean, when you talk about like the idea of Star Wars and its accuracy to space, I mean, obviously, what's to be made of the sounds, for instance, right? Of like the sounds of blasters and the sounds of explosions. And if the explosions were happening, would they be massive like fireballs, or would they be kind of like what you see in Gravity, right? Where like when an explosion happened, it instantly gets snuffed out.
Hmm.
But like, I don't know, man. Just seeing like a fire burning in space is one of those things where it's like, huh.
because it just looked like a normal fire. It didn't look like it was like 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 an exhaust, like I
Yeah.
forget what they're called when the flames and something comes out of an exhaust tube off the back of a car or like a drag racer or something. Like you have a gas that is venting quickly out into space and it is on fire. So it's on fire for a little bit and it's like a jet. It looks like a jet of flame and
Well, as
it
people
doesn't,
pointed
it's
out, it
not
looks like
big.
the wind is affecting it, which is really fucking
Yeah, yeah.
strange.
What
That is
wind?
very odd.
The
It's very
vacuum.
odd in space. It's not a very windy place, that
Not
space.
I
that
guess
You know?
windy,
the
you
thing
know.
is that you didn't have to do it. Like having ships explode in these big fireballs, you've got way more of an argument of, well, that's more cinematic or whatever, right? Like, look at those explosions, don't they look really cool?
I
It's like
still,
that's one thing, but you
it's
didn't
this.
need the
There's still so
fire.
much material that would need to be dealt with in a Death Star that explodes. You know what I mean? So it's,
Of course. Well, the Death Star in particular is a weird example. I figure you just point to ships exploding, right? Like, like X-wings and TIE fighters bursting into flames that linger for a while, right?
yeah, and
But again, it's like you didn't need to have it be that there was a panel that was on fire in space that needed to be extinguished,
well, it's an
you know?
opportunity to make an interesting rendition of Fire in Space. You can do stuff with it that would clearly, but like everybody I was seeing reacting to it, which I think is a normal reaction, being like, "Wait, well, that fire doesn't look right. This is space." And
I think that's the thing. At the end of the day, if that many people are having that reaction, was it worth it?
I
When so
think
many people like, huh,
it's the same sort of thing as if she was like, I've got the wrong helmet on for welding. Hang on, takes it off completely, but she goes before doing it, and then puts a different helmet on. We'd all be like, "What the fuck?" Like
The fuck?
you can, and then someone being like, "Oh, dude, it was like a second, whatever." It's be like, "No, you." And
Isn't it interesting that in the world of Star Wars, with all of the magic and the lightsabers and the intergalactic travel and everything, it's a little flame in space that makes us all go, "Wait a second, that's not real." Just goes to show
yeah.
the places where the mind breaks are not necessarily in the big things; it's in the little things and how those things interact with what we understand to be just natural laws of the universe.
What's the solution to the traveling salesman? I'm very
Tell
invested.
'em.
Promise.
The solution to the traveling salesman?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what this means. Is the traveling salesman a problem that needs to be resolved? That's a person, right?
Um. So the traveling salesman problem, also known as the traveling salesperson problem, asks the following question. Given a list of cities and the distances between each pair of cities, what is the shortest possible route that visits each city exactly once and returns to the origin city?
Okay, all right. I gotcha. I gotcha. So it's like a puzzle slash math problem, knowing your distances, your travel times, and
I
then
assume
taking into account the real world elements, like what are the, what road, methods of transportation are there, and okay, interesting.
is this well is there a set amount of cities and distances, or is this just dependent on whatever custom one you want to make up? At which point, I assume there will
I
be an
assume this
answer.
is like a framework of a problem where they will give you would have X amount of cities slash stops, and you might complicate it by saying you only have this much money, you have this much time, da 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 da. So it's not strictly a math problem, but it's got real world logic and stuff thrown into it as well.
Yeah, I've not heard this one
So it could be potentially
mentioned.
interesting.
Um,
Because we make variants of this in all kinds of this is almost like this is something we kind of do all the time in our lives, though it's in a different format. It's like if I get in my car and I need to do these 4 errands, I only need to stop at each errand one place and then end back up at home. What's the shortest distance I should take in the order that I should
I
take
mean, at
them
this
in order to
point,
get back
probably
without
would have been
wasting
more
time?
interesting as a question the earlier you go back, because further you go back, because now a computer's probably gonna be able to tell you the answer to this, right? Like the best thing to do with whatever thing you have.
Yeah, yeah. Though I'm sure that once you throw in a lot of other real world variables like traffic, like oh it's 4 o'clock now, and I know at about 5:30, the rush hour traffic's gonna hit, which means that I should actually go to this place first and go to the city and get that done before rush hour, even though it's technically not as efficient as maybe going another route. But I know because of traffic, I should go there first and get that out of the way so I don't get stuck in traffic later. So it'll be things like that, and that's the kind of stuff that you sort of think about when your daily life, when you're going around doing errands, picking stuff up, dropping things off. But yeah, I like the format of the question, especially with the real world variables in there to give you something to think about.
The traveling salesman problem could defeat Unicron? Maybe. I'd like to recommend you guys read Berserk. The first 3 volumes are very edgy, but if you don't get dissuaded by them, you'll discover a great story with solid world building and amazing characters.
Hmm.
Hmm,
Okay.
fair enough.
Okay.
Ooh. Would love to watch you guys cover a video that attempts to tear down Godzilla -1. Some of my favorite episodes are when you guys defend good films. Yeah, it does happen here and there.
Yeah, yeah. I've seen a video or two talking about Godzilla -1 in a very, 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 very bad way that I don't appreciate because I really love that movie.
Gojira.
But who knows? It's a tough movie to really, you know, poop all over. There's a couple little issues, but we talked about those in our EFAP on it. But ultimately, it's a really solid, excellently constructed movie.
In GTA, nothing beats motorcycles.
Motorcycles have this incredible amount of fun to them, being able to get through, uh, get through the cars and traffic going between them. The cool factor of being able to outmaneuver, the police chasing you and go through little, side streets and sidewalks and stuff. Yeah.
I mean, it was a really big selling point for Vice City was helicopters and motorcycles. That was really a cool thing.
Was that the first one that had those, Vice City?
Yeah, so
Damn.
GTA,
I had no
because
idea.
GTA 3 had cars. It had one plane, but it was kind of like a meme. Didn't
Like
really
a weird
work
add-on
properly.
kinda thing? Okay.
Yeah, it was kind of like a challenge to get it to be airborne for like any amount of time. And then Vice
Okay.
City added motorcycles, boats, and helicopters. And then San Andreas added planes, like for real. It even had dude, San Andreas was awesome. Like there was like you could go to like a flight school to be taught like how to fly the planes and then develop like proficiency in doing it as well as like increasing CJ's actual skills in that and a variety of different tasks. I remember it was one of the like those things that would compare the size of a map in like an open world game and it
Yeah, yeah.
I remember when I saw the maps comparing how big San Andreas actually was compared to even like Grand Theft Auto 4 or 5. It's one of these instances of dude, that world felt enormous. Like that world really felt big. I remember it felt like it was a decent journey to get from like Los Santos to San Fierro. That felt like a drive, and you get to see the countryside and it was like the variety of the countryside as well, because you got like the sort of like redwoods and everything like that, but then the deserts when you go into Los Venturas. Oh man, that game. Oh wait, no, Grand Theft Auto 3 had boats. It did, yeah, and then it was Vice City that added motorcycles and helicopters. God, those games are so cool. God, they were so fun. Oh man, take me back. Take me back to the early 2000s. When, oh god, it was so good. I remember like people kind of being a bit disappointed with like Grand Theft Auto 4 by comparison to San Andreas, which almost feels a bit unfair because like GTA 4 compared to GTA 5 in a lot of ways is more robust. It's just that San Andreas was so enormous that like even just going down to it's like, well, it's just one city. But and like that, I feel like GTA 4 didn't get enough credit for how many like interiors they had, and the fact that they were seamless, no loading screens, just head straight in.
Kirby wins, even though Boo can delete solar systems with ease. Kirby is a million times faster and has better abilities. Are we talking about like round 3 Kirby with the star, maybe? I don't know what Kirby's maximum speeds look like.
I have no idea. I'm sure that it's somewhere.
Have you ever played Another Crab's Treasure? It's basically Dark Souls, but you're a hermit crab that uses random garbage on the seafloor as its shell. The writing is funny, clever, and it's hard. It also has Dark Souls armor references. James was recommending it pretty hardcore. I know that, I've picked it up because, too many people said it was pretty strong for me not to want to grab it and make sure I check it out at some point. I just gotta get it in the old queue. I've been a little busy, but maybe at some point, but yeah, heard lots and lots of good things, so fair enough. P.S. Expecting another baby, and it's a girl due in October. We'll have one of each.
Gross.
Also, hi Rags and Fringy.
Girls are stinky. Girls are icky. Don't let them anywhere near you. Trust me.
Hey, Halloween baby though.
Congratulations on your spawn, though. I hope it goes really well.
Woohoo!
I hope it does okay and has a good personality and develops a good moral framework and doesn't become a drug addict, crack whore, or anything like that. So,
yeah, that's typically what a lot of people like to hear when they're having a baby. Good
I've
stuff.
Heard it's actually weird. What's interesting is that I look at having kids, and it's like I want kids and I don't want them. You know, the idea of having kids and raising kids is really interesting to me and kind of appealing in its own way to have someone that you love and you have kids with that person and you grow up and you shape their lives and watch them develop and grow and go off into the world and be like, this is me in a way making a mark in a very real kind of sense. Like I've created this life and now it's going out there to have a life of its own, and that's an incredibly grand and wonderful kind of thing to consider. And when you hear pretty much like every parent I've talked to say, yeah, it's really tough, it's really hard, it's one of it's a life-changing thing, it's incredibly difficult to do, and I'm glad I did it, and it's always worth it, and it feels excellent, and I'm glad that I went through with it. It just makes you think.
All right, yeah. You got anything, Fringy, for their wonderful new Bobby?
Fringy, how many eggs do you want?
What?
Yeah, your bird girlfriend. How many eggs do you want to have? And then you got a big nest.
You're interrupting me saying congrats to the super chatter for. Why are you doing that? Why are you interrupting?
Or what?
It isn't about me or whether or not I like it or however many eggs I want. It's about saying congrats.
He won't spell words. He won't tell us about his offspring
Jeez.
aspirations. Smaller. What do we? I don't know, man. He's all these lines. It's like I'm like Alice. I'm like Alice in the laser the laser hallway, and I'm dodging all the lasers here. That's how I feel like. I'm trapped in this little hallway with all these lasers.
Or the hallway, or what is Fringy here?
I don't know the extent of this metaphor. Actually, it's still kind of forming. It's like my new child, and I'm still discovering things about it.
You got to write it down, like get a page and figure it out. But yeah, congrats, man.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
the
good
main
job.
point. um,
Yeah.
Wasn't this a stream about the super chats from 286? Yes, but you crazy bastards have been sending in messages so hard that I'm trying to keep up so that we can then enter the. I've done a few of 286, but to be fair, we're only 3 hours in, right? That's early, as a lot of you insane people would say. This is probably why we definitely have to do catch-ups offline, because they just by the time we complete them all, there's a whole new set. This is, by the way, really long ago. Me and Drinker did catch-ups live. He did that for a few weeks, I think, and then stopped because it's like impossible.
They go way longer than
New Wallace and Gromit movie coming. Meteor is saved. Unironically, yes.
There is a new Wallace and Gromit movie coming, and I hope it's good, and I expect it will
Yes.
be good because they're always good.
They only make good things. They're like the studio that we're like, at least we know they'll only make good things.
I look forward to hearing the song. It's a good one.
The
Which is
worst
your
thing they've ever
favorite?
done is good, so we're in business.
What's your favorite Wallace and Gromit film, including Were Rabbit, if you want to include that in the mix?
So we've got A Grand Day Out,
The Wrong
The Wrong
Trousers, The Close
Trousers,
Shave.
Close Shave.
Have you seen A Matter of Life and Death?
I have not. Is it?
That was
that
the one
a-
that they made in, I think it was like the late 2000s. So that's another, like short film.
Okay, that one I have not seen. I've
Hmm.
seen Curse of the Were-Rabbit, which I like a lot. I haven't seen it in a long time though, so I do need to rewatch it.
I think I rewatched it like a year ago. I love that movie. That movie's
Yeah.
great. I get. To me, it's a fight between that and The Wrong Trousers for the top spot. I really like The Wrong Trousers. That's a really good one. Like the chase at the end when Gromit has to grab the train tracks and then lay them in front of him.
Yeah. Build the
Yeah.
To catch the penguin. I love it.
I think I'm gonna go with Wrong Trousers too, because that asshole penguin and Gromit just knows he's up to something. It's
It's great.
just
I
really
love
good.
it.
Though I will say I really like Shaun the Sheep. He's got this.
Oh yeah,
this-
yeah. Have you
this
seen the Shaun the
aloofness
Sheep
to-
movie?
I have not. No.
That's a fun movie that very oddly, like there's like one moment in particular that really hits me in the feels, which is kind of odd when it's such a it's a very goofy, like kind of wacky movie. It doesn't take itself too seriously, but there's this one moment when all the characters are in peril and the farmer guy, like they hug him because they're scared, and then he looks in the glass and because he's had amnesia for the whole film, and he looks in the glass, and then it fades back to like when Sean and the dog and all the other sheep, they were little, and they're congregating around the farmer, and it's like that's the moment when he realizes, yeah, this is my dog and these are my sheep, and it's like, oh man, that's like, oh that's like pretty emotional, honestly.
Why is Clay making me feel this way?
Well, it's just that's the power of animation right there.
Yeah,
Is
that's right.
imbuing these characters with life. I remember there was like an exhibit for Oddman stuff that I went to that had like a whole bunch of the original like clay figures and sets and props, and that was amazing. Like it's so cool seeing them in real life. It's like the artistry that they have. it's remarkable. Like Wallace and Gromit is so good.
Well, no disagreements here. Next, I mean, we could do Wallace and Gromit coverage at some point. That sounds like something we would do.
I would love to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, me
I
too.
wish maybe like a claymation arc or something, because
There's an arc there.
I wouldn't mind doing a claymation arc.
I think it would be disproportionately Oddman though, because Chicken Run would have to be part of it.
Well,
well.
Have you heard anything about the new Chicken Run?
No, I didn't. I haven't watched it.
It's a little bit scary, isn't it, as a prospect? It's like,
It's a bit scary, yeah, compared to like Wallace and Gromit, which feels a lot more cozy. The idea of another one.
Well, all right. We have Pokemon of the Day, Goodra, is this fella right here. It's not loading, is it?
Whatever loads.
Gonna
Yeah,
give you a poop
it's
emoji
Discord.
again.
Discord's being tism. It better not.
I'll just send you another one.
Oh, this guy. I
Uh-huh.
think I've seen him.
So,
Gudra.
that's the guy, and then we got the Ultra Sun entry is, it's very friendly toward people. If you grow close to it, Gudra will hug you with its sticky slime-covered body. Don't get mad.
Don't get mad. He just loves you. He can't help that he's
That's
all
just
slimy and goopy.
general advice.
He just really likes you.
Just
Yeah, that's fair enough.
don't get mad. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Right. I have a question for y'all. What devil fruit out of all of these would you pick? Yami Yami no Mi, Soru Soru O no Mi, or Uo Uo Mi? Jesus. These
I mean,
are...
what do they do? Yeah, like what do they do?
The one that gives me the ability to turn invisible at whim, so that I can play good-natured hijinks on the people of the world.
Good-natured hijinks.
I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to like be a bad person, but I'm gonna.
You don't want to be doing
I'm gonna.
it was just a prank, bro. You want to say it was just a prank, and they go, yes, it was, and it was.
Yeah,
a fun
it was
one.
just a
Let's
prank.
go.
Yeah, just give them something to think about for a little bit. You know, we all want to have a good time here.
Okay, well, fucking annoying because it's hard to tell exactly. Is this 5 options I gotta go through here?
Yeah, which one ends and where does it end and begin?
Because we've been asked some of these before, so let's see here. Alright, so the first one, large round light purple fruit made of blah 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 blah. What's the power you get, damn it? Allows the user to create, control, and transform into darkness at will.
Transform into darkness, like shadows, like a little magical shadow. Oh, is it like a Peter Pan shadow, where it can go on like the walls and stuff?
Which is funny because it says making the user a darkness human.
A darkness human? First off, we don't call them that anymore. Second off, I don't exactly know what that is in reference to. Like I said, are we talking Peter Pan shadow? Are we talking like an amorphous black mist? Or you can only travel through shadow? Or you can come out of it? I don't know. That could be really useful.
Is said to be the most evil. Okay.
Oh,
I mean, I don't want to be evil.
Probably not then. Yeah, I don't want to be evil.
If it evils you
If it makes me evil, yeah, that's no good for me. I don't want to be
the
evil.
second
I like
one,
being decent.
It allows you to manipulate souls.
Oh.
I don't know if I want that kind of power, to be honest with you.
I don't know if I want to manipulate souls.
You can interact with souls, but I wonder if that would get to be too much of a weight on your existence, you know? Does that mean that you can talk to the dead? I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. That could be useful, I guess, if you're a detective. Or if you want to talk to dead people that you know, and like, hey, what's everything like?
The third one
How you doing?
Allows you to transform into an azure dragon at will.
I don't know what the properties of an azure dragon is, so...
Still, this is probably the one I'm going with out of the 3 so far. Because I find the idea...
far, yeah.
I mean, it would be fun to go out onto a
field,
transform, and then fly around, but obviously you gotta be careful before someone finds you and tries to capture you or whatever.
Eat you, yeah.
Yeah, there's that. Number 4 seems to be... oh, wait. Number 4, there. Got it. It allows the user to create and manipulate strings, making them a string human.
To create and manipulate strings. That could be useful, because clothes are made out of strings.
Yeah, it looks like they literally just mean like string as you'd imagine, like you get from clothing and stuff. Probably pretty useful.
That could be useful day to day. Mending your clothes, or maybe, oh, if only I could resize this shirt just a little bit, and then boom, it is. Or, you know, it's like I wear 34-30, but I've lost a bit of weight. Now I'm going to go down to 33-30, and I don't want to have to jig all of my pants. Oh, they're my right size now. So that could be good.
Personally, gonna rule out the one that makes you evil. Rule out the one.
Don't want that.
That allows me to manipulate and interact with souls. That feels a little spooky to me. I don't know what I'm dealing with.
A little strange.
I think there's things to take advantage of with the one where I turn into a dragon or whatever and fly around. That could be fun. But the string one, I feel like I'm probably going to get the most use out of that one. especially if I
think
can
so.
control it.
Oddly enough, I think I agree. Yeah.
Becoming a dragon is really probably super cool though, and you could be like, "Yo, what's up? I'm a dragon." But then
I worry
I
about the
don't know.
government
Yeah,
finding out about me.
yeah.
And then they're going to capture me and study
Oh,
me. Even though I guess they'd want to do that with a string generating person, so.
yeah, string
I
generating
feel I can
person.
hide that better, though.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, let's go with a string one for now. That seems like a pretty safe, reasonable choice.
I think the issue with time travel in shows now is that they are written by people who haven't spent any real time outside of major cities. To be fair, time travel has just been tough for everybody anyway, as writers.
Yeah, like time travel is a bit of a and that's just like a difficult one to handle. It just is. It's like it invites a whole bunch of questions that are difficult to deal with.
I
I understand the innate appeal of time travel. There's something innately fun and interesting about that for a story, but
if there was like a 1 to 10 on the hardest things to write, time travel scores high, but all of those things in that scale help when you've got life experience, I'd imagine, because it just comes with the territory of being able to write new places, new people, and how people interact with each other, which if you nail all of that and then have a shitty time travel plot, people don't mind that much.
people will often look past it. Yeah.
Do an all-female Ultimate Showdown and invite YMS. We can prove that the universe isn't sexist. Speaking of, hi, Rags.
Hi.
All-female Ultimate Showdown. Who's the most powerful female character in all of fiction, I wonder? Is Unicron... Has he got a girlfriend? Unicronia?
Unicronia. What is the most powerful
Well,
female?
I mean, if it was like Jean Grey, right? Dark Phoenix would be
She'd be up there.
high up on the list.
Dark Phoenix, Captain Marvel.
Ray.
Yeah. I know, like Supergirl is pretty strong as well.
Yeah, she's probably really, really
So
strong.
it just ends up being a lot of comic book characters.
Well,
such as how it goes.
there's probably a whole bunch from stuff that we're not even aware. And think of the anime characters, you know.
I was about to say, yeah.
John Oliver has good production values. Harm reduction accepts that people will do drugs. The best approach is to reduce harm to consumers. He goes over it really well. Thought you might be interested. I find him pretty obnoxious.
I can't. Here's the problem: is I can't stand him as a person. That's kind of the issue.
But like, I'm not going to deny he may have really good research on that portion of his show for sure. I just I've seen so much stuff of him in a row where I find him to be so far up his own ass.
He was at his best when he was on Community playing a goober.
Yes.
But otherwise, yeah.
But, you know, hey, I mean, if anyone finds that interesting as a concept, because I'm sure it is very informative in relation to approaching people who have drug issues, perhaps. Like I said, I can't speak to it.
Have you seen any of Jon Stewart's, because he's back on The Daily Show, have you seen any of his bits?
Only some clips.
I have not.
He's
good?
been funny. Yeah, it feels like
it
kind of feels like it. Well, I think he did he did a show because he took a big break, and then he was doing all that stuff with the firefighters, in Congress, and that was what he was doing for some time. And then I think he did a show on like Apple TV, and now he's back on there, but he's only on there like one day out of the week. It's got like a cycle now, so they got a bunch of like the correspondents doing it. But yeah, it's been funny.
Did you guys know there's a chemical reason why chili tastes better over time? It's not just imagination. I'm gay, by the way. Oh.
What do you mean chili tastes better over time?
Does it? I didn't know that was a thing. I just assumed that like most foods, it was best fresh. I had no idea chili was said to be better over time.
It depends on like what you mix it with as well, right? And the balance.
What do they mean? Like you come to like the taste of it more over time? Is that
what? That you acclimate to it if you eat it?
Oh, chili tastes best over time. Like
I figured that was
okay.
Now that's making me think of that Kurzgesagt video about the microbes in your gut, right? And that like the food that you give them kind of creates the ones that will like that there can be like a feedback loop. That if you eat a bunch of
like
fast
with dairy,
food, the microbes will say, "Yeah, give me more fast food, bro." But if you eat vegetables, then they're like, yeah, give me vegetables, buddy.
This is something that's really predominant when it comes to like dairy intake. So here in the West, especially, and a bunch of other places as well, but particularly around here, we eat a lot of dairy. Particularly, we eat a lot of milk throughout our adult lives, which isn't like
Do you
natural,
say that we
quote
eat
unquote.
milk or we drink milk?
We drink milk. I mean, if it gets old enough, you can eat it. But
Well, I guess I'm
generally,
asking
you're
you,
not.
is it
It's
classed as
drink,
food
yeah.
or not? Because I know that
It's a
people
drink.
argue over that. I mean, I view it as a drink, yes.
I drink it, yes. I just said it as a catch-all, but yeah, you
I
drink
getcha.
milk. But throughout our lives, we have access to milk, especially because of refrigeration and stuff, and because it's yummy and delicious and it pairs with a bunch of stuff. So the microbes in our stomach, because we keep drinking milk throughout our lives, not just as infants from our moms, we keep those microbes that allow us to digest it and use it and get nutrition from it. And my mom told me this once. She said when she had me, the doctors asked if my mom and my dad drank a lot of milk. And because they didn't really at the time, they didn't give me at least at first, they didn't give me like milk to drink. It was like some soy-based milk formula that I would drink when I was like a super young infant because it was like semi-inheritable or something, where if my parents had a lot of those microbes and stuff, then the kid would have them as well. But if they didn't drink a lot of milk, I might not have them. So for a while, I was on like a soy-based formula because of that, because of those microbes.
Beta.
That's now reminding me of another Kurzgesagt video where I learned that, yeah, that in the West, there's a lower level of lactose intolerance because generally in Western countries, people drink more, consume more dairy products over their life.
Yep. Yeah.
And thus develop, whereas in elsewhere, when less milk or dairy products are consumed, it just means that people are more lactose intolerant.
Yep. That's what I've heard. We just if we keep drinking it, so we keep drinking it. It's kind of a bit circular, but I love milk. I love
milk. It's great.
I love it. Drink a lot of milk. I have it with a lot of stuff, pair it with a lot of stuff. Love it.
Also, massive shout out to Tarsiers for existing.
Oh yeah, the big eye boys. Yeah, the little big eye guys, little rodents, right? Or are they monkeys? They're monkeys, right? Little primates, tarsiers. I think they're little primates. Yeah, like little monkeys. They got those big fucking eyes. Yeah.
San Andreas' story alone is pretty much JRPG length, over 100 story missions.
It's long. It's really long. But I mean, Red Dead Redemption 2 had about 100 missions as well. But that's asking for a lot. Grand Theft Auto 4 had I want to say 80 missions, something like that. Grand Theft Auto 5 was the short one. That one had, I think it was 50 missions.
Yeah, fair.
It's always hard to say what the ideal length is for I mean, I will say I did enjoy Red Dead Redemption 2 being this saga that took me 2 weeks to finish. That was really entertaining to have something that long.
Has anyone on EFAP watched American Dad? I find it infinitely funnier than Family Guy. Much more fun to quote. Seasons 2 to 7 were peak.
I have seen it and
5,
I've
6
enjoyed it.
seasons. I like it. I think I would actually say that I would still pick the best of Family Guy over the best of American Dad. Though I do think American Dad at its best was pretty funny, but I also think that it doesn't last long, compared to something like The Simpsons, right? That was still pretty funny even, in its 15th or 16th season. By the time they get into season 5 of American Dad, it's kind of yeah, all right, I think I think I've seen enough.
Yeah, I remember I wanted a Family Guy season and I got given American Dad because I guess they couldn't get a hold of Family Guy. I remember being disappointed, but then I watched it and I was like, actually, this show's pretty good. I like this a whole bunch. I'm not sure if I ever felt like I could definitively place it, especially comparing the best of for both of them, but I was fond of American Dad. I really like Roger, but the thing is I really like Stewie as well,
Yeah.
so felt like there was a
I guess
comparison.
I think for me, for as many criticisms as I have of Family Guy, I just have way more strong memories of funny jokes from the earlier seasons of Family Guy. basically up to about like season 5 or 6. That's usually where I draw the line. But the thing is even afterward they have funny jokes. But we've talked about it before. How fair is it when Family Guy has the format of a character just says something that allows them to do any joke that they want, compared to what basically every other show has to do, which is contextualize the jokes with the story that they're telling. Family Guy essentially gets the advantage of being a sketch comedy show while also not being a sketch comedy show. And in a sense, I mean, it's what South Park made fun of, right? Like when, that Cartman was so offended by the existence of Family Guy because when he tells jokes, they have to be related to the story rather than just getting a bunch of manatees to get some balls and drop them in
a bunch of random non sequitur. Like, remember, it's like this time that something completely irrelevant happened, and then they show that thing, and that's a joke.
Yeah. And the jokes are often pretty funny.
They often are good, yeah.
It's really easy to, when you can do whatever joke you want and you don't have to bind it to the story that you're telling, it becomes really easy to tell jokes. It's a reason why The Simpsons, well, it's a reason why any regular comedy show is impressive, is their ability to weave the jokes into the story that's playing out rather than just, well, we got a story that's vaguely advancing a plot that occasionally has jokes in it, but then Peter can just say, "You think that's bad?" And then just, like, all right, here's this joke that we came up with because the manatees figured it out.
Manatees knew what was up, man.
Well, yeah, it's just funny how it's just like, oh, right, another excellent, like, Family Guy joke. Just manatees getting the balls and putting them in the slots.
I'm very happy to see Kingdom Valley as a level in the upcoming Sonic X Shadow. Let's hope the level lasts longer than 30 seconds.
Are they adding new levels in that? Huh.
Hmm.
I really like Sonic Generations, so
maybe you'll pick it up?
I might. It's Sonic Generations is the 3D one that I like the most. I really like Sonic Generations. That's a cool game.
All right.
But I do find it, because I just, the thumbnail for this new trailer, Shadow is front and center, and that's a little bit I feel like it should be classic Sonic there in front and center, and then Shadow off to the side. But,
Raggleton, if you consider yourself an Appleton enjoyer, you'll have to pick up a Hydrapple. He's a biggin.
Yeah, Diplin and Hydrapple. Yeah, so Applin can evolve into Diplin, which can become a Hydrapple. And they're neat. I really like the set, the Apple Boys. I really like the idea that they've taken this idea of the worm in the apple and turned that into a little dragon Pokemon that hides in the apple, and then he evolves into these other apple-related Pokemon evolutions. I really like the designs and the aesthetics of them, and I like when Pokemon does that. They take a concept or an aesthetic or some general idea, or some real-life equivalent, and turn that into its, Pokemon kind of version.
I can't stress enough how good Project 06 is. It's one of the best Sonic games. Definitely give it a download. You hear that, Sonic fans? If you haven't played Sonic Project 06, apparently it's a bitchin' one. Came here to shill for Bastion, and Rags here's the wrong game. Anyway, Hades is good as well. Actually, all their games are.
Oh, yeah, Bastion. I have heard very, very good things about Bastion.
Oh wait, did you not? I thought you did hear that I was talking about Bastion in the super chats earlier. Or did you not? I can't remember.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I said like Hades or something by mistake or something like that. But I've heard both good things, very good things about Bastion.
Yeah. All good. +1 on that super chat, going to shill for Bastion, not Hades by Super Giant Games, because it's goated above goat. Yeah, like I said, I've always heard good things about Bastion, and I said it's been out for a while. There's a good chance it's probably at a good price on Steam.
Bastion was like one of the sort of original prominent indie games, like when those were starting to become more, like people starting to get more aware of that. It feels like it was kind of in the era of like Super Meat Boy and stuff.
Fez and what were the other ones?
Yeah, that era.
Good times.
Well, Hotline Miami was also one of the early ones too. But
Wasn't
yes,
there
it
like a
feels like there's
basement
another one
pack
I'm
or
forgetting
something?
about.
I remember Super Meat Boy being with it. Oh, what's it called? The time drawing back one. The one. Fuck, this is gonna annoy me. Someone in chat gonna have to help me out. The 2D sort of side scroller where you can manipulate time. You can keep drawing it back because you can die and go back. Oh yeah, Binding of Isaac was a part of this as well.
Oh, Prince of Persia.
Yeah,
No, Braid.
it's
That's
not
Oh,
it.
okay.
Prince of Persia.
Oh, and Limbo. Yeah, I'm not sure if Journey would have been
Oh,
Yeah,
counted among them, but maybe.
no. Well, Journey is not indie. It's Sony.
did you guys play The Swapper?
I don't think I've ever played it, but I know of it pretty well. Actually, I think I've seen
It's a
videos on
really
it.
neat game. It's a really neat game with a super cool art style that's like a weird claymation kind of art to it. But you create like clones of yourself and you swap between being them, but they all copy your movements and you have to use those as like a platformer that you like solve puzzles and stuff with. It's really cool. It's got awesome music and a really strange atmosphere. Um, I would highly recommend The Swapper.
Mm.
And since we're talking about 2D platformy, puzzle solving kind of games, everyone play Gunpoint. It's really short and it's really cool. Play Gunpoint.
There
It's an
you
older
go.
game, but play Gunpoint. It's cheap, it's short, and it's a wonderful little cool game.
Rags,
Beautiful Joe? Hell yeah, I loved Beautiful Joe.
what do you think about Corvo versus Ratchet and Clank?
I don't know like anything about Ratchet and Clank, unfortunately. So I couldn't tell you. I just couldn't tell you. I don't know anything about Ratchet and Clank. He's a pretty sneaky dude though.
The conclusion was that Ratchet and Clank win that fight, but it was a close one.
Yeah, round 1 was
Yeah,
Corvo's, I think. Round 2
I feel
was
it's
Ratchet and Clank, and then round 3 was Ratchet
Yeah,
and Clank.
round 2 and 3 was Ratchet and Clank. Round 1 is because Corvo's abilities are innate, so he gets those. But once he has to come up against Ratchet's arsenal, it starts to like his
Yeah.
arsenal is
The thing to
powerful.
remember is like the Groovatron puts Ratchet and Clank really high up. They have amazing weaponry that
Yeah.
goes well beyond just missiles or bullets.
Oh, and
that's
just to
yeah.
be clear for chat, I know who they are, Ratchet and Clank. I just have never played the games, and I don't know like their arsenal and stuff. I'm much more familiar with Corvo because
What
I've
you need to
played.
know is that there is a weapon called the Groovatron that fires out a disco ball that makes all of the enemies stop and dance so that they can be killed.
It's like you
That's
could
a gun
use
that they have.
a wide stun at that point, and then of course you have
Yeah.
Mr. Zircon that's going to be really helpful as well.
Yeah, Mr. Zircon or the Agents of Doom. And then it's just like the standard arsenal is filled with like rocket launchers that can fire. It's like 40 rounds that you don't have to reload.
What's his shielding like? I forget. Ratchet's health.
Throwback.
Well, it's nanotechnology is what they use for healing. So yeah.
He can be
And
pretty
then plus
broken.
it's just his ships, and that's not even including Giant Clank, who basically just turns into a kaiju.
Hades is better. Don't worry, there was a second one to ask about Rags, but we'll get it once he's back. But yeah, I don't know. Bastion versus Hades. I can't speak to it, I'm afraid. Scrooge McDuck in round 3. Hired goons. You would probably have access to goons, sure, but I don't know if you were here earlier, but we were talking about Scrooge McDuck versus Mr. Burns, and I think we said Mr. Burns in round 3, probably.
Probably in round 3.
Yeah. What is you guys' opinion on the design of the Robot Master Dustman?
Is that like from like Mega Man or something?
I presume so. I feel like we would have commented on this when we did a whole bunch of Mega Man ones on other catch-ups.
Dustman.
Yeah.
I'm already imagining what that would look like. Okay.
My PC just had like a small heart attack there. I'm getting a bit worried.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's funny looking. I like him.
So what's the idea there? Is that like the vacuum?
I think
at
he's
the
a
top of his
vacuum
head?
cleaner. Yeah.
I mean, I like it. It's like appropriately silly, I guess.
I think so. It's like his eyes. He has a little goober expression.
Oh, and for people who are trying to like talk about Corvo's powers, you have to try and keep in mind the reason we were listing all of Ratchet's is because I think it was assumed Corvo wins, and it's like, well, you got to keep in mind this. It's not to undermine Corvo's abilities. Yeah, I like him.
No, Corvo's really powerful. It was a bit of a tough matchup for him, is all, because Corvo would do really well against a lot of the characters, but Ratchet and Clank are just very powerful, disarmingly so.
Also, as for why are Ratchet and Clank together, we had a couple of doubles just because that's their like almost constant operation. Like Banjo-Kazooie was sort of the same thing.
Yeah.
We had the Toy
The thing
Story
is,
toys.
though, like even if you that's right. But I mean, even if you just did Ratchet, I don't think it changes much with Corvo. Like Ratchet in the deadlocked armor with all of the guns that he has, he's still very powerful.
Yes, sir.
Ratchet deadlocked is so edgy. I love it. I'd be like, wait, you don't like Edgy the Hedgy, but you like Ratchet deadlocked? Yes, because that game is awesome. Has a great soundtrack, really cool vibe and atmosphere. It's a bit unfortunate that was like the end of edgy Ratchet and Clank. It was after that when they started to get more sanitized to where they are now, to where it's like if you were to compare the old Ratchet and Clank games to the new ones, it's kind of unbelievable how safe the new ones are in terms of tone. I think someone would say it's character development, but I don't agree. I don't agree. I think he's become a totally different entity now.
Have any of you seen Sam Neill's Merlin miniseries from 1998? It had quite a good cast. Anyway, loving the war arc so far. Thanks for all the entertainment. Glad you are. And no, I've not seen that. I don't even think I knew that existed. Was Sam Neill
I've not
Merlin?
heard of it.
1998.
I mean, I presume so, right?
Why have I never heard of this? I guess it's... The legendary wizard sets
it
out
like
to
a
raise
made for
young
TV
Arthur
thing,
as a
or
true and noble man, hoping to bring him peace and harmony to the land. Okay. Oh, there's a scheming Queen Mab who interferes with stuff. All right. Anyone in chat see this? Yeah, some people did. All right. Well, hope it was great. In 2031, on its 20th anniversary, can we have Rag stream a whole playthrough of Dark Souls? Pretty please. I promise I'm gay. I don't think...
I'm back.
Rags, you're being asked to stream
Yo!
Dark Souls.
I will. Oh, I think I'd streamed Dark Souls 3 many years ago for a little bit.
Also,
I was I
Did
played as a naked boy with a club.
Ringy, did you hear that? That's what it sounds like for you a lot of the time.
what of him just being really loud all of a sudden?
Yeah, and then it's already equalized back now. I don't know what Discord have done, but they
I know what you're
fucked up.
talking about.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about. That's happened to some other people every once in a
I
while.
don't know what it is, but they fucked up.
People in chat like loud. It's like I didn't press a thing, neither did Rags, and he's already back to normal. So something's wrong.
Yeah, it happens every once in a while. Discord. I think it's a Discord thing because it happens in some other little calls with people.
You need to brace your earballs.
Brace your earballs. Just
Thanks,
close
Discord.
your
Please
earlids.
fix it on the next update.
Close your earlids if it ever gets too bright, and you'll be good. But look, Dark Souls games, they're just not really my thing. I appreciate them. I've played them a little bit. Had a fun little time, but not really my not really my thingy.
All
so
right.
I will leave that to you guys, and I'll play my Rim Worlds and my Stardew Valleys and my Risk of Rains and Deep Rock Galactics and Apex Legends, and I have my own mix of stuff that I play, but just not really into the Souls stuff. So there you go.
Rags, your opinion, Joshua Graham versus Lara Croft.
I mean, I feel like there is some level of incredible, consistent, and almost superhuman dedication that Graham has to completing his objective. That's almost like a superpower, basically. there's like this vigorous spirit inside of him. Then again, Lara Croft is she's super athletic. She has skills in a wide variety of firearms. She can climb and get into some pretty crazy places. She has really good skills with all kinds of different vehicles. That's quite a matchup. That's really quite a matchup. I think I'm going to go with Joshua Graham just because I like him more as a character. But honestly, like, it's a toss-up. I think it could go like either way. I think this is a really even pairing.
Fair enough. I don't really have much to add to that. I'm somewhat familiar with Lara Croft, not familiar at all with Joshua Graham. How are y'all's physical game collections? I've kept all my consoles since SNES, but only 1/4 of the cartridges. The used game market is so pricey.
I have kept a relatively very small amount of games as physical versions. They're over there. If you'll permit me just a moment, I can actually go and grab them real quick. So you guys chat, and I'll just grab them.
Well, mine isn't fantastic. It's not anywhere close to what I would want it to be, but to be honest with you, I've been building out my movie collection properly first, because throughout the years, I've had different thoughts and feelings about what exactly I'll do in terms of how I would collect or what I'd want to collect with, and the destruction of the physical format for everything was something that kind of caught me off guard. I didn't really expect that was going to happen, but now I'm like actually worried that I'm going to run out of time to get the things that I really want on physical, so I'm working on it, but I'm behind on games. But my films, I'm already relatively happy, but there's still more to get.
I have all of my consoles except for my PlayStation 1, which is for PlayStation 2, so it's like, yeah. Though I would have kept it, but I think it stopped working. But I have all of them. I kept all of them. I've never traded them in, never sold them. I don't want to. I want to keep them. I've got my GameCube, my PlayStation Portable, my DS. I think I still have my Game Boy SP. I think I do. Maybe. Yeah, I like to keep them.
Probably the way to go. Someone in chat, by the way, asked, "What do you think of King Arthur as a lightweight?" He is a lightweight. He's a guy.
Well,
the
chat seemed pretty fucking split on that notion.
Yeah.
How couldn't he be a lightweight? What would bump him up to medium?
Some people were saying he's immortal and invincible, depending on what thing you're talking about or something.
For the context of this, he can absolutely, he can die and get killed. He's a lightweight. He's really cool. I like him, but he's a lightweight. He's a dude with a sword, and he's a great guy, and he's a king, and he learns a valuable lesson, and he'll be back one day. So the games that I have is a very short list, but some I've just kind of kept. I kept my The Witcher 2 Assassins of Kings Enhanced Edition for the Xbox 360. I have also for the Xbox 360 the Mass Effect 3 N7 Collector's Edition from way back in the day.
What, did you get rid of the games as well?
No, I've got them. I've got them here in the boxes and everything.
No, but it's just that you're because like I don't trade in games either. So like I have all of my games.
Like, I had a big trade in a long time ago, a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, see,
some of them I've kept. Yeah.
I don't know. I like to hoard my video games. I don't want to get rid of them.
Yeah,
so I kept everything. I even kept games I don't fucking like the Order 1886. I still have that. I don't trade in video games. Even when I was a kid, I was like, dude, this feels like a ripoff. Like I trade in like my console and 5 games, and you give me like $100 off an Xbox 360. Like that hardly seems fair. Like EB Games, like the trade in is bullshit. Like how much you get for what you're giving them is ridiculous. I don't know if it's changed, but even when I was a kid, I couldn't believe that.
I don't know. I would assume that they still fleece you. I've got 2 copies of Halo Combat Evolved, one for the Xbox and one for the PC.
Oh, actually, though, you know what? That actually does remind me of a story. I remember there was a time when I wanted to trade in my GameCube. I can't remember what I wanted in exchange, and they told me basically that it wasn't worth it. They basically wouldn't give me anything for a GameCube, which is craziness, really. Like that you wouldn't give anybody anything for a GameCube because now. And as time goes on, considering how few GameCubes were sold, I only got to imagine that GameCubes will be like worth a lot in enough time. Just because there were so few of them sold. Same for the original Xbox.
I'm telling you, man, hit up those yard sales and garage sales. You never know when you might get lucky with some of that stuff.
Yep.
But I have one more game. It's technically 3. It's Star Wars Fan Favorites 1. It's a collection of 3 games on PC. Star Wars Battlefront 2, and a Republic Commando. So, yeah. Had fun with those. But I think those are really the only physical games that I have, unless I'm just like flat out forgetting it. But I think those are really it. But I just, yeah, in terms of collectability and everything like that, just game cases and the physical games just never like grabbed me as a thing to collect. And I needed to make space. And it's one of those things like you're moving, you're going to a new place, and you're like, I just gotta get rid of stuff. I have so much stuff, I need to get rid of stuff. But yeah, I totally understand why you'd want to keep hold on to them, especially the consoles. Because I think, as far as I know, I've got like all my old console stuff. I got my original DS, my 3DS XL, Game Boy Advance SP. I think I've got a GameCube. I think it's at my parents' place in my old room. I said snagged and nabbed, and that became snabbed. But I got that at a garage sale for like $5. I think I've got. I think that is all I've got. I think the Xbox 360 is just like gone somewhere. I don't even know where that is. But yeah. But I saved all the other stuff because, like, of course, I still have my all my DS games and Game Boy games though. So those got kept. I'm gonna go put these back.
But yes,
Oh, I have the Overwatch soundtrack. That's interesting. Okay. Well.
All right. Batman and Robin fits well on the intelligence bell curve. Idiots like it, the average person hates it, and only geniuses appreciate its greatness. It's there's none like it, you know. It's a piece of art that really defines humanity. But yeah, there was a super chat came in saying Excalibur's scabbard prevents wounds from bleeding. Apparently,
I did not know that. It's interesting. Interesting.
I think it just depends on
I didn't know that.
You know, there's going to be a million versions
which version
of
the legend.
Right?
Yeah, like there's the one we watched for EFAP movies.
Yeah,
there's of course the Once and Future King version. There's all sorts of, and it wasn't there the there was that mini series in the late 90s, right? Merlin? Was King Arthur in that?
Yeah.
The one with Sam Neill, you mean?
I think so.
Wait, sorry,
right?
what? The late night. Wait, now I'm getting mixed up. Were you talking about the Merlin show? The show that was about like Merlin's origins? The one that has Anthony Stewart Head in it?
Yeah, it's got.
Oh, that's further than the 90s.
Yeah, that was the late 2000s.
Then we're thinking of two different. Oh wait, no, Frankie, I think I know which one you're talking about.
It's the one that's about Merlin, and it's like him and Arthur before they, like, because it still had like Uther Pendragon in it.
Was the one I'm thinking of called Merlin, or was it called something else?
Well, that one was called Merlin, or The Adventures of Merlin. I don't know, something like that.
Like I said, the 90s one. I assume you might have been talking about the one people mentioned earlier, the Sam Neill one.
Oh, well then, yeah, you are talking about that one then. Okay.
But Frankie, you're saying things that are making me think things. Like there was it a BBC one? Or
yes, it was a BBC one.
Okay, I think I know which one you're referring to. But well, either way, like the different versions of, King Arthur and the.
It was like a Monster of the Week show. Like Merlin would be in, but magic was looked down upon and persecuted, and there'd be like a new magical creature that they had to deal with like every episode. But Merlin had to do it in secret because if he got found out that he was a wizard, he'd get in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. That one there.
Yep. May I suggest a detectives and master criminals tournament for the future? Instead of fighting, it'd be more like who outsmarts who.
Interesting.
I guess so. Yeah, not impossible. Though I think we get into a lot of fights that really require knowing this stuff. Like if you put any given detectives like Columbo versus, you know, Poirot, you're gonna have the whole chat light up with, no, it's obviously
Oh
that
yeah,
one, obviously the other.
that would be not. I don't think people would enjoy that.
No, they
Everybody
get
would
very
be
upset. They'd
fighting
be
over
like,
that
clearly
one.
you haven't seen the episode where he deals specifically with this. And you're like, no, I haven't.
Well, it would just be like kind of a, you know, unstoppable force meets an immovable object. Who wins? You know, between the greatest detectives, like the people who always get it right.
Yeah, and you know that Batman will just clear everybody. That's how chat will feel.
Why? Because he's the most popular one.
Oh yeah.
No,
World's
Frankie, it's because he's the
greatest
best of them
detective.
all.
I wonder if people would say that good old Columbo would disarm, you know, with the just one more thing. Like if Batman wouldn't be ready for that.
He says that,
Like
Batman
that would
goes,
be his
ah,
special
and falls
move in
over.
Super Smash Brothers. When he gets to Smash Ball, he'd say just one more thing, and they'd all instantly fly off the screen and explode.
What's more annoying, John Walker haters or Wanda defenders? Wanda defenders.
Wanda Defenders.
Wanda
Yeah.
Defenders.
Because that shit's insane. I can understand, like, essentially having the story through tone convey to you that John Walker's bad, and then you just accept that because that's like
Yeah.
what the story's trying to convey through tone. Wanda's is absurd. Like it's actually insane that anybody could
Like-
be like, oh, well, you know, like, yeah, she's morally like in the right. That's unbelievable.
That's insane.
insane.
That is insane. Like, I don't know how you can be tricked into being on Wanda's
Well,
side. I can
it's
believe,
really
like you said,
simple.
I can.
It's really straightforward. Like on this one, it's Elizabeth Olsen. That's it. You like her? She's a good actress. She's very pretty. That's it. That's basically all that goes into it. The writing is ridiculous, and like I don't know. It was just like I just couldn't believe like the people actually, you know, like, oh yeah, you know, Wanda didn't do anything wrong when she was like destroying Kamar-Taj and like killing all of these sorcerers that were just trying to defend their temple. That was crazy.
Truly it was.
No, it was the Darkhold. It was like, oh, was it? Because that got destroyed and she was still doing evil things. So what's the deal?
I'm not unpacking that shit again. That's all in the video, okay? Put it away, oh my god. Who'd win, Zorro or Robin Hood?
Jeez, that's another toss-up, isn't it? I feel like
it could go either way.
I think Robin Hood has better range because he's like an expert bowman.
That's
so,
true.
and I don't know if
Does have the
Zorro
bow.
ever was like a range like specialization. He was like, I can believe that if they meet face to face, Zorro would probably win. I think in a fight, although they use different kinds of swords. So how you use like the rapier is different than how you'd use like a long sword or like the swords of that age. But oh man, the whip has got to come into play though, and they both have like hideaways. Like you got Sherwood Forest and the Zorro Cave. They're both kind of like very similar to each other in what they do. You know, they're fighting for the people against the evil Duke slash or Sheriff slash Baron. Oh yeah, that's a close one. That's a really juicy close one. Oh, that's like coin toss, I feel. Because like yeah, Robin Hood has a really big advantage with using a bow, but Zorro has it like built into his skill set to not get shot, and he has to constantly keep that in mind because of all the guys he fights. So I think that'll kind of like cancel each other out, you know? Oh yeah, that's. I mean, it might come down to just like who you like most. I don't know.
Some of them did go that way, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who I'd choose. They're both really good. They're very similar.
Can be hard to say, but I mean, Zorro, from what I was gathering in a lot of his interpretations, he gets a one-shot pistol. Apparently that's not uncommon for him.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, I guess.
Andor. What if Cinta died? Season 1, episode 12. Val becomes disillusioned with rebellion, while Cassian becomes passionate about it. Val can even resent Cassian because they were hunting him. Be
I mean,
interesting.
I want to change Andor, I suppose, more or less.
No, I mean, you know, it's just, I guess, an idea. It's,
But I guess it's an idea, yeah.
EFAP 303 months. Hope this Gardic phone. Yes, we will try and
Woo!
ensure that. But yeah, it's crazy. We're already back to a anniversary. Kind of goes quick, you know, as does the year. I've got 90 minutes on my hand. What movie should I watch?
90 minutes?
A lot of good 90-minute movies.
You'll be looking at a lot of animated films that'll get you, you know, like 80 minutes.
Is
How long's
Shrek
The Lion
90
King?
minutes?
I'm not sure.
Watch Snow White,
That's
the
even
first
shorter than that,
animated
right?
movie. Yeah,
That's even
Snow
shorter. Yeah,
White's.
that's like barely over an hour. The Lion King
Yes.
is 88 minutes, so you can watch The Lion
Yo, 2 minutes to spare.
King.
Yeah, you can do anything you want with that 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And you got loads of suggestions in chat if you want to take advantage of any of them.
Mhm.
Was
You
playing...
watch a whole season of Smiling Friends, that's right.
Oh, hey, there you go.
Was playing Cookie Clicker and found Grandma Rags.
Oh,
All right. Yeah, fair, I guess.
She
yeah.
sounds hot.
3 hours and 15 minutes in. Keep it up, Lance. I know, right? Still haven't started, really, the catch-up yet. Just getting through those messages. Mandatory thanks to Rags for planting the seed to get me to build the Death Machine. Who else is hyped for DRG Season 5 this Thursday? Rock and Stone.
Oh, I'm very excited for DRG Season 5. It's a big season. They've mentioned a whole heap and helping of stuff that'll be in it. So I'm very excited for it. That'll happen soon. Super excited.
There's a Wallace and Gromit ride in Blackpool, by the way. Cool.
Oh, you go vacation there, Fringy. Take the ride.
Well, I've been to the UK. I didn't go there, though.
Oh,
I'll probably end up going somewhere else first.
I
somewhere
guess
I
that's
haven't
fair.
been
That's
before.
fair.
Like America.
Hopefully there's a Wallace and Gromit ride wherever you go.
Yeah, is there a Wallace and Gromit ride in New York?
I have no idea.
Or is there a Seinfeld ride or something there?
A Seinfeld ride.
Hey,
like...
look. All right. It's an
just,
icon in New
like
York,
a
even though
Frasier ride where you're just like, what is it's just he
I think
just
the whole time.
like, what does it do? Mr. Rogers would have been too OP to include. Yeah, we knew that going in. Nobody would in the battles. Nobody would harm him, so he'd automatically win. I'm absolutely on board for a stop-motion arc. You've got to include Leica Films, Coraline, Paranorman, etc. I love Aardman, but Leica is a close second. Yeah, it probably would. Don't see why not.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Coraline's a great film. And, of course, you know, Nightmare Before Christmas.
Classic. Favorite episode of Smiling Friends Season 2 so far? We did kind of answer this earlier, right?
We mentioned that earlier, yeah.
Sort of settling on...
the Alan Adventure,
and
or
the
most recent one.
Which,
Professor Psychotic.
Getting another one in a day's time, right? Something like
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Exciting.
I'm surrounded right now by fringy-faced corvids all saying, oh, look at him. Look at that funny little guy with cheese. They're getting happy. Oh, it's a good place to be, I think. Good stuff.
Cheese is good.
Synthetic Man
It
vindicated. Is. Rags was born drinking snoy milk, and that's why he was born shorter than his mother, just like Atreus.
I was born shorter than my mother, that's true.
Wow, that's pretty soy, bro.
The baby's coming. Oh god, I won't stop. Oh god, it's so long.
New Dragon Age gameplay next week. I want it to be good, but EA and BioWare have not produced a good game for 10 years.
Oh, that's probably... EA has probably made a good game in the last 10 years.
Name 3.
I mean...
Oh, shit.
Well, they've released a few games in a lot. I mean, they released Mass Effect
Titanfall 2, right?
And they released Anthem. Wait, what?
Titanfall 2, wasn't that EA?
Oh, EA. Oh, just EA, the publisher. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, if we were talking about games that they released that I like, yeah. But that was 8 years ago.
The olden
Long
That's a
time.
long time ago.
But yes, I don't know why there's really no cause for any expectations at all when it comes to any new BioWare game. It's been like 5 years since the last one. They've had a massive amount of attrition of staff. Basically, like all of the leadership that ever was there back during the, I guess what you call the golden age of BioWare's gone. I don't know why there'd be any expectations, or that if there were, that they would only be negative. Especially given that this game was announced, like 5 years ago? Definitely restarted development once, maybe even twice. I don't know. I don't know. See, I guess we'll see. My guess would be that this is kind of their last chance. If this game fails, I don't see how BioWare keeps existing when Anthem was a failure and Mass Effect Andromeda failed.
Rags, what is your opinion on Magic the Gathering?
I like it. I haven't played it in a long time, but when I did play it and collected it, I enjoyed playing it. So I don't really have any strong opinions on it. Some cool cards, cool art, some neat rules. No strong opinions though.
All right. Read the synopsis of Hundreds of Beavers. I think we've had that recommended a few times. It's a movie, right?
About beavers.
A drunken Applejack salesman must go from zero to hero and become North America's greatest fur trapper by defeating hundreds of beavers.
That's interesting.
Yeah, why not? I hear it's a good one. Here's a super chat to say, I love Glep. I love Glep. Yeah, Glep's pretty good, man. He's a good character. Solid. I'll wait to see where he ends up. They're probably going to have a Glep episode in Season 3, I'd imagine. They got to realize his potential,
yeah, a Glep adventure.
Yeah.
I'm hoping they make an Alan adventure too. I want to see another one.
Also, Muller, if you ever do decide to make any One Punch Man video, I recommend reading the author's original self-drawn web comic. The redrawn comic that the anime uses used to be a one-to-one adaptation, but diverged so much that it's practically a different story, starting strongly during Season 2. Really? That's interesting. It's like the source got adapted into another source that got adapted into the anime, which has its own issues from what I hear. Like in terms of adaptation.
Right. I remember because I read the volume 1 of the manga, and I remember there being a lot of panels that were like 1-to-1 in the anime.
But
yeah, maybe as time goes on.
That's curious though, right? Like there would be people would be like, nah, it's the original web drawn thing. That's the true One Punch Man.
The true One Punch Man, yeah.
All right, fair. Also, more. Oh wait, yeah. Excalibur's scabbard. Oh, I read that one. You missed that King Arthur gets Transformers. Of course he does. You can call them in when he reaches round 3, and he can call in Anthony Hopkins. So see if that
King Arthur
out.
can have Merlin transform him. So, yeah.
We did try to address how, like in Marvel, like, can Cap call in a bunch of people? It's like, probably not, because then that ruins
kind of against the spirit
thing.
of the whole who versus who, yeah.
The Excalibur's sheath detail exists as early as Sir Thomas Mallory's Le Mort d'Arthur from
Le Mort d'Arthur, The Death of Arthur.
60s. I'm actually going to York this fall for my Masters in Middle English Literature. Oh. Well,
hey.
That's a pretty early reference. All right. How does it work then? He can't bleed, but can he be killed? How does it work?
I think so.
If you chop off his head,
it's
right?
called The Death of Arthur. Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty neat to not bleed, but yeah, it's not the only way that people are going to get you. Right. Let's see here. The Don solos everyone. Yeah, it's another reason why we can't include certain characters, because it just becomes way too obvious, way too easy.
Not fair, yeah.
Important question, does Batman have prep time? That is the meme, and it is why Batman probably wins 99% of his round 3s. But
Yeah.
obviously he didn't get to have.
But round 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's what like
doesn't help
helps
you.
to balance a lot of this in different ways. You
Yeah.
have fights that give everyone a sort of playing field that they get to at least stretch their potential out on a bit more. Can't believe some random anime character won the whole thing. It wasn't anime, it was comic, but that would have been a fair guess.
Well, it's American cartoon, yeah.
Yeah. Come, Mola, hurry up. Finish all the cyber chats this episode. You'll have more by next anniversary. Also, you
Cyber chats.
cyber chats. Also, your objectivity sellout. Star Trek TMP is the best. Star Trek TMP? The
Mantum Finis?
Ooh. I haven't seen that.
Sorry, what? Star Trek TMP? The
Mind Probe. I don't know.
The Mind Probe! Oh no! Shields up! The Mind Probe is
Here
coming!
it comes!
Here it comes! Brace your... Fortify your minds!
Oh, the motion picture, of course. You think that that's the best out of all 6? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'll allow it.
Okay, listen, you're wrong.
I'll allow it. I just prefer, you know, a lot of the
like
other
all
ones.
the others, most of the others.
Look up image of Rayman Origins bean platform. Look at those happy little fellas. Alright. Rayman Origins bean platform. I don't know if I played it, Origins or not.
I hope you have.
You seem relatively happy. Which is the one where they really match in the music? Is that
Oh
Origins?
gosh.
Well, both of them have that, but Rayman Legends has these levels that are specifically designed to be accompanied by and match the music. So you're probably thinking of Legends.
I think that's the one I played for sure. I'm not sure if I played the other one.
Okay.
Yeah, those guys look like they're having fun. Hope they end up, you know, okay.
Oh, we're happy beans.
Sash Lilac Bodies Classic Sonic. That's my hot take. Who's Sash Lilac?
Who's Sash Lilac?
Is that a Sonic character?
I have no idea. Is that a Sonic character?
Sash Lilac, also known as Lilac the Dragon, is the main protagonist of the Freedom Planet series. She's a hybrid water dragon of unknown origin. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Well, fair enough,
Good.
I suppose.
Good job.
Yeah. Sub since 2018 with Bell. Still never had a notification. Tried resubbing, but still none. For the Thing-like entries, look up Kandra from Mistborn. Well, first of all, that's annoying about the notifications thing. But secondly, Kandra from Mistborn, are they good at dealing with entities such as the Thing? I don't know my Mistborn. Either of you nerdy enough to?
I've got no clue. Yeah.
Nope. You know, we got our weaknesses. That's a Brandon Sanderson thing, right?
I think so.
Farewell and adieu to you massives of Fleam and fair Fleamish massives. It's, once again, gay actor Michael Douglas entering the fray of discussion. Each of you say the ghouls line. Us cowpokes, we take it as it comes. Optional one makes the soundtrack. Huh?
I don't understand that.
I'm not sure what they're asking for. Optional one makes the soundtrack.
Optional one makes the soundtrack.
Well, I don't know what the soundtrack was.
I don't either.
The soundtrack of Fallout?
Fallout, yeah.
Makes the soundtrack?
I could just pick a song, like just one of the songs, but I find it all confusing.
Okay. I'm unclear on the request. I am so very sorry.
Each of you say the ghouls line. And so we have to say that line.
But
why did you miss?
asking...
It feels like you missed the conversation. What about the song?
Yeah.
Well, I guess we can't. I mean, we can't do the song, right? But we could say the line.
Okay.
Yeah. So go left to right.
Oh, alright. I can't remember how he said it. Us cowpokes, we take it as it comes. There you go. I put my heart and soul into that one.
I thought it was beautiful.
I don't think you did. I don't think you did. I think he's leaving some
Okay,
on the
you're
table
giving me-
for
wow,
later.
jeez. Wow, all
I
right.
Well-
think you're holding out on us here.
He's like cow. That's when he's filming his show, right? Or is it? That's cowboy. I'm trying to think of.
Is it? I
Or is it when he's the ghoul? If it's the, I don't fucking know. Either way, us cowpokes, we take it as it comes.
there you go.
That's a good one. I like that. Us cowpokes, we take it as it comes.
Hume. I'm a whistleblower from Fringy's Goo Factory. I don't have much time before they find me. The secret ingredient to the goo is... Oh, and he got cut off. No.
Oh no, we'll never know. Fringy's goons got him.
Damn.
Fringy's goons.
Let
I
me
don't-
guess. You
know
deny
anything
any...
about
You
any
don't
of
know
this.
anything about this. Yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
I do. I don't know why you made it to where I can't win, but I do. What is that? I don't know what's like.
Yeah, that's
just gonna be
crazy.
Won by
Never
being
heard
an
of that,
ethical
yeah.
employer. But yeah.
What an insane thing that happened there. You have fleamish hands, Mr. Massive. You've been counting grumbos all your life. I know, you've sent that one before. I recognize it.
Fleamish Grumbos.
How dare you all for using the N-word with the hard R around Fringy? Nor is his word. You can't say no. You can say no, but it's also offensive to Shad. Yeah, that makes sense. We get passes for the nor. They're printed and sealed in bronze. Jar Jar wins all. It would have been funny to have Jar Jar fight Mr. Bean. What's Jar Jar get at level 3? I guess he gets his Boombas.
He got Sith powers, right?
No, that's
Or does
made
he-
up.
Oh, well, he'd have them at level 1.
That's made up
Look,
though.
alright,
That's
it's
the
up to-
best of the fiction, but it isn't official fiction.
Look, okay.
He gets his Boombas. He gets all of the Boombas, the blue Boombas, and his little horse monster that he rides. So, you go, Jar Jar. I don't know what that's gonna do against Mr. Bean's car, but he'll try. I guess the Boombas probably work pretty good on a car, actually. They seem to
Probably.
they fuck up the AATs, right? So, you really are Fleamish Massives, a double Biden. Yeah, apparently we did another one of those super chat catch-ups we'd already done. I didn't realize. You'd think we would get it from questions we're more familiar with, but apparently we didn't. And it's all right though. We're still popping out new ones all the time. And today we've done already 4.5 hours of super chats.
Wow.
That's
a lot.
The time, it just keeps on rolling. I'd be so mad if Jimmy Carter isn't on here. Yeah, I did consider it. It would have been very funny.
Interesting.
Ninetales only has 8 tails.
No, he has 9. I counted them on the card.
Oof. Now we're dealing with misinformation. Can you believe it?
Interesting that Super Chat would do this.
And he followed up with, no,
He
really,
does have
count
9
them.
tails. I did. He has 9.
What are we to do here? Battle.
Like I specifically here, I can get you a picture. I really fucking hope he's got 9 tails now. Yeah, it's 9. I'm looking. This is madness. He's got 9. Here, I'll even use the original card art.
Do you think the rationale is that like tail 7 and 9 are the same if you count them from the back?
All right. So
I think that might be
1, 2,
it.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Look, they're clearly segmented. You can clearly tell. It's not ambiguous. There's clearly 9.
Once again, Discord loading this image as fast as... Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Like
Yeah.
I was saying, I believe that someone may have assumed that this tail right here turns out to be that tail, the last one, which is propaganda. That is not the case. This is its own tail. That's its own tail. And to say anything else
they're
is a
just
lie.
so clearly segmented. That's wild.
Alan Wake 2 DLC is out. Whoa!
Yeah.
I'm sure everyone's jumping
How
on that.
exciting.
I hear
something
honestly-
I did
talk
really
about it
find it
never.
fascinating about that trailer, that it was like winner of 200 awards. And it's like, but this doesn't mean anything. Your game is failing right now. Like, it's not.
Well,
You know what I mean? It's like, yes, the gaming journal said it was really good, but that doesn't help. Like, it
I
just
think-
doesn't translate.
Surely this is indicative of something in the same vein as a film going to streaming. A game getting a DLC, what feels like this early. I'd be curious to know all of the statistics on when games typically get DLCs, but I always thought it would take a bit longer than this, specifically because it
Oh, well, I guess it's been 6 months, right?
still. I mean, this is why I wouldn't mind having a scale. How long did it take for Ragnarok and Elden Ring to get their DLCs?
Well, Ragnarok was a year. Elden Ring has been a while.
Yeah.
Elden Ring came out, I think, in 2022, right? So it's been over 2 years, I think. But that seems long. Like Elden Ring is a case of they finished. Because my guess would be that anything that comes out this quick means they started working on it before the game came out. Whereas the Elden Ring DLC sounds like that's a case of they made the game, it was really successful, and then they set out to make DLC.
Well, in any case, I don't think this is going to help Alan Wake 2 at all. The numbers will,
I
of
don't.
course, go up, but
I just don't.
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't know. I think I am just like fascinated by. We won 200 awards. It's like, but nobody cares.
Nobody
That
gives a
doesn't-
shit.
That doesn't.
Like if that's the
matter.
kind of game that wins those awards, if anything, you're dragging down those awards too.
Well, I think it's just a case of Alan Wake 2 is the kind of thing that people who have insecurities about being reviewing video games rather than like films or TV shows, that's the kind of thing that makes them feel. I don't know. It's just like that. I don't know. It's like how do you explain to somebody how awesome the mechanics are in that game, you know? And how do you do it with a straight face? Like it just, you know what I mean? Like like what do you
Yeah,
say to people about how great the combat is, for instance?
that was one of the much more standard experiences I could ever have had in terms of why I didn't want to play the game anymore. The mechanics were really thin, really short, and really crap, and the story was horribly written. It was, and I had, I think 5 to 6 hours of that. I was just like, yeah, I would rather spend my time doing other things. As simple as that.
I've really been starting to think about this a lot. I really don't think that you gain that much anymore from simply being a cinematic game or like striving to be cinematic. And I think it really is because a game like Uncharted 2 that feels like kind of one of the early examples of a game that was trying to be very, very, very like cinematic and, you know, like it's like summer blockbuster, but you play it. That came out like in 2009. And then, of course, if you want to go even further than that, there were other games that were going for like, you know, a cinematic kind of style in terms of cutscenes and direction earlier than that, even on like the PlayStation 2 and the PlayStation 1. I don't know how I don't know how much of a selling point it is now of, well, our graphics are really good and like the cutscenes are well directed in terms of cinematography. I don't know how far that can carry you anymore. It's like, you know, because
It's
people
not
would say,
new and
"Whoa,
shiny
God of
and
War Ragnarok is a movie game." It's like, yeah, but it's not though. It has mechanics. Like that's the thing. It actually has mechanics. Because I feel like Hellblade seems to have suffered from the same problem. Like it's a really hard pitch of like, well, it's 5 hours long and there's not that much gameplay in it, but it looks really good. I don't know how much that's worth to the average person anymore. Like I feel like the time of being impressed by good graphics and cinematography is like over. Now you need you also need it to be a game that's fun to play. You know, like I don't know. Because it feels like these are some notable examples of games that come out, have really high production values in terms of graphics, and their main aspiration is story, and it's just not working. You know, like it just doesn't seem to be grabbing people. It's not interesting enough on its own. And so it's like, well, then the story needs to be really, really good, like to make up for that. And in the case of Alan Wake 2, well, you know, I mean, it feels like Alan Wake 2, because someone's mentioned the Order 1886, which is like, yeah, that, like, that was a game that it had crazy graphics and it had a lot of cutscenes and it didn't have a lot of gunplay and it didn't work.
Despite Arthur being the main dude, he was never the strongest knight of the Round Table. Lancelot was the best, and then Lancelot's son Galahad was even better. Hmm.
yeah, Lancelot was better in combat than King Arthur. He beats him.
Well, well.
I mean, it's part of the thingy.
Star Trek: The Mech's Penetration is that a movie I've yet to see. Sounds made up, but also sounds great. Congrats on Empires of the Undergrowth 1.0 release. I think anyone who hates you has gotten the game and thought, wait a minute. I assume not.
Hilarious.
The thing is, the most people, like the people who hate us the most, wouldn't recognize us by voice because they're not familiar with anything we do. Like they only know us
they don't
by
know
the
anything
images.
about us.
So yeah, it's fine. It's like and besides, I wouldn't want them to have the enjoyment of the game interrupted by recognizing me. I prefer they don't, to be honest with you. Like, do your best to fucking take the game for what it is, which is a fun ant sim with me trying to talk you through killing ants. But yes, I think the main fleamery of the game is now launched. Rags Applin got a new evolution line in Diplin and Hydrapple in Scarlet and Violet. The shiny forms are caramel apples.
Oh, that's really cool. I know about Hydrapple and Diplin, and I assumed because there's green apple variants of the original 3 that they might do something like that with the others. So that's really cool to see. I'm glad they're really leaning into it. That's fun.
What you giggling about, Fringy?
I'm just smiling, friends. It's on my mind. It's making me laugh. I'm just thinking about the rotoscoped fight in episode 5 and
Yeah, it's
how when
brilliant.
he grabs Professor Psychotic, he turns into the same style. And it's just funny. Ugh.
Look at the Rayman villain, Mr. Dark. He's a childhood favorite of mine. I've always loved his design, especially in the Game Boy Color version. Is this lad, who I think does look pretty cool.
He looks cool. I like his
Mr.
hat.
Dark. That's a big old hat. He's got
Yeah.
some goobly bits hanging down. Maybe they're like magic totems, or maybe they're just decoration, or maybe they're the bones of his enemies that he's polished and hangs up there. I don't know. He's only got 3, so it's not that impressive.
Yeah, if he had more
guess
than
it depends
3,
on
it
who
would
they
be more
were.
impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But maybe he had the really incredible, the really big enemies. So 3 is very impressive. I don't know.
YouTube seems to have
Yeah,
added
what's
an
the
option to like and comment on super chats, but of course no dislike option. They really can't help themselves. Yeah, it's always been funny. It'll never not be a bad decision, and there's nothing I guess they can do about those extensions, which is kind of even funnier. But yes, I don't know if people really like the whole ability to reply to super chats, but why not, I suppose? Just an additional feature, doesn't hurt anything. Fisher is low-rent Batman, GTFO. Damn.
No, he isn't.
No, he's not.
What? No,
Why
he
would you
isn't.
even
He's
say
a
that?
clearly
They're not
distinct.
saying.
Why would you say that?
Clearly
that's
distinct.
stupid. That's a dumb thing to say. Sam Fisher and Batman don't really have that much in common at all.
Oh,
One
wow.
uses guns and kills all the time.
I mean, I guess
so-
they both do stealth, but like one of them is a superhero with all of that going in terms of his character, and the other one is like a special, like a spec ops, like super soldier sneaking around and doing, getting up to shenanigans. I guess is it really just that they both do stealth and they both use gadgets? Is that all there is to it? Like the context of the world that they reside in and the context behind why they do anything just doesn't matter.
Well, simple as that.
All right.
Vader is Jar Jar's bitch. Okay.
I don't think so, but
The good Robot Chicken sketch where
must have been a deleted scene.
Oh yeah.
Force Ghost Jar Jar visits Vader, right? Or something.
I think my favorite one was the one where the Emperor goes to the Death Star and he's waiting for his luggage.
Yeah.
They're waiting there, just going around. Is that no, for the 100th time? That's that same stupid striped bag, or that same stupid bag. Mine doesn't have a stripe. It's like that stripy bag is mocking me. Fuck you, stripy bag. Well, my suitcase is gone. Sacrifice to the airport gods.
Airport gods.
Sacrifice to the airport gods.
And then the part where he's sitting there in his seat, and then the vent falls off, and he's like, Could this day get any worse? I said that ironically, so I think I'm good. An hour later, what are you doing? Put me down! Gets thrown off by Darth Vader. Oh,
Good shit.
God, that was funny. Robot Chicken Star Wars, that was something that actually maintained its quality rather than the Family Guy Star Wars ones that deteriorated in quality as time went on.
Yeah, Blue Harvest is pretty good.
Blue Harvest was good, but after that, they just, started to fall apart.
Hello, gents. How about an EFAP about corporate cringe? Good example recently was NVIDIA's CEO's statement, quote, "The more you buy, the more you save, lol." See,
That ain't anything new. That's nothing new.
That's
that's-
normal, yeah.
that's true.
normal. That's super normal.
But I would go as far as saying the more you buy, the more you save is perfect for like a fictional company. I could totally see that.
Yeah, that sounds like a cartoon company, you know? Like, that sounds like something Mr. Burns might say.
Yeah, like a penny saved is a
'Cause
penny
I won't.
wasted or something.
A penny saved is
yeah.
a penny wasted.
Alan arguing with the six-armed guy was really funny. Yeah, it was fucking great. Just the guy in the store who's clearly a personification of everyone who despises their job and in a bad mood and just trying to get them shelves stacked, and then Alan asking questions.
Yeah, God, that was so funny. Hey, look, man, back off or bad shit's gonna happen.
Bad
You know, that's
shit.
okay, what do you want, huh? What's going on? What do you need? Don't get nervous now. What? Ask your questions once.
The fucking manager in the
Look,
background getting
asshole,
angry.
Yeah. And then, thanks for getting me in trouble, man. Bye. Bye-bye. See ya. Bye. Bye. Get out of here, man. And then all the shit falling on him.
He just crushes him.
What? Oh, man. Oh, so funny. And then like to have all that greatness and then just Alan riding on his little scooter into the bad part of town with the guy going, like, oh, and all for Burnout Revenge on the PS2. Which apparently the average price of buying like Burnout Revenge, I presume on eBay, like went up because of that episode by a few dollars, which is funny.
Somehow that makes a lot of sense to me.
On the PS2? It makes a lot of sense. It's just a funny meme when you like actually say it. But that's the thing I need to know. Have either of you played Burnout Revenge on the PS2?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I played a shit ton
I don't
of
seek
it.
revenge on the road. I think it's a bad move.
I don't even know why you would say that. I'm asking if you played Burnout Revenge on the PlayStation 2.
Oh, the game. Oh, no,
Yeah,
I
that's
haven't-
right.
I haven't
Burnout
played
Revenge
that.
on the PS2.
I have not played that one. No.
I think I played it on Xbox though,
fun
not
game.
not
On
PS2.
PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Man,
it's good
Burnout
enough.
was a cool series. It's kind of a shame that it died for Need for Speed. Because that's basically like why it doesn't exist anymore, because Criterion started making Need for Speed games. It's like, man, that's unfortunate. It's just lame. It's lame. That's what it is. It's lame. Because Burnout's like got kind of it's the emphasis on vehicular combat, like in a racing game, is really fun. And that was an element of the Need for Speed games for sure, but it felt like it was, that was like a focal point of Burnout. And then it's like, oh well, that doesn't get to exist anymore because we're gonna get Criterion to make Need for Speed games. Which is funny because it was around that time is when I started to like not be paying any attention to Need for Speed. It's like Need for Speed, like Underground, Most Wanted, Carbon, and it's like, yeah, after that started to drop off.
Like a bumper after an accident, yeah.
Yeah, that's how it do.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Remember when they added Mega Man to Street Fighter X Tekken, but it was the version of Mega Man from American box art for Mega Man 1? That's a thing they did? That's amazing.
Like a meme. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, I would almost be very happy if they did.
That was the stunt double who had to pose that day.
Happy, though, was that the era when Capcom was like weirdly ignoring Mega Man?
Well, realistically, I could understand people being very mad at that. I'm just saying it's funny.
Because I remember that it was something that was like there was just like this era where like Mega Man just wasn't in stuff, Because it was like Marvel vs. Capcom 3. That's what I remember. That game didn't have Mega Man, and even when they did like Ultra Marvel vs. Capcom 3, they still didn't have Mega Man. Which is just like, wow, okay, no Mega Man. It's like kind of your mascot, but all right.
Play Kevin Costner's Waterworld by Macaw45. So, you know the game Millhouse plays in the Kevin Costner's Waterworld in Simpsons? I think Macaw actually like created it, like recreated it. It's actually playable. I don't know what the fuck that game looks like, considering what we saw in with Millhouse. Wasn't he just like walking forward, or was it Bart? It was one of them, right?
I actually can't remember this.
So it's like it costs 40 quarters. I think it's Millhouse. Like 38, 39, 40 quarters. Here we go. And he takes a step forward and loses or something.
I think that's starting to jog a memory up there.
Then it's like, if you want to continue, please deposit 40 quarters. And he's like, what a rip! And then starts putting quarters in.
Oh man, there was some good jokes of them at the arcade. What was the one where like George H.W. Bush just starts kicking? What was it, like a King Kong game where he gets shot down, and then like George H.W. Bush just starts kicking him on the ground? I can't remember. Damn it.
Of the three PS2 GTAs, which one do you think had the best story and characters?
Well, it's not going to be GTA 3. Obviously. That's tough. That's really tough, actually. Because in terms of like great characters, it's like, well, both games have really fun, eccentric characters. I think I like Tommy more than CJ, but I like Tenpenny more than Sonny. Yeah. I'd probably be leaning towards San Andreas, I think. But only like it's close. I really enjoy both games writing. I don't know, Grand Theft Auto has like a very unique sort of style of writing, very sardonic. It's amusing, it's entertaining. And I'm kind of worried that now that the writer has left Rockstar, I wonder what kind of tone Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to have. If it's going to have the same kind of irreverent, cynical vibe.
Oh, fair enough. Rags, what are your favorite Dark Souls? Well, it says DS games. That could be a lot of games, to be honest with you, but I assume they mean Dark Souls.
Oh, I thought it's Nintendo DS games because I've mentioned it multiple times.
Oh, there you go. That's probably what it actually is.
Yeah. Elite Beat Agents.
Obviously, Guitar
Final
Hero.
Fantasy. Was there one for the Game Boy Advance DS, Game Boy DS, Nintendo DS? I had no idea.
That's the one. Yeah,
I didn't know. I really liked Final Fantasy Tactics, Grimoire of the Rift. That was fun. I liked. It's weird thinking back and trying to remember. Oh, Wild World, Animal Crossing Wild World.
Good shit.
Oh, I put a lot of hours into Wild World. I played that a lot. So yeah, there's three. Those come to mind as being among my favorites. I know there's others that would make the list, but it's weird just kind of poking them out of memory because I obviously haven't played it in a long time. But yeah, really, really like those. I remember there was I think there was a oh, Mario Kart DS was a really good one. That's a really great that's a great game. I really like that.
That is a great game, but oddly enough, I'd say it ranks fairly low on the list of Mario Kart games for, I guess, fairly obvious reasons. It had a lot of great tracks. It had a lot of really cool tracks. It's just
considering the time it came out and the fact that it was Mario Kart, like a real Mario Kart game on DS, and it had like 3D environments and you could
I was about to
get
say
different carts and Like,
because
that was a big
Super
deal.
Circuit's cool. I like Super Circuit. And I do really like DS. It's just that you know, when we're talking about like the best Mario Kart games, we're talking basically like Double Dash, Mario Kart Wii, and Mario Kart 8. Those are like the ones that would be at the top. And then it'll be like, and that's like Mario Kart 7, Mario Kart DS, and stuff like that. And then, I mean, I'm quite fond of Mario Kart 64, but I'd say it doesn't stack up super well compared to like Double Dash and Mario Kart 8. It's certainly
Yeah, it
compared to something
was.
like Crash Team Racing. You know, Crash Team Racing is like it's way better than Mario Kart 64.
I really liked Advance Wars Days of Ruin. I really enjoyed that. I thought that was a fun game. Phantom Hourglass, I remember enjoying that as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, the more time goes by, I'll remember a lot of the many amazing games that was on the DS. What an incredible system that was.
I like how Hadel takes the animation side of Smiling Friends seriously. In an interview, he bemoans adult cartoons' reputation for being all writing but lacking visual artistry. Wanted Smiling Friends to be a proper cartoon. Oh yeah.
Well, I mean,
A lot of
the
it depends
American
on budgets and what they're expected to do with the team they have. So when you have shows like Space Ghost Coast to Coast, which basically uses 100% like recycled old 60s cartoon animations and stuff in order to tell narratives, it's part of the wonderful charm of it.
my
Or stuff
guess
like
is
Aqua
that
Teen Hunger Force, which has very little animation to it in its stories and its stuff. Then I think a lot of it really is like they have to keep the budgets down and they only have so many people working on it.
my guess is that what he would be referring to is like how so many shows essentially have the Family Guy style of like
Yeah,
a
I know what you
very sterile kind of like art direction and animation. It's like they're
yeah,
not fully
a
taking it
house, a
because I
street.
doubt that because he would definitely not say that about The Simpsons. Like Simpsons relies heavily on visual comedy and animation. Like it very much relies on that. South Park does as well. Really, I mean, a lot of the ones that people think about when they think about the great ones do that. But he's definitely got to put like there is definitely something to be said about how like the Family Guy style became particularly prominent. And I feel like the Rick and Morty style had the same thing kind of happen to it as well, where you started to see a lot of shows emulating a similar sort of like visual language, like similar looking character designs. It's kind of like this unfortunate kind of like I guess thing that happens right when like one animated show becomes particularly successful that like you start to see kind of a almost like it coalesces around whatever that show did. And then you need like a new show to come out that is got like unique vibe, and then that starts to be the one that a lot of shows get molded on as well. But I mean, you can see it in Smiling Friends. Smiling Friends is a show that is like absolutely rooted in animation. Like, I mean, you know, I was laughing about the fight, right? What part of the joke of the fight between Professor Psychotic and his brother is that when his brother grabs him, he turns into that art style. It's like that's great. What a great use of the medium. That like the very mode of animation that's being used is the joke in and of itself.
Yeah.
Oh, Smiling Friends, so good.
I think a lot of the discussion surrounding it, it put it in like this group, and it's why it floats the top for a lot of people. With the I don't know if there's like a name for them, but the adult cartoons that are all really shittily animated, all look the same and all sound the same, as in like the jokes, the shock humor, that sector on Netflix slash.
Well, yeah, and like that what's that one? The Bircham? What's that new
Yeah,
one?
Daily Wire's
Mr.
response
Birch.
to
Yeah,
a
Daily
bunch of
Wire's one.
shitty adult cartoons is to make their own shitty adult cartoon. It's like, all
They're
right.
just like as soon as you see an image of it, you go, "Oh God!" Like,
Oh, I've seen this.
okay,
I've seen
yeah,
17 variations of this
exactly,
already.
exactly. It's which is really odd that that's happened because you think about like in the late '90s and the early 2000s. Okay, so what shows do we have? It's like okay, we got The Simpsons, we have South Park, we have like King of the Hill. It's like oh, already you've got like three totally different styles
Yeah.
and tones that are being pursued. And you know you compare it for even the shows that were by the same creator, right? Like Beavis and Butthead is not King of the Hill. They've got like very different goals and aspirations. And then, even something like Family Guy that I guess even then you could say was more of a generic style. Like Family Guy used to have more of an identity in its animation. You watch the early seasons, like seasons 1 through 3, there's way more energy in the animation there. And part of it is because it's not like it's like the longer the shows have gone on, the more that the art has to be very unified to where you lose a lot of that spontaneous energy of the imperfections. You could almost say like the inconsistencies of it's clear that different people, like did the drawings. It's clear that different people were doing the storyboards rather than the way that Family Guy is now, where it's almost like it feels like they have like this list of moves that the characters can go through. So it's always consistent and it never has any errors, like just clear categorical errors. But it's lifeless.
You know, it'd be
Do you
interesting.
feel that maybe the animation is one of the first things they cut to try and save money over time? Because they know that people will still watch if the animation isn't as, vibrant or interesting.
Uh,
Like people will still tune in because they'll have the jokes and stuff, and that won't put anyone away if we just save money on animations.
I don't know. I don't know if it's like animation or if it's a matter of like I don't know. I actually don't know why that's the case. It's or like yeah, I don't know why that's happened. Because well, I mean, it's something that's happened with because The Simpsons definitely now, like a modern episode of The Simpsons doesn't have the same kind of almost chaotic energy in the animation of the old episodes, and I feel like it's just got to come down to as time has gone on, you start to narrow it down into a specific way of doing things, like the way that Homer should look all the time. It never goes off model. It goes like wrong. And
Well,
it's like okay,
consider
well, yeah.
one good example is we've already mentioned Aardman before, but if you look at A Grand Day Out and you compare that to like Curse of the Were-Rabbit, you're like, dang, they've come a long way. But
Absolutely.
it hasn't like lost anything. It's just like, oh, we've got the time, we're learning how to do this ourselves, we're getting better and better. It's so much more clean now. Because if you go back then, it's just like, oh, this is like the first time you're doing this, and it looks like it, but it's such a wonderful kind of it's got this roughness and that human touch quality to it where you could see the little indentations from fingers and tools and stuff here and there, and the animations aren't as smooth, but that kind of gives it its own fun style in a way where it doesn't feel like anything's been lost so much as it's transitioned from one style into a different style.
Um, yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of they can spend more time per frame, and it shows with the amount of things that are going on in like later Wallace, and Curse of the Were Rabbit. Like some of the things that they're achieving is remarkable.
What I was going to say was like an interesting video idea that someone could do is you take a lot of those shows, including like the Mr. Bertram one, you chop them all up for audio and visuals, and then for about 5 minutes you review this show that doesn't even exist. You like combine all the characters, all the plot lines, and you just talk about an episode that doesn't happen, and you mix them all up, and just see how long it takes before anybody even knows. Because like, just how much is anyone familiar with any given show of any one of these things, or at least how many people do you think you managed to get away with it for how long? Like 5 minutes in, you just reveal like I've just been talking about 7 different shows all at once. I don't know if you noticed. Like, I wonder how much you could trick people on that just from. And it's not like this is the unprecedented. We get this happening all the time throughout history, like a bunch of clone shows, sort of thing. It's just, yeah, I don't know. Smiling Friends is getting a lot of appreciation for how it's breaking the mold in so many different directions, even though it's 2 YouTubers making a fun little 10-minute per episode thing, which is fun for it to have that kind of impact. Speaking of Rockstar, Mullet, did you ever play Red Dead Redemption 2? Story's really good. Always hope for an EFAP review of the game, but I guess that would probably be a 24-hour stream. It probably would, and no, I have not played RDR2. Bringy has, he likes it.
I like it a lot.
Just a quick reminder that Samus is a starbuster. Is
What's
that?
that?
I'm not entirely sure what that refers to.
Sounds pretty badass.
Sounds like it would hurt.
If I was a star, but I'm not, so I'm okay.
Hmm.
If she was a dog buster, then I would be concerned, and I wouldn't. I mean, I would hope that we'd get along, you know.
Yeah. I think you would. She would. She's pretty chill. I think when
I
stuff
think
is.
we would get along. I'm a pretty sociable guy, and I'm friendly, and she seems all right. A bit of a bit of a quiet type, but that's all right. That's okay.
Yeah, like
no
don't
need to be
shoot
a
at her or
jabberjaw.
anything. You'd be fine.
No, I wouldn't do that. No.
Got animal of the day, English bulldog puppy. We'll just post an average one. It's
Oh, look at him.
Hey. Yeah.
pretty cute. Chilling out. I
Mhm.
guess animal of the day really can just be not an obscure one that we've never heard of,
Maybe this like a picture of an animal, like this particular dog.
Well, they
here,
did say it's
which
part
I
of
have
it,
a
obvious
picture.
animal of the day. So it's like, all right, fair enough. Funnily enough, when you open the super chat comment section, they try to sell you a super chat. That doesn't surprise me. YouTube is any opportunity, Like I said, even on the behind the sort of scenes stream studio thing, they're like, you should insert an ad now. You're just like, that's okay.
I still get bugged about like, hey, your channel's eligible for memberships. You should set that up. They really want you to. I mean, the ads are the most blatant thing, like Muller was saying. And for those of you who don't know, ads on your videos do not require your consent.
Well, I was about to say
YouTube can just put them there.
They are moving it to mandatory on there. I wouldn't be surprised if memberships become mandatory eventually. I don't see why they're not already with how YouTube operates. I wouldn't be surprised, like I said, at all. I'm certain they always try to find ways to make as much money as they can without having to share with creators. No offense to YouTube, but I'm sure they've got people specifically designed to try and find the best ways to do that from a business perspective.
Specifically designed
from birth, designed.
Honestly, Google probably does have people specifically designed to do certain things.
Implemented that decades ago. They've been.
What is my purpose, Father? To sell YouTube memberships.
To convert the average man into a $sign.
Thanks, Dad. Do not speak to me.
You do not have that privilege. At peak power is straight up invulnerable to damage. Oh, they're talking about Samus, I think, still? I don't know if she can take on some of the things that were dealt with in heavyweight, though. Sorry. My money's on Link. Link, his entire thing is punching above his weight class. Full load includes an infinite number of infinitely powerful wishes.
I think, however, one of the issues is that many of Link's enemies seem to be kind of somewhat tailor-made for him to beat in terms of the mechanics with the items that he gets and the glowing weak spots and stuff, which is like great for video games, but in terms of his ability to kill things, sometimes maybe like,
just a little bit. The Doctor versus Nick Sanchez. My money is on the Doctor. The Doctor has a way of defeating almost any creature that they ever come up against, but the Doctor, has died many times. And obviously Rick just needs to kill him permanently, which is well within Rick's potential. Rick is ridiculously OP, but as we've gone over the weight classes, there are ridiculously OP, and then there's super mega hyper ridiculously OP. We're going over the round 2. The Doctor just needs to get into the TARDIS, which, depending on his opponent, can actually be difficult. The double repeat of Super Chat catch-up shows just how fleamish and massive you fellas really are. Take your meds. I'm gay. All right.
Oh, have fun with that.
Michael Douglas.
I will take my meds, though.
Absolutely.
I don't really take meds. Every once in a while, I'll take like an Advil or something if I get a headache.
Yeah.
I stopped taking melatonin because it gets too unreal with the dreams and stuff. But I don't really take any medication really. So I drink beer sometimes.
Rags' Snow versus Fringy's Goo. Final destination. So who wins?
Final destination? I don't know.
I don't know what that fight looks like.
My snow is just snow. It's just lovely, wonderful, cold, cool, refreshing snow. That's
Yeah.
the I mean, like, if
My goo would probably be
I
able
don't
to
know,
sweep it off, actually, though. Yeah.
Wow, we
if
just
you
got
like, if you
confirmation of
ate
something
it
Friggy's goo could do.
interesting,
Just add that into the
interesting.
lore, folks.
Add
Just
that to
saying.
the lore, yeah. I'll be right back, just one moment.
Hope my boy Frank Horrigan is on here. I'm afraid not. Not everyone could make it. How far are you
Lots of
taking?
people.
How far are you taking personality into this? Like Bond's a suave player. Could he talk and manipulate people around Chris
No,
or similar?
not
No,
really.
not typically. We did mention at one point like this is going to be impossible to do a full breakdown of exactly how they would act in every scenario, sort of thing. We did take personalities into account somewhat, but we were struggling
But
to
the
get
general
through.
idea was that it was meant to be like two people really setting out to get each other.
Yeah, and just a test of their power levels and their intelligence related to essentially combat or countering, that sort of thing. Popple the Shadow Thief is one of my favorite Mario characters. Look the boy up, he's great. Alright, let's see here. I've never heard of Popple the Shadow Thief. Unless he's someone we did get shown before, because there's a couple. I've probably forgotten more Mario characters at this point than I remember. Oh yeah,
Goodness.
this was one of the ones we had on a Super Chat catch-up before. That might not have come out yet, maybe, I don't know. But you remember this guy, Fringy, the classic?
Yeah, he puts a smile on my face, that's for sure.
Yeah, we like him.
He's a funny looking guy.
Would have been good
And
to
he
get
looks like
him
he's having fun.
in the old leaderboard. I'm not sure of his powers, you know? Don't want him to sweep
Yeah.
too easily. Hello, you massives. I watched Rebel Moon 1 and 2, Army of the Dead, Morbius, Madam Web, and the Eternals all in a row throughout the week. It was rough. I despise Army of the Dead now. Madam Web was hilarious. Yeah.
Madam Web was hilarious.
That was a
Well,
reaction.
why'd you do it to yourself like that?
Well, if he was with friends, I could somewhat understand. But what's funny about that reaction is like that kind of captures. I like Madam Web's coming out. I do not like Army of the Dead's coming out.
Army of the Web. Army of the Web. Army of the Dead is painful. Madam Web is funny.
Yes, it's that different because I think Rebel Moon crosses into movies I'm happy to get released in the sense of they are funny to watch and how retarded. But Army of the Dead, it was painful. We've gone over this a couple of times.
Yeah.
That was a tough one. And Madam Web is so wonderful that I wish we got the same team to make a sequel. And you know what? Tell them that they've got X amount of time, and then as soon as they're a week in, cut that time in half. They get the same money. I'm just saying. I wanted to see what happens. I just be like, well, you got to find a way, get it done. And you know what? If there's any skips in quality, that is okay. Just get it done. We'll see what we end up with. And you know what? We'll allow unfinished CG. You could have some unfinished CG in there. Oh, would I love more of that. Yeah, I don't know. It's just funny when you get movies that bad.
Yep.
Will the ultimate orgy of homosexuality be next? Maybe. The Don versus Fat Geralt. I feel like the Don's got that one. Fat Geralt would bow to him. He would recognize his strength, his courage.
He would kneel before him. Now I'm just imagining it's just the, all hate like the Simpsons joke with King Homer made of gold.
Yeah.
All hail King Don, and then he's there in gold.
Thanks, gents, for making this world a better place and making these bathroom visits in my house longer and more enjoyable when watching while I can. Wow. I was gonna say, that'd be a long bathroom break if you were watching the Ultimate Showdown episode. But, you know what? Fair enough.
13 hours on the toilet, jeez.
Yeah, like, the boss says you can watch one video in your break, and you're like, well, just one. Steve can hold that relic that brings you back to life. Yeah, Steve was presenting us a lot of issues. That was just an example of my unfamiliarity with Minecraft. New South Park special, yay. Yes.
Yes, watched it, it was funny.
Good schnizms. The big action scene, there was like a Mad Max sort of parody was funny as hell with all the
That was
mascots.
funny. I do think that the best joke was Butters suddenly being in the interstellar place.
Yeah, that was funny as shit. How does respawning factor into this? So yeah, we did mention essentially. I'll use Jason as an example, even though he wasn't in there. If he gets killed, and then he's capable of being hit by lightning that would resurrect him. At that point, we just say, like, well, if you get killed, you're out. You've been defeated or disabled. We even entertained the idea, and this is what made, Batman and Wolverine a potential complication. If you can, like, tie someone up and make it so that they can't do anything, but they are invincible to you, it creates an issue of, like, so what happens then? It's like, well, we'd probably give it to Batman if that were the case. But,
I'm back.
still pretty tough for him to be able to pull that off, so... Yeah, disable, defeat, kill. There's a complicated... Because, getting thrown off Final Destination is not going to kill many people, but it will deal with them, They'll just fall forever. A question, if you will. Which do you like more, Futurama or The Simpsons? The Simpsons.
The Simpsons, but Futurama's great.
Yeah, obviously
I like
comparing
The
them at their
Simpsons
best.
more, but Futurama is great.
Mm-hmm. Look up the Yu-Gi-Oh card Potato and Chips. It's cozy. Sound familiar to you?
Okay, let me take a look. No, it doesn't. That's the first thing that pops up. Potato and Chips Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh, look at okay. What? All right. Is this? Wait, is this? What's this flavor text? Is this real? Oh, it was a promotional campaign Konami did in Japan with a snack company. For those, it says potato and chips always get along. They always idle in their room eating potato chips. Consomme punch chips. Consomme punch ones are delicious too. Norishio ones are delicious too. Potato and chips, delicious life.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
Look at him.
You gotta
It's
appreciate
a
the
normal
vibe.
monster. Of course.
I love
He's Earth
the
type and
vibe.
plant. He's an Earth plant. A little 2-star with 200 attack, 200 defense. It's fun. That's fun. I like that.
One of my new favorite Smiling Friends scenes is the man with the specifically shaped nose. Yeah, who ended up in heaven and he needed to clarify he was absolutely not a flashback. I thought that shit was funny as well. The caves are Steve's domain. Price has to stay above ground and utilize range. Yeah, Rags, we have to discuss Captain Price versus Steve from Minecraft.
Steve from Minecraft wins. He's I mean, the kind of magic shit that he can do and the fact that he could tunnel through the earth so quickly. I mean, he could fly at super fast speeds with Elytra. Yeah, I mean, his ability to instantly erect bulletproof defenses is insane. And if he traps like Captain Price in one of those, like there's nothing Captain Price can do. Like it's cobblestone and dirt and that sort of thing, and that's just going to take him forever to get out of. And Steve can hold an insane amount of weight in his inventory, and he can survive a lot of damage too. He's way more durable than Captain Price is. He can take many arrows, and he can take magic spells. He can be set on fire for a while and be okay. Depending on the gear and enchantments he has, he might even have like thorns, which will reflect damage back on Captain Price if he gets in melee. He can walk on water. He can specifically get projectile protection to give him protection against projectiles. I mean, Steve has got some incredible abilities.
Well,
So I think Steve wins.
if you remember, round one, it's Price. He's gonna punch that little character, and he's probably gonna kill him. If not, just toss him off Final Destination anyway.
Oh no, I think Steve beats the punch off too. Steve can take a lot of punches.
He's getting thrown off.
Steve is getting thrown off.
Probably, yeah.
Thrown off where?
Remember round one is Final Destination?
Oh, oh, I don't know. I think Steve is super resilient and he can punch too. And when he punches people, they fly back. So he can keep punching Price, and Price will just keep bouncing back and back and back. I don't think a human being can just like stand up to Steve's power.
At that point though, they've got their worlds have conflicting physics, so picking Steve's wouldn't be fair.
Well, that's what happens when Steve punches things, is he hits them and they fly back. So
Yeah.
but
What happens when Price punches shit or kicks them?
there's I mean, it might not be part of world, it might be part of like Steve and how what happens when he does things. Because whenever Steve, because it's not just punching, it's whenever he hits anything that's an entity, they will bounce back a little bit. There's knockback.
Sure. I mean, I feel like that's...
So I think that would apply to Price as an entity. If he hits Price, Price is gonna get knocked back.
Yeah, I mean, but those physics would be applicable to him then as well, right?
I think there's a little bit of knockback with Steve, but I don't think there's nearly as much as him doing things.
You can't really know.
And I think
it would
he's
be dependent on how would Price be calibrated into the world of Minecraft. Maybe he would be OP.
Oh, he'd be an entity. He'd easily be an entity. He'd be a person. Any living creature is going to be an entity.
Yeah, but they have different levels of impact and damage.
As far as I know, whenever you hit any entity that's an animal, it will have the knockback applied to it.
I don't think you're not getting what I'm saying. If Steve is a person in the world of Minecraft, if he's taken to Price's world, he becomes a man. But you're exclusively putting Price into Minecraft world. You're not accounting for how you're letting one fiction win over the other.
I think that it might be just an element of how Steve interacts with everything around him.
Yeah, but why can't I say that about Price?
When he hits things, the force of it. Because when Price punches things, then he exerts a certain amount of force on an object, and that will just be determined by just like the normal, what we would consider normal physics for him. But I think one of the things, I think it's an element of Steve that he does that to other things, regardless of the world. As long as it's within a certain parameter.
I don't understand. Like, I feel like my question's not being answered. Why are you picking the physics of Steve's world over Price's? Why does he get?
Because I don't think it's necessarily the physics of the world. I think it's a trait that is a part of Steve, the character.
But I could just as easily argue it's a trait that's a part of Price, that things react to him in his world with his physics. Like, why can't I argue the Price has the hyper regen, and when he does a melee attack, it kills things in one, or sometimes in two, I guess, depending on like juggernauts or whatever.
I think that it would be, I think it would depend on what kind of damage is intuitively expected from that kind of an attack that he's doing. When Price does a melee attack, he's like stabbing something with a knife, which will realistically be able to kill a normal person in 1 or 2 hits. But the nature of Steve's attack, whether it's a punch or hitting with an object, is such that I think it is an element of Steve in and of himself, that it has those abilities and it has those attributes, regardless of where he is. No matter where Steve goes, when he hits things, that's what they will do as a response to being hit by him, by Steve as a Minecraft character. He brings those with him.
I don't see why I can't argue that it's brought with Price. That things
so Price goes to Minecraft world, and Price hits Steve.
They both go to Final Destination.
Okay. I don't see what would change about Price's punch anywhere he goes if it's just a normal punch and Price is doing it.
Yeah, I agree.
So Price's punches would be like a human punch, and Steve's would be like Steve's punches.
Well, Steve hitting Price to Price is a person hitting him, so why does the physics switch over to Minecraft physics for Price's reaction instead of what it is like for Price to be hit by someone?
Because I don't think it's Minecraft physics. I think that it is an element of what happens when Steve punches things. I think that is a trait that is a part of Steve that he
Maybe
imbues on things that he hits.
maybe to help explain, we had this problem with a couple of other characters, but like Kirby can swallow anything, but can Kirby swallow things that are part of their own universe cannot be swallowed by anything? Like, well, Kirby can swallow anything though, and it's like, yeah, but that's not how it works for them in their world. Yeah, but Kirby's world, it does work that way, and so it's like, so what happens?
Well, I think that there needs to, I think the distinction is what are the traits that are intrinsic to the character versus how is that character able to do things just because they're a part of a different universe?
I think it's easy
And if
for
it's
as long
part of
as
the
there's
character,
not
they
an explicit contradiction. There's just nothing in Price's world that accounts for them. It would be like putting cartoon characters against real physical characters, or real physical characters that live in like a anime versus this is the complication of like how much damage can be done to everybody. Like like Rick can get thrown around a hell of a lot more than Doc Brown can. In fact, Doc Brown probably one good punch to the face and he might be dead, while Rick can like be even in Old Man Rick, no like cybernetics or anything. He can take a hell of a lot more because he's a cartoon. But is that fair? Should it be done that way?
I don't know if it's fair because there might be but I think that is just kind of a part of the contest because some things are because if we're transmuting characters and universes and putting them into quote unquote neutral ground, if we're talking about Final Destination, wouldn't that so they would bounce back if you're hit in Final Destination because
Well, it doesn't take the Smash Brothers like physics automatically with something like
it's just
that.
like a floating platform.
Yeah,
it's just basically what you're saying
across an
okay,
abyss, essentially.
Okay,
but like there are fair
maybe our
unfairnesses.
understandings of
like like if someone said, "Well, it's not fair to have King Arthur versus Price because Price gets his gun," I'd be like, "That's the kind of unfairness that we're expecting." But having someone's fiction overwrite someone else's fiction is where it gets complicated. We had one with Saitama versus Cthulhu, whose fiction outplays the other. There, is he immune or is he not? And we had to we left that one up to chat.
I would assume Cthulhu would win because Saitama's mental faculties, as far as I know, they're a normal person's.
That's what we concluded.
Well,
now see, it's now happening to Fringy. Fringy's the loud one now.
Yeah, he's
but
very loud.
I would agree with that would determine the winner of that. But
well, so interestingly, ER said he has complete immunity to like psychic manipulation, but we still, I think, all agreed that Cthulhu's like the Lovecraft world.
Cthulhu's not. It's not like manipulation. It's not like he's applying some psychic like power to Saitama. It's a matter of like Saitama's own thought process. It's kind of like the nature of Cthulhu driving somebody insane. It's someone's inability to comprehend it.
Like someone just said, Saitama probably can't feel fear. I don't know, not to open this up again, but it's a lot more complicated than feeling fear when it comes to Lovecraftian forces or realities.
It's kind of beyond fear. It's like impossible to comprehend.
Yes, which is why I believe
and also
it does apply to him.
Saitama like does have negative emotional responses to things. Like, well, I suppose fear for his life, maybe not, but fear for
other people,
certain
right?
things.
Yeah, well, social like embarrassment kind of fear. He has plenty of excitement. He'll have plenty of rage. He can be apathetic in the middle of a battle. He knows he's going to win, but the most of his life, he has strong emotional reactions to all kinds of things that happen.
Yep.
I don't know where this has come from. This whole Saitama doesn't like emote or doesn't care about anything. He's quite
stoic, Mahler.
I mean,
no, but he does emote though. Like remember when he cackled about going left instead of right?
Well, yeah.
like that wasn't very stoic at all. That was
when Genos starts making fun of Tornado and he's in the background like cheering. He's like really happy that that's happening. He does
Yeah.
care a lot about a lot of things. And in fact, I think the show would be worse off if he didn't, rather the IP, right? Like, he cares a lot about the decisions people make. He cares a lot to try and inspire people when it comes down to it. I love the decisions he makes that relates to the fact that he's very aware of trying to make the right decision morally, emotionally, that sort of thing. I just think that...
even down to deliberately making it seem to Boros that he was having a real fight. It's like, well,
Yeah.
why did he do that? It's because he wanted to give him something that he could never have himself.
Exactly. Well, and he saw himself in Moomin Rider, right, against the...
Yes.
Was it the Sea King?
Against the
Deep
Deep Sea King.
Deep Sea King,
Deep Sea King, yeah.
Now just thinking about how awesome that show is. There was that super chat earlier about it. Season 1 inspires me a lot to talk about it. Moving through Season 2, only seen 2 episodes of it so far. Not as much. It still seems like a solid show, but very noticeably is not as good as Season 1.
Yes, unfortunately.
Sometimes Mola repeats himself when doing Super Chat catch-up. Sometimes Mola repeats himself when doing Super Chat catch-up. From the father too. I hope not, but yes, I do. It happens. I try to make sure we're on point though. Will y'all watch X-Men 97? Honestly, really good and was surprised by it. Also sucks Master Chief went out so quick, but it wouldn't matter against Steve or Unicron. You reckon Steve bodies Master Chief, huh?
Maybe.
I think
Maybe
Steve is legitimately... do not underestimate Steve.
We didn't
underestimate
Rags. We removed him because he was
yeah.
too OP. We had to get rid of him.
He was too
Real?
powerful.
Holy
yeah.
shit.
What I was talking about was
essentially that
round
he
1.
Yeah, like in round 2 and 3, the conclusion was always that he could escape
and then
create
build an
something
empire.
Insane. Yeah.
Build an empire.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. I think Master Chief might have round 1 if it just becomes like a punch fight, because Master Chief is like a superhuman with the crazy armor.
Oh, well, he wouldn't have the armor in round 1, but he still wins, for sure.
Oh, okay. Oh, does he?
Even without the Mjolnir? Yeah, even without it, he still wins.
I don't know. A punch fight against Steve is like actually like that's a big deal. That's Steve is not to be fucked with.
The difficult thing with Steve is that he has a very short animation on his punch. It's basically instantaneous.
It's basically, yeah, once you get within range and he quote unquote clicks, then like you're taking damage.
Yeah.
So he can just like keep you kind of stun locked if you get close. And also you can only... Oh yeah, I don't know, man. I really like them both. I can't underestimate Steve. I don't know. Yeah, that's a tough one. I think Steve might win without the armor. Once he gets the armor, I think Master Chief wins. And then when everyone has access to everything, I think Steve's magic bullshit is going to be able to... And his enchanted armor and stuff and everything that does. It's pretty wild.
As for X-Men 97, I have heard lots of good things about it, which honestly is really good news in general. I'm happy that they made something that wasn't cringe. Good stuff. If I was to check that out, I probably wouldn't mind trying to check out the the older, the 90s series, just because it is in the same continuity, right? Like it's like a sequel series.
I believe it is.
So yeah, but on that note, I've got so many other things to watch. I'm not sure I'll be able to get around to it at any particular time. But as I said, I'm happy to hear it's good. Last super chat, gonna step out, mending a migraine. Also, an anime recommendation: Fate Zero. Great characters and story, badass fights, and beautiful animation. Also, hi Rags, good night, Fringy, and hail the Long Cthulhu.
Hello.
Well, thanks for the recommendation, and take care of that migraine.
Yep, do it. For me, I gotta get up. I gotta take a walk outside. I gotta move around. If I just lay around, my headaches only get worse. I can't lay down in bed and try and sleep. Get up, get moving, get outside. That helps my headaches go away.
I always spam drinking water. Just seems to help. I don't know. Maybe I feel like it commonly happens when it's a combination of a bunch of things and also dehydration, but just plenty of water. Though that's good for just general advice anyway.
Yes. Drink water, everybody.
Yeah. Don't stop. Keep going, Massives. We're at 5 hours and 20 minutes, still going.
It's just a short one for
Yeah.
today, guys.
Definitely check out Saint Maud. I have heard of it a couple of times, for sure.
What's that?
It's another anime, right? Or
Saint Maud.
the
Okay.
name has come up here and there. Oh, 2019 film? Oh, maybe I'm completely wrong. Trouble ensues when a devout young nurse, Maud, who faced a tragic past, gets obsessed with saving her dying patient's soul. All right.
Never heard of this.
Like I said, I've heard of it, but somehow never realized it was a movie. Fair enough. Once again, definitely check out Mob Psycho 100. Well, Fringy is, and he'll be able to report back soon
watching it.
enough.
If Ringy gives a big recommendation, who knows what will happen.
No idea if you guys read out my last super chat from episode 286, but I'm continuing on the older episodes. On EFAP episode 39 now. Love you guys. Thanks for the amazing content. Screw The Last Jedi, lol.
Yeah, screw The Last Jedi.
Like I said, it was
Fuck that movie.
It was a throwback on the last episode to be having those is Rey shittily written or not conversations, you know?
Yeah.
Damn. Been a while. As for episode 286 super chats, I can't confirm if we have done them yet or not, but they will be done for sure in future. No worries. Fun fact, in the Bayverse, Unicron is Earth. Really?
Oh.
I
don't know what to make of that.
I don't
know what that means.
I got nothing. I guess gonna be honest.
Is the Earth in the last one going to go and be a big old
Ooh,
robot
and transform into another planet?
Yeah.
Well, then again, the
Oh.
Michael Bay ones like came to an end. You know,
did,
like
yeah.
that. There was the fifth one, and then that was just it.
Still working my way through EFAP on 77 right now. Love the foreshadowing for COVID you guys worked in. Play Trails in the Sky. Fair enough. Foreshadowing for COVID. Did the spiders give us a preamble on that? And we were like, oh, I see. Because I am in contact with the spiders. It's part of the production of EFAP.
Are they? Oh,
Yeah, they you know, they feed me some stuff.
They speak to you, these spiders?
Yeah.
Can you confirm the existence of these spiders with independent minds, just to make sure you're not going like insane or anything? I just want to make sure you're okay.
They told me explicitly that it's something they will never be able to do, and if they did, it would destroy the universe. So.
Holy shit! Yeah. Well then, you better pay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that was fair enough. I was like, all right, fine. Don't wanna get in the way.
All I gotta do is, just don't do this one thing. You'll be fine. It's fair.
Steve's max would be slightly limited by the world. Earth has no end portal, no certain loot. He has obsidian for the nether and fishing, though.
Which once that happens, that opens up the whole universe to him, right?
What's funny is the forest was never given any kind of description of what he could find in its soil. You know, that's not a rule we came up with.
No. I think we just viewed it as it was just like a, forest, boreal forest, like pine trees and stuff.
Yeah.
It's kind of what I imagined.
Well, yeah.
Reminder, based on the scaling units of Minecraft, Steve is around 2 meters tall, and each block he breaks is around 1 meter.
Oh. Yeah, I think they use meters as units. Yeah.
Gee, he's a big guy.
He's a tall boy.
Look at him go. Was watching your Suicide Squad kill the Justice League, and the fact Lois Lane mourned Batman but not Superman was kind of fucked up. She didn't even acknowledge the others. Yeah, because it was put in late for the Kevin Conroy stuff.
But, I mean, they could have done better than that.
Oh, it's a mess, dude. The whole thing was a fucking mess. They slapdashed
having that in there, and then it cuts to like, oh, here's all the loot you got. So gross.
They fucked that up.
Thanks, Kevin, for the awesome loot drops.
And they lost $200 million on it.
How did that happen? It's crazy. Clearly, the cast isn't aware of Minecraft Steve's power scaling. Dude can literally carry mountains in his pants and still jump a meter in the air.
I'm carrying mountains in my pants.
Well, it's a weird
Oh my god.
transferal of because the implication with something like that is like, so if he hits you, you'll just go off in like into a different universe, and it was like, well, I don't think that's how it works because he doesn't do that in his own game, and so he's strong, but you know what I mean? Like it's not like it's a video game, so it has confusing sort of ups and downs in terms of what
Yeah,
people are capable of.
interactions with
Like
yeah.
the average person in Fallout at max capacity, if they were to be transferred into real life, are holding a fucking like house worth of items. Just like, here I go. Hello, I'm gay actor Michael Douglas. I like it in the back because I'm gay. All right.
Oh, fair enough.
Thanks for sharing.
Not all gays like it in the back, though, just to be clear. So I don't think that, like, logistically speaking, I don't think your syllogism there was really, I don't think it was sound.
Back for one more. Thank you guys for all the entertainment. I listen to you guys throughout work, and they make the days fast and fun. Also,
No, that's
EFAP
great.
movies, The New Mutants. It's a mix of X-Men and horror, and it's also quite cringe. That's the one with a bunch of actors, right? That went through like all kinds of production hell. Was it one of the last like Fox ones? I can't remember what exactly, so I never watched it. But I think Arya Stark was in it, and Anya Taylor-Joy, possibly some others. But yeah, maybe we'll check it out at some point. I don't know. And thank you for letting us know. Good to hear. Hope you're all right.
Yeah.
Totally forgot about that movie. Yeah, well, apparently it is the one I was thinking of, but I never saw it. The CJ can spawn waves
I
of
don't think
Grove.
anybody did.
Hmm?
I don't think anybody saw it.
Oh. What a shame.
Yeah.
CJ can spawn waves of Grove Street families. I mean,
that
GTA
would
powers
not be an
were...
ability that he would be able to call in, you know.
Well, the GTA abilities at third rank, we had to like lock out, cheat codes because I feel like that somehow crosses some kind of rule. But at the same
Well,
time,
it is by definition cheating, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
I think it would
I
just
don't
be
know.
more so that because in terms of round 3, you could just appeal to, like they all know how to operate a tank. Like any GTA protagonist just knows how to fly a plane, fly a helicopter, operate a tank.
Hmm.
You can look it up on the internet.
Making Rayman have a cocaine addiction in Captain Laserhawk was exactly what we wanted, Ubisoft. Rolls eyes, laughs to self. What's this
Well, we
now?
did get a hot cow out of it.
Oh. Well, I'm glad for you guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
I still have the original Vice City and San Andreas on my phone. Good stuff, never deleting them out of fear. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much at the point of encouraging people to just, you know what, if you can find a way to get your favorite media physically, you should probably do it. Or at least backed up in some way. Battle of the Day, Seviper versus Zangoose. Entry Sapphire. Wait, are these Pokemon?
Zangoose is a Pokemon, right?
Who's Seviper? Also, I don't even know what their power levels are, One of them's like a snake. And then one of them is the... Wait a minute, how is that? Oh, right, images. What? I'm getting a bunch of links to the Zangoose wireless charger. Oh, yeah, Zangoose, sorry. Is that... Okay. So it's this guy... If it ever fucking loads. God damn it. I'll just do the light shot. This forces me to do every time. So this is the snack, Seviper.
Hey.
He looks cheeky. I
He
remember
looks
this
very
one.
cheeky.
And that's Zangoose.
Yeah. I mean, I like the snake.
I like them both. The snake, though, the snake's expression is kind of funny. Yeah.
It's perfect.
He's a sneaky little guy. He knows what he's up to.
Yeah.
And, I don't know. Zangoose seems he's a lot more by the book. He's gonna do some. He's got some business to conclude. He's a little bit upset, maybe.
He's got that protagonist look in his eye, you know. He's on a mission.
Well, so who wins in a fight?
I don't know. Seems really evenly matched. I
Oh
don't.
well,
If
I mean, it's a
it's the
mongoose
classic
tends to
snake
come out on
mongoose.
top. So
I guess it
that's the
depends on
thing. Does that
Might be.
transfer to the Pokemon world?
like how
big is
large are they, and
the big
then
old snake?
do they have
Yeah.
poison or any kind of? I mean, it's Pokemon world, so it's really just a matter of which one has the higher levels.
Has the right abilities,
Unless they
yeah.
counter
Well-
which one has the weaker type?
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Zangoose and what was the first one called?
Hang on. The Viper, I think. Yeah, SE and then Viper. So Viper.
All right. Well, let's take a look here. I mean, it says Seviper shares a generations-long feud with Zangoose. The scars on its body are evidence of vicious battles. This Pokemon
Oh.
attacks using its sword-edged tail. Let's see. Seviper and Zangoose are eternal rivals. It counters a Zangoose's dazzling agility with its sword-like tail, which also oozes a horrible poison.
Damn.
So, looks like, I mean, it seems that we even have a little showdown depicted here.
Oh,
Them
geez.
being like, oh, we're gonna, oh, what do we, oh, they just don't like each other. They don't get along. They don't get along.
Well, that's
I don't
a
know if
pity,
it's
isn't it?
some deep familial feud or abhorrent racism from one or both parties, or
Maybe we can
I don't
get
know.
the animated film where they become friends.
That would be really nice. That would be really
I'd
nice.
like to see that. I like to see that.
Mm-hmm.
You ever, dude? Those videos of like the snake versus mongoose is crazy. Mongoose are like they're really cool. Like, is it mustelids? Is that how you pronounce
Otters,
it?
and I assume so. I've always considered it mustelids. Yeah.
It's just a fun category of animals of just these they punch way above their weight critters. I don't know if it's true, but I know that the rumor is that a Wolverine once took down a bear. I want to believe. I want to believe that that's possible. I do.
I like the idea that the bears are like, that's fucking propaganda. That never happened. Lies. Bullshit.
Lies.
The amount of people Nathan has killed in all 4 games. Nathan Drake, of course. Hey man,
Yes,
body count doesn't define your power level. It's about your power level.
Well, I guess it's about what feats he's accomplished. It's like when Nathan Drake fought a dude who drank from an immortality from the tree of life, like, and he beat him.
Yeah, we've all done that.
So but then again, Lazarevich should have beaten that, but he just. The problem was that he was too arrogant. He was just running around instead of like he could have won. Really, he should have won, but he just screwed up. It's kind of it's weird. It's like it's something that the Uncharted series has very occasionally kind of tried to explore the idea of, well, wait, what who is Nathan Drake? This guy who does all of these things. But like every time that they ask that question, they kind of run away from it because Nathan Drake is a very fun, likable guy, and you don't really want to delve too deep into the havoc that he's caused.
Why are we talking about Nathan Drake? EFAP 300 is coming out. Not yet, but it's on the way. Give it time.
Soon.
Holy shit, the Ultimate Showdown pin hit me hard with nostalgia, sent me back in time for a minute. Yeah. Just a classic animation. Original internets. Always remember, some suspension of disbelief is required for all media. You should meet all media at least halfway in terms of it, or else art will be considered bad.
Not halfway. I'm willing to work with media to a degree, but not halfway on everything.
I think what I'd add is you don't really choose. Suspension of disbelief is not something that you choose to maintain. It's
true.
It is maintained until it breaks, and it breaks at different places for different people. But like You don't if my suspension of disbelief breaks, that's it. I don't get to choose, like, we'll choose not to have that thing upset you so or bother you so much that it actually made you not like take the story for what it is anymore. Like, it can't be helped in that case. It's
Pretty much.
a story. There is a, it's like a writer has a task that they have to set out to do, and that task is essentially convince somebody to believe that the story that's playing out before them is real when they know that it isn't. And there's like a lot that people will accept naturally. People will accept a lot. So really, when the suspension of disbelief snaps, it's really like, to place the onus on the viewer feels kind of unfair, because it feels like viewers are very willing to give you a lot of leniency and leeway for the kinds of things that you can do. It's much more the task of the writer to make sure that they essentially meet the expectations of the reader, the viewer, which is that it will make sense, essentially, that the things that you set up will be paid off, that the rules that you establish will be maintained.
They said in response, that sounds subjective. It's like, what else could it be?
What, like suspension of disbelief?
Yeah,
It's literally
Fringy's
subjective.
suspension of disbelief,
Belief
Rags'
is-
suspension of disbelief, and mine are all different.
It has to be subjective.
Yeah,
It's
it
always
literally
gonna be
is.
down to the individual.
Belief is a mind's acceptance that a proposition is true. It literally requires a mind. If every mind in the cosmos disappeared, then nothing.
Belief wouldn't
exist as a concept.
I cannot transfer my suspension of disbelief into someone else's mind. It can only exist in my mind.
Yeah, and it doesn't, as far as I'm concerned, it does not determine whether or not the story was well written. Anyone's
No, like if
given
somebody
suspension
said
of
that
disbelief.
my suspension of disbelief was snapped the second that like Luke grabbed the lightsaber, it'd be like, oh, well, shit.
Yeah.
I mean, it just sounds like where it's like you just can't, you like we can't share the same experience with. I think the best way to describe it is like when your suspension of disbelief essentially describes your subjective experience with a piece of media. It describes your feelings about it, like, directly, and whether or not you believe it, essentially.
Another follow-up question from them is, well, what if someone's suspension of disbelief breaks when the setting is fantasy? And as far as I'm concerned,
I mean, if it breaks, it breaks.
That's what I was going to say. It's valid for anybody to break at any time, and I believe there are people in my life that I've known that they can't watch Lord of the Rings. I mean, like, there's a few people I've come across who just think like it's all too silly to be. My mum couldn't watch Blackadder; she thought it was ridiculous and stupid, and that everyone she couldn't possibly believe it's a real thing that's happening, as opposed to essentially a bunch of people trying to do stand up on like a shitty set. I was like, okay. If that's how you feel, like, yeah, that's fine. You know what I mean? Like, it's different for everybody. Yeah, I get it. And
you can't rationally like convince somebody out of a feeling like that. It's just like at least I don't think you can, or not with any regular success.
No, and like I said, it's I think it's interesting to know what any given thing breaks or doesn't break someone's suspension of disbelief. It just doesn't define or determine anything on its own. We need more than that. If I said I was pulled out straight away, I think you'd be like, well, by what? What happened? And then you judge for yourself if you think that would be a fair thing or a thing that would pull you out. As Fringy just said, like, the activation of a lightsaber might make someone go, ugh, I can't watch this shit.
Yeah.
You'd be like, oh, okay.
And it's not necessarily that something is wrong with that, and it doesn't, but it also doesn't prove anything about a story.
No,
like that your suspension of disbelief snapped. You got to figure out if there's like an argument that you can make right about a break in continuity.
Well, and it's so determined on like information too. Like, I've been more pulled out by gun stuff in the time that I've known Rags than before, because I've just become more aware of how gun things work. And so,
yeah, man, I mean, it makes sense, right? Somebody who's very, like if somebody works as a doctor or a nurse, they're probably way more likely to have their suspension of disbelief snapped watching Grey's Anatomy than somebody who doesn't know anything about, how a hospital actually works.
Once again, try out Crow Country. It deserves love. Alrighty. And Andor provides the best glimpse and immersion into the Star Wars world, but gets shafted by so-called Star Wars fans. Damn. Listen, I think that even when we would have, if we'd seen Andor before they'd released it, and then knew they were releasing it in the state of Star Wars as it currently is, it's not like I would have said to them, like, yeah, this is a sure thing that's going to be hyper popular. I'd probably be like, this is a bit risky, guys. Like, I think...
Yeah, it's fair, yeah.
I think we talked about it in the coverage of Acolyte's first episode. It's like your place to put the good effort and writing was probably in the thing that would get the most eyes on it, which is probably going to be something like the Obi-Wan Kenobi show. Obviously the sequels. So, you know, like, not doing it for those things means unpacking it into this show that is considered a spin-off of a spin-off. It's like, yeah, this isn't going to go well, I don't think. Listen, I'm fine with people not liking it, but I just don't know that it ever had a huge chance. I'm curious if it'll do better in season 2 if they involve some more heavy hitters from the franchise or iconography people, or maybe pace it up a bit, go a little faster. But ultimately, it won't matter. It doesn't matter how good it is. Doesn't matter how much people like it, because once it's done, it's done. And liking Andor season 1 and 2 put together changes nothing about the next season of fucking, like, The Acolyte, for example. It's kind of sad, actually. And I don't know, to be honest with you, I don't even know if Tony Gilroy would want to commit to keep doing Star Wars stuff as opposed to, you know, moving on. Even if they did move him or offer him something, I wouldn't be surprised if he just moved off. We shall see. Why was Tarin from the Prydain Chronicles not in the Ultimate Showdown, Mauler? He has the Fire Sword. Hi, Rax.
Burnwin, he does.
Yeah. I associate that...
why were many people not in there?
I associate that with Pinna Park now forever, because that's where I was in Super Mario Sunshine when you said that. Like one of my favorite highlights of all time.
That's how it is a fun... It is... my mind works like that too, where whenever you recall a conversation, if I was playing a video game at the time, I'm like, oh yeah, I was playing that game when we were talking about this. Which can be very helpful when you go through cycles of games to kind of date when that conversation happened, because it'll be like, oh, I was playing this game at the time, which meant it was probably at this, you know, at this time.
Made you look. You did indeed get me. Book John or Show John, meaning Game of Thrones / Song of Ice and Fire, because Book John isn't that amazing a warrior yet. Probably would have been Show John at least at that point, but I don't think he won his first fight anyway. It was King Arthur, I think he fought, funnily enough. Strange women lying in ponds distributing swords is no basis for a system of government. Supreme executive power derives from a mandate from the masses. Good shit.
I mean, if I came upset I was the emperor because some moistened bin threw a sword at me, they'd lock me away. Now we see the violence inherent in the system. Be quiet. The violence inherent in the system. Help, I'm being
repressed.
Gotta do a knock for that movies at some point as well.
Yes.
I see someone wants us to check out a wholesome critter as part of the, you know, animal stuff we usually do.
Oh boy.
Nematomorpha. Yeah, look at this little critter.
Fuck those guys.
What is that? That's just tape.
They're like terrible parasites.
They're just horrible things. that don't add anything nice to the world. I think they're trying to be fun. We give that one a thumbs down.
That's a thumbs down.
But it's okay.
They suck.
You know, it's nice to balance things out. Been rewatching the OG EFAPs on episode 23 now. Love you guys a lot. Always excited to catch a live one. Hey.
Yay.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. That would have been what? Around 23 weeks after we'd started? 22? It's kind of weird. I don't know what amount exactly we'll have to get to before I'm like, fucking hell, this podcast is going for fucking ages, man. Because we're up to coming to our 7th year, starting it up right after the next anniversary. Because I always forget exactly where we are. Every 50. That was probably a good decision early on. 50 per year. Even though we make a hell of a lot more than 50 per year. But, you know, the numbers have to be
in terms of the quantity
moved.
of stuff that's being made, it amounts to more than 50 episodes a year, but still.
Have none of you read The Once and Future King? I mean,
I have.
listen,
I
I
have
don't
read the Once and
remember
Future King.
all the stuff, all right? King Arthur's not as cool as someone like a Homer Simpson, where I know all of his lore. That would have been an interesting battle. Not sure who would win that, you know, it'd be close. Rumor says that Anthony Mackie repeatedly asked unprompted for a romance with Black Widow. Bro was down bad. You can't blame him for giving it a shot, you know? He's
Hey,
gotta
man.
try and argue it really works for the story. That story would be so good. It's such a great story that you should just, you know. I wonder if he'll have a love interest as the new Captain Falcon. You know, that'd be good for. We got what is it? The third round of reshoots. That movie's gonna be great.
I think so.
I gotta know its
Yeah.
budget. The final budget's gonna be so funny.
What, like $400 million?
Yeah. In my opinion, you should allow people/connections, but only who they can reasonably have on call. Just being part of an organization doesn't necessarily get them to fight for you, but being the leader will. Connections are power.
Nah.
We allowed...
Cap gets
within
the
a-
Avengers.
Yeah,
so reason.
it's an element of like, yeah, if you fight Banjo, you'll have to probably fight Kazooie, you know, because they're just like kind of like a pair. They're just that's part of an element of who they are. But yeah, Cap can't just be like, "Oh, I call an Iron Man, I win." Oh, lol.
I think,
You know, he's
yeah,
like, this is why you spec charisma, bitches.
there
You
is a
can't just do
line.
that.
I think we allowed Leonidas to call in Spartans and Maximus to call in the Roman legion somewhat, but we were like, we can't do Cap calls in Iron Man because Iron Man's another contestant. Like, how does that make any sense?
So named characters seem like
So if they
should
fight,
be
he has
off.
to call an Iron Man to fight on his own side against himself.
And then Iron Man calls in Cap to help out.
Yeah.
Hey, fappers, I like y'all. Here's a McMuffin. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, man.
Cheers.
Appreciate that. Thoughts on the Iron Claw, my favorite movie of 2023. I need to see it. I've heard nothing but good things. The Zac
The
Efron.
Iron Claw? What's this?
It's like it's about wrestlers in real life story. I don't know enough about it. Mel will be able to explain it well, but all I know is it's good. The main thing. Gets recommended by everybody.
Oh, neat. I don't know anything about wrestling other than they wrestle.
Someone in chat will probably have a better summary than I can give, but Mickey Mouse gets the Death Star. Well, maybe at round 3. Mickey Mouse can be OP at round 3, but he didn't get to round 3, I think, with one of his first fights.
No, he did
Got
not.
slaughtered. Does Mickey Mouse get his army of brooms? Again, probably a round 3 thing.
Round 3. And they're not really his army. Like, they were fucking things up for him because he doesn't know magic.
How about a DreamWorks versus Illumination fighting game? That could be fun.
Oh, that could be fun.
Man, I would not give a fuck really about the Illumination side. That's all I realized when I was thinking.
Wow,
like,
you don't like
so
you don't like Mario? Wow.
I don't count Mario as an Illumination character. Mario is Mario character. I was thinking like the problem was I was sitting there thinking like, well, who would it be? So you got like Gru and like the minions. You got and does that even count like Dr. Seuss characters? Do they count in like an Illumination matchup? Like, do they get the Grinch and the Lorax? I don't know about that.
They'll put in as many as they can, I'm sure.
I guess they get what else? The pets from The Secret Life of Pets, the characters from Sing, dude. Illumination's filmography
right?
is like so, like, it's so generic. I don't. It's like, it's so uninteresting. But they make so much money.
Clearly a hater.
They're like consistently make $1 billion. Even that migration movie that nobody watched, that's not true. Plenty of people watched it, made its money back. Meanwhile, Pixar can't make its money back on anything they've made, or Disney. Like Illumination and DreamWorks even has inconsistent results as well. Like Illumination is the only animation studio that reliably makes money all the time. Well, I guess Studio Ghibli tends to make money on their films, but in terms of like Western 3D animation movies, they're like the only one.
My favorite Western 3D animated movie is Rango.
Is it your favorite?
Yeah, of all the 3D animated movies that are westerns, yeah.
Oh, you got me there. You
Aha!
bamboozled me with your words.
Everyone watch Rango.
It's great.
It's good
It's
shit.
really good.
Mickey Mouse has never hurt anyone in his cartoons. Yeah.
That's
The
not
Doctor
true.
doesn't kill. Batman
It's
doesn't
not even
kill.
true. What are you talking about? Yes, he has. If we're talking about the old cartoons, he's hurt a lot of people in those.
Talking about old Mickey.
That's right.
Mickey's power level isn't something I expected to hear ever. Oh well, you know. I have interesting conversations here. We got to figure it all out. In a Mickey vs. Bugs fight, Mickey has access to any magic spell present within the Final Fantasy universe, including Stopza. What the fuck is that?
Because of the isn't it because of the what is it? The Kingdom Hearts, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know anything about Kingdom Hearts other
Oh, I thought
than
that's what you
its
were going to explain.
existence.
I was like, because I don't know anything about it either. But I don't think, like I said, I don't even think he got to round 3. He was getting his ass kicked by Bugs Bunny. Which I'm sorry, if everyone felt it was intuitive that Bugs would annihilate Mickey, okay?
Bugs can be a killer, man.
Yeah, he had to be
He's fought a
removed. He
lot
was
of
too
people.
OP. He was pulling all kinds of materials from off screen. It was
That's right.
he was impossible to beat. We need to disqualify slapstick toon characters. They're immortal and cannot die. To be fair, we've got quite a few characters who cannot die in their own fiction. But, you know, you have to be reasonable with some of this stuff. The Cortana EMP thing is referring to a thing where your shields go down in a mission to betrayals. It happens 3 times. Also, I want all of you to know that Kirby is 8 inches tall.
Okay, well I remember that, but I don't know how I don't know if I believe that would work against the T-1000. I'm not sure if it would.
I don't think it would either. I don't see because she has like a very deep and like a direct integration within the suit systems of the Mjolnir armor. So yeah, I don't see how she would. I don't see how that would work against T-1000.
I mean, maybe it might have an effect, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not buying it.
Procrastination versus you Dumbos playing DDLC. Fight. Procrastination. We're also watching other things, playing other things, you know. Huge list. Filled with stuff. Remember, there's a guy who... I mean, I haven't seen him in a while, but there's a guy out there who wants Long Kong, and he hasn't gotten his Kong long in a long Kong time.
You're right. He hasn't gotten it.
According to one of the old shorts, Mickey Mouse fought in World War II, so he has military training. I don't know if that's going to do anything against Bugs Bunny. Yeah.
Well,
I bet he probably fought in World War II as well. So I bet all those cartoon characters were like in the Air Force or the Marines or something.
I'm rewatching all 3 Lord of the Rings movies re-released in cinemas right after just watching EFAP 93. Very convenient.
Yo,
it's a classic.
I'll have to go when they do that again in the theater around here. I didn't get to do it last time because of some scheduling stuff, but boy, I really wanna.
Does it bother you when video games make guns left-handed, bolts or CHs on the left side, even though the PC is always right-handed, i.e. Fallout 4?
It does kind of bug me a little, but not really. It's one of those, like, I can get over it. Like, it's realistic. You can do it. It's just weird that they would make it that way. But now I would prefer that they kept the standard bolt on the right. It is the mildest of annoyances.
Isn't Kermit useless without someone to control him? Well, isn't everyone useless without a writer to define what they're doing?
Yeah.
I made it.
I don't need no writer to define what I'm doing.
Well, it's just how it works with Kermit. Kermit he's up and about doing stuff. That's how it works.
Truly is. What mythology is Chris Evans from? They mean Rich Evans?
He's from the Red Letter Media cinematic universe.
Wait, why did you
I
think Rich
presume they
Evans
mean
when they
Rich
said Chris
Evans.
Evans?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because they
I was-
reference, they talk about him in their Marvel reviews.
Yes. He's Rich Evans is definitely from the Red Letter Media fictional universe. He's that's why he was in the listing. Rich Evans, not Chris Evans, for fuck's sake. Yeah, that makes sense. You'd follow up with that. Anyway, Gromit knows nothing about TNG. Huge edge. What? Gromit knows
The
nothing
next
about.
generation?
I'm not
Oh,
sure.
why would that? What? Why would that be taken into account?
I guess because Gromit is fighting Rich Evans, and so Rich Evans has a really strong knowledge of TNG, but Gromit doesn't, which gives him an edge according to the super chat, which is probably true. None of that nerd shit. Gromit is just gonna fuck him up. Everyone agreed Gromit won that fight. It wasn't even close.
So
Yeah.
Gromit against Rich Evans?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, fair. Yeah, I agree.
Rags doesn't disagree either. I can't believe Rags sold his PC to get a bus ticket that went to Trump's rally in the Bronx, and he missed out on EFAP's best episode. Hopefully it was worth it.
Incredible. I was at a friend's wedding, but that's a fun story too.
I get out of Fellowship and you massives are still going? Since it's fresh in my mind, who wins between Farmer Maggot and Sackville Bagginses?
Oh, Farmer Maggot.
Gotta be Farmer Maggot, right? Yeah.
The Sackville Bagginses are a bunch of fuckers.
Yeah, they're like vultures, and
They're just jerks, man.
Farmer Maggot's gonna fuck them up.
Farmer Maggot's got some ideas. I'll just say
really
that.
does.
He's got some ideas.
Best Final Fantasy, and why is it 7? I can't answer that. I've never played them.
I thought it was Tactics Advance. I don't know.
I feel bad. I don't think any of the three of us can give a decent answer to that one, other than we thumb you up. Sure, it's 7, I guess, maybe. I don't know. Chat, what's the best Final Fantasy? Go. What is commonly understood to be the best one?
Most people say 7, right?
Hmm.
I don't know. I never played it, but that's what
I think
they
it's
say.
like 7, 6. I don't know what else.
All right then. I feel like Hannibal is a better hunter, whereas Bateman lures his victims, which wouldn't work on Lecter. Maybe. I think we did decide Lecter won ultimately, but in a physical
I think
fight,
so.
Bateman has it, right? But Hannibal is the smarter guy by far.
Yeah.
Hear me out. What if Simba chokes him out by jumping down his throat? Chad win.
Interesting.
You
Can
know?
he hold his breath long enough to be able to do that? Because Simba's got to get air too.
What if it's like you both die?
He has
Does
to
it
go ass
does it do
first,
draw,
right?
or was it whoever died first? You know,
I
like,
think a draw. I think it should be a draw.
well, if it's not down to the millisecond, like if say two guys shoot each other, but one of them is better with accuracy and shoots the guy in the head, while he was shot in the leg, and so he will bleed out because Final Destination is just a place where
I don't know if he'll. I don't think that. I would. It might. Okay, contextually, if someone uses a move that they know will kill the both of them, it ends in a draw. If they both shoot and one of them kills the other, and the other one just was like a worse shot, and he hits him in the leg and he gets an infection and dies of septic shock 2 weeks later or whatever, then yeah, that doesn't count. But if it's like it depends on a lot of it is intentionality and like skill and decision making.
What would you say if they were shot? One goes in the head, but the other one's hit in the neck, and he's like, oh, geez, oof, ouchie, uh-oh.
And then he just dies. That's a draw. I think that's a draw.
So surely it's like it's the amount of time it takes to die, then, right? Like if it's within a minute, it's a draw, maybe more.
I think so. If you mortally wound someone, and just because of the almost indistinguishable randomness that can result from some of those things. But if you mortally wound someone and make like a kill shot, they just linger on a little bit, then I think it basically counts as you got him.
T-Rex gets a respirator to breathe a la Vader rules. What? Why would T-Rex get a respirator? I'm not sure about that one. Extinct animal of the day, Pelagornis, the giant saw-toothed seagull. My goodness.
The giant sawtooth seagull?
I feel like I should have heard about this before now.
I feel like I should have too. You said giant sawtooth, and I was like, oh, is this like gonna be like a shark or something? And then you said seagull, and I'm like, whoa, hold on.
Apparently this, well, hopefully this image works.
Oh, damn.
Oh my god.
I bet that's for like grabbing
guess it's
fish and
not
making
really
sure they
teeth,
don't
it's
wriggle
like
out
a
of his
beak, but
bill.
yeah.
His
Yeah.
beak, yeah. They know I've got you, fish. You're not getting away.
Well, because seagulls have like stuff on the inside of their beak, right? The like jagged stuff that helps them gobble stuff down. I think a lot of birds have that.
Yeah, they have like the ridges.
But not like this.
Not like that. That's like that's a nasty bite. And plus you got the spike on the front too. Jeez.
Jack is very acrobatic. Not sure which Jack they're referring to. We had quite a few of them.
Jack and the Beanstalk.
Jack
Yeah.
Because
Bauer?
he had to climb up that thing multiple times, and you got to be pretty. To do
Jack
that.
is indeed one of the Jacks. You know, I was thinking to myself, I would love it if we got another Captain America where he actually was fighting the Red Skull in World War II. Well, that ain't happening. Like, not anytime soon anyway, if you mean specifically the MCU continuity. Maybe it'll happen in some kind of what if with some other character. Why not? That's just as good. Well, in Final Fantasy XVI, you transform into a Balrog and you fight a dragon only to escalate to a space battle once you fuse with your brother who is a phoenix while epic music plays. Epicest boss fight.
That sounds like Final Fantasy.
Oh my god.
No, it's great. It's really good. That's what I meant. It's really good. That
Hmm.
sounds just like Final Fantasy story because it's so good.
Do you feel the
sounds really
tone
great.
switching around there? The fringing I felt.
What?
The tone
No.
is doing some stuff.
I would never change my tone.
I don't think an engineering rig is good enough to deal with
I don't
rifle
know. I feel like
ammo. The advanced rigs, sure, but not Isaac's default one. Joel wins with range. What do you think? I think this
I
is
would agree.
This is round 2,
probably.
Isaac Clarke versus Joel Miller in the forest. We did say Joel. We went. You know, we argued in favor of Joel for a decent bit. It's just that Isaac's. It's just not clear cut. It could be tough.
Isaac, yeah, he has a good command of military weaponry because he does get the assault rifle. And depending on the suit he has, he might be able to resist some damage because he does have access to military suits, military grade suits. His default engineering suit, I don't think that would be designed to stop bullets though. It would be pretty resilient, and if it hits the metal bits, then he might be a-okay. But of course, that'll depend on what
Fringy
version
felt,
it is as to how likely that may or may not be.
Fringy felt that when he spawns in the forest, he would use the plasma cutter to chop down a tree, and then he would grab it with kinesis and just fire it across the whole forest, and it would fuck everything up.
I don't think his kinesis module is that powerful.
Well, if Fringy were here, you could have this this back and forth, but he's clearly discussing something with his bird friends. Something must have come up.
They're just there was an emergency meeting.
Mhm.
The whole flock got together and they had to discuss what their winter plans were.
We'll come back to it when he's available. These matchups are better than Death Battle because they're actually fair fights that require some debate. Hey, not all of them, right? I did try, but some of them went a bit wild and nutty. But hopefully they were fun. That was the main thing. The next MCU villains could be Yzma and Kronk, and I'd still take them more seriously than anyone in Phase 4 and 5. Yeah, I mean... Dude, it's funny being like, yeah, the villains aren't so good. It's like the everyone isn't so good. I mean, not that I disagree or anything.
Kronk.
Picard is mad and bald. True. Molding.
Wow.
Molding. Fighting Rambo would be like fighting an Enderman. Oh yeah, Rambo versus Steve. That was one. I think actually Steve won though.
I can believe it. It
Uh,
takes a lot of arrows to kill Steve.
Nathan loses a melee fight against Lazarevich. Oh, this is gonna be another one for Fringy probably to comment on. Gonna put little notes in these. We'll come back to him. If Shrek can out funny Bugs, he can win. Yes, they kept entertaining the idea that whoever's funniest wins in the cartoon fights. But, you know, it just got too complicated. Bugs lifts buildings and survives TNT to the face. He is a god.
He is God.
Bugs is a heavyweight. He's too OP for this tier. That is something I learned very quickly, yes. Fringy versus Bugs Bunny. I think even Fringy would admit Bugs has got it. Bugs would come in and sweep them both. He's a powerful guy. Can the Enterprise teleport a bomb onto the Sulaco? Ooh. Yeah, this was Corporal Hicks versus, I want to say, Picard, round 3. So he gets the Sulaco and Picard gets the Enterprise.
I feel like the Enterprise. Now the Sulaco is what again? Remind me.
Well, it's a big old space starship, but and it has the power to like raise a planet, from what we gather. But I don't know. Obviously, we know way more about Picard's Enterprise than we do about the Sulaco.
The Enterprise is a pretty darn formidable ship. It has very strong shields. It has the proton torpedoes, the crazy laser beams. It has the ability to do all kind of crazy science stuff. And if he gets the Enterprise, does that mean he gets the Enterprise crew as well? Because they're like insanely smart and very resourceful. The kind of scrapes they've gotten out of are nuts. I don't know how you can stop them. They're... Oof.
Yeah, it's I think we settled on the Enterprise side winning. It's just a matter of there may be things I don't know about alien fiction to make up for it. We had this problem with Predator in his round 3 because obviously he gets a ship, but it's like, yeah, but we don't know the full capabilities of Predator starships. It's hard to say, but yeah. A shilling for the ultimate showdown of Ultimate Destiny. Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
A shilling for the confrontation of Calamity. A shilling for the civil discussion of consequence. These are all very good names.
These are good ones, yeah.
Ah, Fringy has returned.
Yes.
Rags does not believe that Isaac would be able to cut down a tree and use it with kinesis to essentially sweep the forest.
Well, I think he would.
Cutting down the tree, that's yeah, he can easily do that. But I don't think that the power of his kinesis module is such that he would be able to use a tree to like bash through the whole forest. I don't think it's that strong.
I mean, he appears to be able to move some really big things.
I think once you in the games though, once you start picking up some big stuff, it can be like practically impossible to move. Like you can't pick up the body of a charger, for instance. Now, kinesis is really good, but I don't think that it's necessarily the raw strength of how heavy the things it can pick up. It's the fact that it can shoot things very quickly and accurately. That the real strength of what it comes through. And plus, if it's
I would agree with that.
Yeah, if it's tree on tree violence too, it's like how to use a tree to chop down a tree. It's like that will not give you necessarily the results you want. But if he kinesis moduled like rocks off the ground, like that would easily kill a person. I go straight through him. So.
And the other one that figured you'd want to comment on is Nathan loses a melee fight against Lazarevich, but he can melee kill the big armored machine gunners in 4 though, lol.
Yeah, look, alright, ludonarrative dissonance plagues Uncharted.
He loses a fight to a lady.
Yeah, but that was stupid. That shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, but that was stupid.
He lost 2 on 1. Like, that's bullshit. He wins. That's it. Plain and simple.
Yeah. Sir Raggleton, if you were to pull out Exodia
Ah,
against Movie Blob at full power with the Stones of Diabetes, would Sir Rags one-shot Movie Blob?
I think so. Exodia wins you the game, so I mean, I don't. What's stronger than winning the game
Is that what
automatically?
the description says, or does it say like it wipes out the opponent's? Is there any defense
No, it
against
means
it?
you
Or
win the game.
okay,
No, once you have all the cards, you win the game. The only defense against it is making sure that the other player can't get all 5 pieces. Once
I
they
like the
do, they
idea that
win.
you're like, there's one defense, and you see it, he assembles all pieces, then the other opponent pulls out a gun. Like, don't do that. The angry video game nerd beat up Bugs Bunny and took a dump on him. How would the nerd fare against
Ye-
Unicron if he had his Nintendo Zapper available?
Why would he do that? Bugs
Um,
Bunny's a fun guy. He's a fun goober.
well, maybe, who knows? Bugs has been known to make some social faux pas, with purpose, of course, but maybe he fucked up. I
Yes.
mean, angry video game nerd, as we know, he's quite respectful, quite got good etiquette. So I'd imagine it was Bugs' failure in this interaction. Fortunately, don't know really what happened. But yeah, we angry video game nerd, angry pissed off video game nerd. We didn't put him in again because we felt like he was too OP. I mean, Boogie ended up winning, so maybe we should have put him in because he would be the only person that could defeat Boogie. Be interesting to see what would happen. Which mutation would you prefer? A prehensile tail or opposable thumbs on your feet?
A prehensile tail or opposable thumbs on your. Well, the prehensile tail. However, if they meant to say. The problem is with the feet thing, is that if you just have 2 thumbs sticking out of your foot, that's not going to be that useful because you need like the other fingers to grab things with. Now, if you were to ask, do you want a prehensile tail or like monkey feet, which are like hands, I'd take the monkey hands instead of the prehensile tail. But the way that they worded it, I'll take the tail.
I'm trying to think of what I would get more use out of in my day-to-day. I'm not actually sure. I feel like it would be fun to have hand feet to do all kinds of crazy jumping around and everything, but my average carrying of things or using things, I feel like the tail would come in handy more.
I think so.
In the daily,
I
yeah,
lean
in the
toward that.
dated.
It's like
But
a third limb, third hand, arm, I guess, in a sense.
I wouldn't say
Third
it's a
limb.
third hand. It's a
Yeah,
third
not a hand, a
helpful.
third.
It's a helpful, like tentacle for lack of a better term, I guess.
Mm.
Or you could it is very useful, but it ain't an extra hand. But but if you had like I said, if the question was like phrased poorly and they meant to say you have feet for hands, or sorry, hands for feet, very important distinction. Then I would take I'd rather have feet. I'd rather have hands for my feet instead of just a prehensile tail.
I understand that. That makes sense. Obviously, I wasn't expecting to use it like a hand, more so all the little things in life that can be done with just the tail.
Yeah, it can open the fridge. It can hold maybe hold like a cup or something. It could do a lot of really basic stuff, but a lot of the times you just need to do basic stuff. And it's really you could just like have it there and you could put something on it. It could grab a towel if you need to wipe something up. It would be both would be very useful. And
Um,
someone said, "Yes, I mean hands for feet." So there you go. I figured
fair
that's what
enough.
he might have been because if you just put thumbs on your feet, it's not actually going to do that
Not
much
that
good.
useful.
Stanley Cup Finals is starting. Well, exciting. We'll all be checking that out, will we not?
Sorry, what? Say that again?
No, that was the perfect response, honestly, to what I said. It kind of
Oh,
captures
all
the
right.
point
Well,
I was
fair enough.
making, so it's all good.
Okay. Well,
Watched Everything Everywhere All at Once with my brother. Great movie. Thank you for the spotlight a while ago. Yeah, we love that movie.
Oh, I'm really
Good
glad
shit.
you liked it. That is a really good movie.
Doesn't Steve have something called a locator map? What is that, Rags? Tell us.
A locator map. Let me double check. It's just like, is that just what the? I think that might be just what the basic. A locator map is an item which can be used as a visual aid when exploring the overworld or the end. It allows a player to capture surface features of areas they visit, plotting them on a handheld map. It also allows players to locate other players, as the name states. Oh, which is
All right.
interesting because being able to know if there's another player. Yeah, this is just like the map that you hold and you fill out. So, yeah, potentially, as far as I know, you can't hide from another player on the locator map. So, you wouldn't be able to hide from Steve if he had a map in his hands because
Oh
he
my
could see all the other
god.
players. God damn, Steve is getting. Steve is. Look, don't fuck with Steve.
1% win is still a win. Let's go, Steve. I mean, yeah, we gave a lot of votes to the chat, and he might just edge them out by 1% sometimes, you know, but that still counts. Go, Steve. A lot of Steve fans. A lot of Steve fans. Sky is the limit. Steve's build limit is 255 blocks. Is that right? You mod it to
Steve's
be more?
limit for Steve's like jump limit. What do you mean? Sorry.
I don't know. They said sky is the limit. Steve's build limit is 255 blocks.
I think that is the yeah. I think that is the limit of how high up you can build, as far as I know, unless they've changed it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm almost certain there's probably mods that lift it up higher.
The original Tarzan from the comics is a genius and a scholar. Well, well.
The who from Tarzan? Sorry.
Well, Tarzan from the original.
Oh, Tarzan from Tarzan is a genius and a scholar. I did not know that.
Neither did I.
I didn't know that he was. I didn't know that in the original. I thought he was not an educated man.
We considering
He,
Disney
he had
Tarzan or
he had what
pulp
we called.
Tarzan, which it appeared that we were kind of working with Disney Tarzan. He still beat the shit out of a lot of people. He got really far.
I always thought he was like he's a man street smarts. That's what Tarzan has. He has street smarts, not book smarts.
I feel like a complete stranger being the only one who knows a lot about Minecraft. Steve, should I be worried? No, Rags does. There you go.
Yeah, I love Minecraft.
Yeah.
Minecraft is
Skyrim.
great. It's one of my
Skyrim
favorite
Nazim
games.
versus Legend of Zelda Tingle. I feel like we're the worst
let me
people to
double
ask
check.
that, because... Wait, do you know who Nazim is? You would, right? 'Cause you played Skyrim.
I'm just double checking. Oh, he's the guy. Um. He's the one who says, "Do you get to the Cloud District very often?" Oh, what am I saying? Of course you don't. He's that annoying asshole in Whiterun. Yeah.
I think that's why they compared him to
Um.
Tingle in Zelda, who's also, as
Yeah.
far as I'm aware, an annoying asshole. Somewhat. He's like a
That's.
little leprechaun creature.
Yeah. I know Tingle because of Super Smash Bros.
Yeah.
That's how I know about Tingle.
Who wins out of those two, though? I'd leave it to chat. I have no clue. Does Tingle have any powers? Or is he just sort of around?
I don't actually know. I don't know anything
Someone
about
said
Tingle, really.
Nazim, so it's Nazim. There you go. That's the objective way to do that. Steve takes bugs if he makes an Albuquerque sign. Yeah, this is where the problem started happening, because it was like Steve versus Bugs Bunny was essentially like, wait, how do we determine a winner here? As you can imagine, Rags, it was very difficult.
I can understand why.
Asura from Asura's Wrath versus Kratos from God of War 3. But I don't know who Asura is. I haven't played Asura's Wrath.
I have not played that
Can't
either.
help you. So I will say Kratos is pretty OP, but then I'm sure this Asura person is as well. Another one for chat speculation, presumably. This might be really important going forward. Does the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man get Gozer as backup in round 3? Oof, I don't think so. We probably wouldn't allow that, because Gozer could just be their own entity, you know? Probably not. Robocop for the win, lol? Yeah, that was a controversial one. We had Robocop versus the T800, Rags. Who do you think wins?
Between RoboCop and the T800?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like T800 can shoot him in the mouth, right?
A lot of people are saying that the mouth isn't actually like a weak spot in any way, shape, or form. It's just a form on top of, you know, steel as strong as the rest of the body.
I
The thing
don't know
about it
where
is,
they
for me,
got that
like,
information.
I feel like it would be very dangerous for RoboCop to be shot there still, even from the movies. I don't know.
I think I'm going T800 here. I think that RoboCop's he's a bit stiff, you know, in the way that he moves around and everything. And I feel like T800 has a lot more like blending in capabilities and maneuverability, and I think he's just stronger and more resilient than RoboCop is. And I think he's basically completely bulletproof, isn't he?
My impression was that RoboCop doesn't have the capacity to defeat the T-800. From
Yeah,
the only thing maybe would be the data spike through the brain, but that's only if you permit that it could stab the T-800 through the brain, or the skull rather. I don't know.
And I feel like when it comes to grappling stuff, I feel like the T800 beats him in grappling because of his maneuverability and just raw strength. So yeah, I think the T800 beats RoboCop.
And people compare like their weight, and apparently RoboCop is way heavier than the Terminator, but it's definitely an intuition thing going off their movies. It feels as though to me that if the T-800 punched him, it would do more than if he punched the Terminator.
Yeah, because I think just the speed at which he could actually move himself. You know, the T800 has a lot of flexibility and dexterity. So being able to actually make that punch is going to transfer way more force because he can just actually move himself that quick.
But of course, that I think we left that one to a vote as well, because we knew it was hyper controversial. Right? You can't just determine a winner for those two. You crazy? Insane. That's what that is. Where are we? Working on Fandom Menace comics still, and I got questions. Fringy, bird/human hybrid or ultimate Australian monster?
What do you mean, like, a choice between the two of those as things, or what?
I fucking hate Discord, dude. How could it think that's acceptable? Why would it think that's acceptable? It just cranked
What
your
was that
voice
really
so
loud
hard.
all of a
Like,
sudden?
it makes you
Uh.
sound like you are retarded for not knowing how loud you are, but it's not your fault in any way, shape, or form. Like, it's just like,
Alright, well.
you'd think it would have the software to react a little fucking faster, you know?
But why even do it?
I don't know. They fucked something up, which is not a surprise. I mean, luckily for me, the audio goes into OBS, so that's never gonna piss off the chat, but it'll piss you guys off every once in a while, maybe. Oh, geez, I'm awake. Yes, these is gonna. Everyone's gonna be like, too loud.
Oh, jeez, I'm awake. That's how I start every day. Oh, jeez, I'm awake.
Yeah, I guess they're asking whether or not you should be designed such as a bird-human hybrid or as your own sort of thing that grew in Australia, some special monster.
And I mean, I'd say I'm neither, but like if I only had to choose between the two, I guess I'd probably prefer the first one.
All right. Muller, I'm thinking EFAP is a tile of party like the Fellowship, maybe? Oh, I think they mean type of party like the Fellowship, maybe. And Rags, dog-human hybrid or dog?
A human hybrid. Jesus. I'm just a dog, you know? I'm just a dog, just hanging out over here. No need to pay me any mind. I'm just a dog, you know? Just a dog.
But yeah, EFAP's a kind of Fellowship for sure. We have our
we have assembled a Fellowship, that's for sure. Many friends and allies who light the beacons and come to our aid, and vice versa.
You asked earlier who'd be the most powerful female character in fiction. Obviously, the correct answer is the Force. Oh, yeah, well. That'd be a tough one to defeat.
The Force is female, from what I've heard, yeah.
I know Evil Empire trope was criticized in EFAP for RM Part 1, but what do y'all think about the royal family fucking with their people by becoming gods?
What?
I don't know. So RM, is that a... What is that a
Rebel
reference
Moon?
to? Oh.
I didn't know they became gods.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the context of that.
Look, my dude, don't ask me a lot of things, but don't ask me about Rebel Moon lore, okay? just don't do it. Just don't do it.
It's usually pretty funny when we discover more about it, though. Just saying.
It does get funnier. The world gets funnier the more I learn about it, which is
Yeah.
not typically what you want
Like
to
the
have in
captured
really good
cosmic
games.
space god they have in their ship to power their engine of coal or whatever.
The Kala, right?
Yeah, that's some shit right there.
Oh boy.
I guess you guys didn't have Shaggy because he'd sweep? Yeah, obviously. No point in doing that. The discussions would be over instantly. We're trying to encourage discussions. Shaggy's too powerful. Hey, EFAP crew. Just wanted to thank you all for EFAP Boogie episodes. I've lost 85 pounds, and I'm only 20 pounds away from my goal. And being on the transplant list, nice. Losing this weight is the only thing that brings me joy in this world. Excellent fucking news.
Well, that's a huge congratulations, man.
We've said before, Boogie is very much benefiting from a bad example type situation. He is you don't want to end up that way. That's not good. For many reasons, of course, not just related to his physical state, but his personality. You want to it's a cautionary tale. Learn from his failures. But,
inside and outside, basically.
Yeah, good to hear it. And best of luck with whatever you end up dealing with there. I don't know what the implication exactly is of a transplant list. So I assume you needed to get access to something, and you need to be a particular weight, or that's a misunderstanding, but best of luck. Did we ever take into account...
Yeah, that's really awesome. Good. Congratulations.
Yeah. Did we ever take into account how strong Steve is? He can carry 1 million times 1 million blocks of gold that stack up to 64. I think I watched a video saying Steve can carry like 8 Empire State Buildings worth of weight.
Listen, don't fuck around with Steve. Okay.
Very casually walking around with 8 Empire State Buildings. Why not? Yeah, the stuff like that was getting complicated with game things. Guys, Kung Fu Panda 3 is so annoying and terrible. What the fuck? Oh no, is it? Do you mean 4? Or is the third one not liked as well?
I think people fight over 3 a bit, but I know that 4, it seems like nobody likes 4.
No one talks about it. No one has said any. I don't know anything about it other than the porn. I just don't see anything. No one talk about it. And like, it's interesting that nobody talks about a Kung Fu Panda movie.
I've only seen the first 2, and they are awesome.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, the first 2 are great. I think I need to see 3, and I'd only see 4 if these 2 want to see it. I would see it out of curiosity, but only with these 2 if they wanted to see it as well. Or if they were curious.
Boom, boom, boom. I meant in a different story, not Rebel Moon, lol. So, the question... I mean, the answer is probably going to be yes, if you're asking, is it possible to make a royal family fucking with their people by becoming gods? Like, there's a context that could work, sure. I mean, it's not about evil empire in the sense that we can't have them doing anything immoral. It's more so like the cartoon aspect. We don't want them just being stupid evil. And, this kind of applies to, like, the ruling of your people. You want people in your kingdom, your civilization. Stop fucking killing them for no reason or doing silly bullshit. Like, if you say, for example, to become a god in that universe, you have to sacrifice 1,000 children's blood or whatever, I'd be like, oh, I understand that better in terms of, like, some power-hungry crazy man who wants to do it, as opposed to some of the shit we see, like, in something like Rebel Moon. Or the First Order, Final Order, all the crazy, terrible, idiotic organizations, whatever may have you. Just have a little bit of a brain going on, you know? Even if it involves crazy sacrifices and killing people in some way, just get some writing in there. I think the strongest female character is one from DC Comics. Tend to have more infinite stuff, like Raven destroying everything. And no to anime, even Dragon Ball's limited by having everything be finite. Well, I mean, Fringy suggested, and he's probably right? Dark Phoenix, does she outclass this Raven person?
I don't know, actually. I don't know.
She is kind of super ultimately powerful. I'm pretty sure she's, like, her power listings are essentially, like, she can tear everything down to the atomic level, which is, I know a lot of people have that power.
But like, Raven's magic, so I don't know how that, like, how
interacts.
That slots together, yeah.
Thoughts on Inside Out? The sequel is looking bleh.
I mean, I think Inside Out, the first one's, like, overrated. It's fine, but it ain't like incredible.
I can't remember if I have seen it or not, but I just remember finding it
Yeah, it's fine, but it's not like when it came out, they were saying it was the best movie since Up. That was, I mean, it might have been, but like, it's not that good.
Can we get an EFAP review of X-Men 97? It's actually good, and it's faithful to the original, a blast from the 90s Marvel. The best Marvel, objectively. We did mention this earlier. If we were to watch it, it would be on a list that's very long, and I'm afraid we're probably just not the people for it, because we weren't, I assume, between the three of us, not super invested in the original show. Caught episodes of it, but that's about it. So, but I'm happy to hear it's very good. Fringy, watch the Larry Sanders Show.
Yeah, I'll watch it at some point.
All right. Oh my god, Fringy, did you buy my Fringy Norge sticker?
Huh? Is there a Fringy Norge sticker?
Well, I guess no is the answer on that one. Thoughts on the Iron Giant? I mean, same as everybody's. Great film. And
there you go.
To think otherwise means you're not human. That's unfortunate, but true.
Oh, jeez.
If you want more in-depth thoughts, I'd have to rewatch it to give you more of like analysis and stuff. But just it's Iron Giant. It's good shit. FMA Brotherhood does the ruler sacrifices their people to become God very well. Well, it's not. I don't think it's difficult to do. It's just that a lot of people would make it retarded. And you can always rely on Zach to do something retarded with any kind of concept like that. But I'd agree with you. I think there's a lot of really interesting stuff for the accumulation of power in the world of FMA Brotherhood. Or rather, just FMA in general. In what universe does a gun firing standard ammunition bring down a T-Rex? We need specialized weapons just for elephants. T-Rex weighs more and is way tougher. I don't buy that you need more than an assault rifle.
Yeah, an assault rifle will probably it'll put a lot of hurting in that thing. Consider, assault rifle will shoot. Let's take an AK-47. AK, 30 rounds. You can hold. Let's say you bring 3 extra magazines with you, right? That's 120 rounds that you have on you. You can spit that thing downrange, pretty darn good distance. A T-Rex is a really big target, and you're gonna have those pretty chunky bullets, all of them going into that Tyrannosaurus Rex. And like that's just a shit ton of damage, okay? The reason that we hunt elephants and big game with really big bullets is one for like humane reasons. You don't want to just like have it suffer with all these little bullet holes inside of it. You want to shoot it once and have it die quickly and that be that. And also because it's just more reliable to hit it with that one bullet. And if you're going to hit it with one bullet, you want it to be a really big bullet. It obviously wouldn't be difficult to just go around and spray down animals with assault rifles, but it's cruel and inhumane and it's messy and it's way more expensive than it should be. That's just not how you would do it. But if you had a guys with assault rifles shooting at a T-Rex, it would you'd shoot a whole bunch of lead into it and it would die because it's an animal. And yes, it would take a lot more rounds than a rabbit or a dog or a deer, or a bison. But like you'd bring it down. It's like bullets are no joke, especially if they're
the scenario
like
is
just a standard AK-47 shoots a big bullet.
Not that this actually happened in the competition, but I think we speculate about it. Like spawn in forest, you have Captain Price on one side with his rifle, and the other side T-Rex. If he gets to aim and shoot, like I just don't think the T-Rex has got a chance. I think he's gonna fuck it up. You would probably have a grenade too, which I imagine is gonna hurt the T-Rex quite a bit. And then there's of course like I don't know the nature of someone battling a T-Rex in a forest in terms of their ability to move around it, confuse it, annoy it. And what happens if you shoot into its mouth or its eyes? And then, of course, if you just get away from it long enough, it'll bleed out. Like I said, I feel... I'm not going to deny there's a chance the T-Rex can win this fight. I just think that it's way more likely the guy with a gun does.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just... You got to remember that animals don't evolve, at least not in any meaningful sense. They don't evolve to withstand, like, gunshots. If they can, it's sort of incidental. Or it's due to some other, just like the sheer mass or something else. It's not like a direct specific thing that animals are just like built to withstand in the same place. That's why like bulletproof glass and like really high grade Kevlar is really, really good at doing the thing it was designed specifically to do. So, yeah. But I mean, obviously, we can get into what if it's a forest? What if there's a lot of cover in the way? What, how much time to shoot does the person have? Is it just one person? What's the gun that they have? Is the T-Rex, are they like barreling toward them? These are the things that'll determine it, not whether or not you can kill it with the assault rifle. I need to use the loo though, so I'll be right back.
All right.
Bathroom time.
The Leftovers had the best ending of any show. Christopher Eccleston also shows his dong in one episode. Okie dokie. I've heard of that. I think that's the... Is that the one where he's Jesus, or is that a different TV show? I'm not sure.
No clue.
Yeah, fair enough. Double KO on the table because she could lose to anyone wearing a reflective item while taking them out. Talking about Medusa. And I think we just had to balance probabilities in terms of who do we believe would win more often. I think some came up against the trouble of, like, we really don't know. We came down to votes. Ratchet can summon micro black holes. Oh yeah, that's another thing that you can do.
Yeah, his weapons, they're crazy.
Throw that in there. Everyone forgets Excalibur's scabbard is the best magic canonically. Arthur can't die while wearing it. He is defeated only when Modred swaps in a fake. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know these things about Mr. Arthur. He's been around, you know, as fictional characters go. Or the fictional versions, anyway. Covenant ships can tank nukes easily.
Ugh. Yeah, they're really strong.
Here.
Oh, pardon me.
Wouldn't Arbiter have access to an entire fleet? Yeah, we did kind of deal with that. We were like, they should probably get one ship per space ability thing per character.
A strike team, maybe. That might be a good limit for something, because he often gets those with missions. And...
Does Boba get his back to tank? I don't know if that was going to make a huge difference. What you should be asking is, does he get his bantha?
Like a bantha.
Like a bantha. That part got memed so hard, even though it was just a tiny bit of cringe. But it was cringe, so that's how it goes.
It was definitely cringe, that's for sure.
To answer Fringy's question, yes. Phoenix can destroy the multiverse in Marvel Comics, but the scope of DC and Marvel's multiverses is far different, with it being very one-sided in DC's favor. Raven stomps. Fair enough.
Yeah, I just have no idea.
We need some EFAPs on horror YouTubers. In Praise of Shadows isn't even the worst one. It's just a realm I'm less familiar with, I'm afraid. The horror YouTubers. I guess they like read out creepypastas and stuff like that.
Oh.
I don't know. Stories about cryptids or relatively like unknown things. I don't know if that's considered horror YouTube in general, or if there's more to it. I'm just not familiar. Corporate asked you to find the difference between these two pictures. They're the same picture, and this was regarding what was it? Captain America and V for Vendetta. So V, I guess because they're both super soldiers somewhat. Oh, that's fair. I think Cap got the win on that one. Cap is max human potential in lore. Which, yeah, like I said, I don't know if V isn't just that as well. I'm not sure about specific references. Hypothetical. There's a show about a son and his adventures with his dad. The show's first episode has the son resurrecting his dad with a magic wand he found. Magic never comes up in the show after that, and the show is 100% down to earth, son-dad stories, but with the episodes are brilliantly written. The best. It ends never properly explaining the existence of that magic. Would you consider the show good or forever flawed by such a foundational aspect being impossible?
Sounds kind of crazy.
It would have an infection into a couple of issues. Like it establishes a magic system is available, and it would affect all future examples of anyone having died and not having been resurrected and not being addressed by in terms of mechanics. It's you just have to figure out where it would affect and how, and it would have to be just referenced as being like, unfortunately, there's this thing that they're not addressing. But hey, and by the way, lots of shows and long form stories do this. It's just you have to highlight the good and then the ignored mechanics. However many there are, however big, but that would be strange, yes, if he used magic to resurrect someone and then it's never ever referenced again, nor is magic in general. That would be strange. And would probably be referenced as a bit of a problem.
Agreed.
I mean, but in reference to how good would the show be considered overall, I suppose it would be in reference to just how much they managed to build that isn't dependent on that as ruining it.
Yeah.
It should have been Frank Horrigan. No, rigged. I don't know who that is. I'm sorry.
I don't know who that is either. Sorry.
Fringy, your 12 Angry Men video is gone.
Yeah, copyright. 3 years later.
Yay.
So that's fun. So yeah, I'll have to figure out what I'm gonna do there.
We love copyright. The best.
Yeah.
I sure do love it 3 years later, though. That's great.
Wait, this guy's talking about how great this movie is. Take that shit down.
Especially if it's an oldie, okay? That's the worst when they do that. If the werewolf's name is Hubert Blaine Wolfenschlugenstein and Hausenbergendorf Sr., then Light is screwed. Yeah, it would take a while to write that name in, but we kept going over the deal he can make, right? That one took a little bit of time, because he was against Geralt. Or... Yeah, didn't at one point he goes up against a T-Rex? Something light. It was like, oh no.
How does that work with animals?
I don't know. We have to speculate.
Can he kill Old Yeller?
Maybe.
Or Lassie?
Can
an animal have a name? Like if someone else gives the animal that name, but like how does the animal have to be smart enough to comprehend it has a name? Or
who can say? They review horror movies mostly. Well, at that point, it's just movie review, but I guess horror specific. Fair enough. Where does Acolyte rank in all Star Wars shows? It's not doing great. It's probably above Obi-Wan and Boba Fett, but I don't know. If they fuck up a whole bunch further, they might just sink to that level. I think we say like it's very similar to Ahsoka at this point for quality. Not too far away from it.
Yeah, feels like it's at about that level.
Yeah. So, yeah, there you go. Hail, EFAP. Just wanted to say thanks for all the work you do and for inspiring me to start teaching myself video editing / content creation, hoping to get decent enough to be a freelance editor. Cheers all and high ranks.
Oh, hey there.
Well, excellent to hear. Happy to hear it, and best of luck, whatever it is you get up to in whatever way with editing. Thanks for letting us know. Please look at the multiverse map for DC Comics. It more or less gives a basic idea to how the DC multiverse works.
I don't know if I want to know.
I don't know that, and like, cause it could be anything. It wouldn't give me an idea of how it works against Marvels, if you know what I mean. Especially because I'm just not familiar enough with either of them. Yeah, like I'm seeing an image. It says, I don't know how to make sense of this. Like it's a god sphere of the god sphere of the, and I can't read the rest of it. Oh well. Yeah, there's just lights, colors, and shapes all over the place. I'm sorry. It's
yeah.
I'm sure it's very intense, and having control over it makes you very powerful, I'd imagine.
Yeah,
what
sounds
movies?
Like a really useful thing to have. Yeah.
What movies did you watch most as young'uns? I had Attack of the Clones and Robin Hood Men in Tights on basically infinite repeat.
The Great Mouse Detective and The Rescuers Down Under. I watched those a lot as a kid.
I watched The Grace Mouse.
I watched The Lion King a lot.
Nightmare Before Christmas I watched an insane amount of times.
Toy Story 2.
Terminator 2. I watched that an insane amount of times. What else? I'm trying trying to think of a couple, because there are movies that I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, of course, I remember watching that a billion. Oh well, Jingle All the Way, I kind of watched an insane amount of times. Batman and Robin probably watched that a whole bunch of times. Hey, Arnie movies were very popular in my household. Okay, it didn't matter what quality they were, just get them going. Oh yeah, anything Pixar pretty much. That was just repeat.
Mm-hmm.
I remember loving going through the bonus features on Pixar movies.
They're really good.
The
You learn so
passion,
much.
the sheer passion. Anyway, what's next in the War Arc? We released the list. It was in the trailer. It was all in the list. It's
Yeah,
all there.
you have to watch the trailer.
Can I recommend Gettysburg or The Patriot? Two great films that are largely historically accurate to boot. I thought The Patriot was considered very much not historically accurate.
Yeah.
I agree that it's I would say it's a good movie. It's better than
we are Patriot
is,
enjoyers. So there's that. It's just how accurate it is the whole thing. But no, neither of them are in the War Arc. At least the current War Arc. Maybe we'll do more in future. Who knows? Who could say? I still find it funny / scary that in the DC Comics lore, if one of the gods die, their corpse is big enough to where it can kill all of time and space, the multiverse and concepts by falling on it.
What? Wait, fall on it?
They fall on the multiverse.
Gravity? You fall on the how do you fall on the multiverse?
That sounds like something DC would have. You don't kill that thing; it'll slip and fall on the multiverse.
Oh god.
Mm-hmm. If this is base Breath of the Wild Link, he should have all of his magic like stasis and magnetism, since those are all gained in the tutorial area. I can't remember how we tried to sort out base Link. It was a little bit tough because there's so many different versions. Chat is dumb for not picking Demon God Killer Link. Oh yeah, we left it to chat, so it's not our fault. Haha, be mad at each other.
That's right, can't blame us.
Can Charizard breathe in space? Oh, this is for his fight against Ridley.
I don't know.
I don't think
Probably
so.
Would they
not.
go to space in an arena? As an arena?
I mean, in the round 3, Ridley's winning anyway. It
Yeah.
doesn't even matter. But, yeah, I mean, I think we gave that to Ridley. Ridley has a ship.
It just makes sense to me.
I know. Charizard gave it his alright, he tried. Sure, Ridley would be resistant to fire as dragon type. Ridley has it, it's fine, you don't have to worry about it. Next time when you put Pokemon, do more research. No. Oh my God. We had this before. It was, I think it was on a real BBC. It was like, next time, make sure you know everything about the IPs you're talking about. I was like, no, of course not. Are you insane? I'll never be able to run this thing if I had to read about every IP. Especially when you have shit like God Emperor Joker. I'm familiar with Joker's many iterations. I had no fucking clue there was God Emperor Joker that, again, eats planet. It's supposed to be fun, not like an actual scientific fucking thing where we actually like have test dummies and we create all kinds of, we gotta get this right, we gotta figure out who the winner is. We crowned Boogie the king, guys. I don't think it was that serious. But fun, though. Sweet crispy critters, this is a long boy proper. Late to the party, we'll watch the full thing later. Looking forward to all sorts of tism and fleam. Hell yeah. Destiny's in the title and he's not even here. Shake my head. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Also, hi Rags, who is also not here.
Hi.
Also, watch Paranoia Agent. 9 months I've been birthed by EFAP. Ugh. Paranoia Agent. I don't know that one. Interesting. Ever watched the show Louie? I think I saw clips, but I didn't watch the show. Either of you guys?
I've not seen it either. No, I haven't seen it. That's the Louis C.K. one, right?
I assume so, yeah.
I've not seen it. I've not seen it.
Q teabags the multiverse. Yeah, Q is he is the very opposite of underpowered, you might even say. Listen, the Patriot is Hollywood historically accurate, but overall that's largely how the war was in the southern colonies. I feel like you'd get a lot of fighting on that, depending on the person you talk to. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of YouTube videos about how Patriot is inaccurate, but all I'm saying is I cannot speak to that, but fair enough. The Phantom Menace re-release just put it back into the top 50 highest grossing movies of all time. Sequels could never get that kind of traction again. What an embarrassment. It would be funny to see what numbers they'd all pull if we did a re-release for the lot. I just, I don't know. I feel like we all know what the results would look like, but who could say? I think it would be pretty funny just to have some comparisons. It's still funny how people think Goku beats Superman when Goku can't breathe in space, isn't a living concept, can't time travel by moving, and can't one-shot Darkseid. The guy I was referencing with the falling on the multiverse bit. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were saying there's I don't know, it was Superstar Superman or something. I can't remember which one, but he's, like, apparently insane in round 3. And he does outclass Goku, but a lot of people think Goku outclasses Superman, and this is just not one that I feel we can decide for you. We had to leave that to you guys. But I understand the frustration. It happens. Superman 10 billion, that might have been it. Yeah, 1 million, something. No one can breathe in space. That is true. The question would be, can you survive in space? Which, can Goku survive in space? I wouldn't be surprised if he could at his max. I don't know.
I have no clue.
Maybe.
I have no clue, man.
I grew up with the Dragon Ball Z, but Superman beats Goku easy. Sure. He was a grand inspiration to us all. So yeah, I don't know. I can't help out with that one, but it was a close fight. The percentages, they came in real close. When will we finally get a Lindsay Ellis EFAP? That is, we have a sort of idea for how we would do one for that. That'll happen eventually. I swears. Robocop tanks rockets. The T-800 was severely damaged by a pipe bomb. The Terminator doesn't stand a chance. What's interesting about that, though, is that the nature of their first battle doesn't involve anything like that. It's just the body versus the body. In the second round, you get both of them get weapons, and reasonably, the Terminator will end up with a plasma weapon. If it would be considered standard loadout from his actual creation, which is not when getting sent back in time or whatever. That's very unusual for a T-800. What's usual is he's on the battlefield with his pew pew. And I think everyone agreed the pew pew was probably going to annihilate RoboCop, that gun.
Definitely. There's no way RoboCop is equipped to deal with that kind of weaponry.
Yeah. And so then, round 3, RoboCop might be able to beat him on that one, but the T-800 then has access to a bunch of future tech, and Skynet at its potential maximum. Yeah, it gets complicated. But I understand. I like RoboCop. He's a real cool dude. I wouldn't want to see him beaten up, especially because the T-800 can be very mean. Depends on if he's on your side.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
This question was already answered in the comic book RoboCop versus the Terminator. Okay, but I didn't write that. So I might disagree with how they have the outcome. You need to dissipate the T-1000's whole body to beat him. Yeah, you gotta, there's a couple things you'd have to potentially do, but we were saying, plasma
Melting
weapons.
is the main thing.
Yeah.
Plasma would be effective, for sure.
Oh, as we said, the energy sword, I feel like would really fuck him up.
Yeah, he wouldn't be ready for that. It'd get swung at and be like, oh, what? Like, he wouldn't know what
the way
we
saw it was Arbiter would toss a plasma grenade at him, the T-1000 would be like, what the hell is this? And he'd blow him apart into a little puddle, and then Arbiter just walks up to him with the energy sword and starts, buttering the floor with the sword until it all melts. If the T-800 kills him, there's no time travel and he can't go back to kill him. Doc's invincible here. Oh, we had some difficult questions to answer with the time travel characters.
Yeah.
We had to figure out what the past of, the forest place even looks like. And could they even get back there? What is that? It's I don't know, man. It's getting complicated. Won't time travel keep him in the forest in time? You know what? If we did or didn't answer that question, I hope it didn't complicate the hell out of everything. In the comics, the Hulk is the last person on Earth spending every day being eaten alive by giant insects while constantly regenerating. What the hell?
What the fuck?
What horrible comic is that? Where he's just eaten all the time and regenerates. What's the story? Giant insects? How did this happen?
Oh my goodness.
Is
This
it like a
terrible.
horrible what if or something? To be specific, I didn't mean like the writing was horrible, just like what a tragic end for the Hulk, I suppose. Very Prometheus. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know what to make of that one. Still can't believe we got Ridley, but not Samus. We did get Samus. Samus's first fight was against Iron Man, and she won. Santa is also ageless, right? So there is a time that Doc could go to. So is there a time Doc could go to? Oh. I'm not sure if Doc could do anything against Santa, though, because he was too fast, right? He's got the flash powers,
Santa
essentially.
just moves so fast.
Just a quick boy. Did y'all see the 12 Angry Men AI thumbnail? No.
No. I have not seen this.
I do not know what you're referring to with that one. Have you seen...
Would that be like a YouTube, like what, like on a YouTube video or...
Maybe,
or
yeah.
for like a film poster?
I genuinely have no clue what they're referring to. I'm maybe not on the up and up on that one. Have you seen the Tony Scott directed and Tarantino written True Romance? I have. It's awesome. I actually did a audio commentary for it with a friend of mine years ago. I'm not sure if it's listed on my channel, but you might be able to find it if you just try and see if anyone's linked it somewhere. But I was quite fond of that movie. It's real neat. I assume... Oh, are there any SCPs in this list? Missed opportunities if not. SCP-682 or 96 would have been great additions. Well, no, but to be fair...
You gotta read up on lore for a lot of those, so...
Well, there's a lot of characters just in general that didn't make it on, right? Like, it's...
Yeah, that's...
Even with 192, it was exclusive. I assume you excluded Maxwell from Scribblenauts for being too unfair. Weekend reminder to play Trails in the Sky. Fair enough.
That would have been a good one, the Scribblenauts guy.
Yeah, that would be down to like his speed of being able to make...
That's one of those like Green Lantern-esque kind of...
Yeah. Who was in the listing, so yeah. Dr. Manhattan's power is canonically enough to fight Superman. Real thing. That doesn't surprise me. Like, Manhattan just, to me, seems like one of the most powerful beings in DC. Or slash whatever.
Yeah.
Like, whatever continuity you put him in, I feel like he'll be incredibly powerful. Did Chuck Norris make Heavyweight? Like the song? He was not in the listings, I'm afraid. Omen noticing this stream. Nerds! True. The Flash literally outran death. Yeah, that's not that special in Heavyweight. Do you know what I mean? Like, it is funny whenever someone says, like, did you know they did this thing? And it's like, yeah, have you seen everyone else's stuff? It's crazy. We're dealing with crazy, crazy people. Amazon had a very bad AI thumbnail for the movie.
Oh.
Oh.
That's not good.
That's... God, you can't just hire someone to make a great work of art. You just hire someone, pay someone $100, $200 to draw a really cool piece of art with your Amazon money instead of having some fucking robot just spurt out pixels.
I don't know, you're asking a lot, aren't you?
Yeah, yes.
See if I can find it here. Oh, God. Oh, no.
Is it that bad?
I think it's this. At least that's what I'm seeing as a common result.
Oh.
Why?
Why, though?
Why?
Why?
You couldn't have taken a still from the movie?
Why don't you just take a still from the film?
I actually would
why?
love to know how this
Faces. Look
happened.
at the
How did this
faces.
happen? There are so many reasons why this should never have happened.
Oh, God.
That's so gross.
That's so shit. Oh, jeez.
God damn. I just love the idea that whoever was set to do it was like, yeah, hopefully nobody notices. Yeah. Anybody who's familiar with 12 Angry Men will instantly recognize that it's not 12 Angry Men, it's some other shit. Anyway. On the Headless Horseman, the Washington Irving short story might hint that it's actually Brom Bones who dresses as the Horseman. He's just the frat bro of the story. He might be cosmic, maybe. He's unstoppable in my heart. The Mummy could use the Book of the Dead to end Freddy forever. Yes, possibly there's some kind of interaction that could happen between Freddy Krueger and the Mummy. I don't know. It gets real difficult with stuff like that. If it is EU Palpatine, he can take over Darkseid's body using essence transfer and win via destroying his mind. It was weird, when we brought up Palpatine and Darkseid, like, I would say 98% of chat were instantly saying Darkseid, there's no chance for Palpatine, so I got the impression straight away. I was like, oh, okay. Darkseid is probably pretty powerful. Especially with those Omega beams.
He can beat Creamy Sheev, can't handle those Omega beams.
Yep. Look up TFP Megatron. Where do you think he would be in this fight? Yeah, TFP Megatron. What does TFP stand for here?
No idea.
The Phantom... The Phantom.
Oh, it's like Prime version, I guess. This is like the best version of them, I guess. Well, I would have to read all of his skills. If they're anything close to Unicron, then you already know. In terms of trying to figure everything out.
How that goes, yeah.
Listen, Transformers was wild when we started to discover more and more about it. What do you think? Nightwing, the first Robin, versus Spider-Man, the first Marvel hero. Nightwing more skilled. Both, if you don't take the highball for Nightwing, are close in speed. They're close in speed?
Are they?
I just would have thought Spider-Man would be... Isn't Nightwing like a guy?
I thought I thought Nightwing was a guy with gadgets. Yeah. Spider-Man's insane, though. He's like really...
Very powerful.
Really powerful, yeah.
He does seem to be kind of the guy who would destroy everybody, especially normal dudes, but I know Nightwing's very skilled, but I don't know.
Sometimes it only gets you so far.
Exactly. I wouldn't expect Nightwing to be the winner on that one myself, but maybe it's because of my lack of knowledge. Does Vader get Loud Soup in round 2 or 3? Probably 3, that's an ultimate move. Like, he doesn't get that on standard loadout, you can't just toss Loud Soup at people. He beat Perfect Chaos in Generations while base. Oh, we're talking about Sonic? Oh yeah, I forget, I don't know if you remember, but Sonic went against King Ghidorah. I just
King
love
Ghidorah
that
won
matchup.
that one, right? Yeah.
Well, round 1...
And then people were arguing about whether or not that should be the case.
The thing is, I don't think Sonic can do anything to hurt King Ghidorah ultimately, because it regenerates, right?
Yeah. Which
it has, like normal Sonic. Super Sonic, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember if he was booted out then or not, but yeah, I think people would be mad no matter what Sonic got booted out by. He's a favorite. Superman doesn't lose. Superman shatters multiverses, infinite multiverses with ease, and Goku still can't reach infinity.
Okay, stop. I don't know what any of that means.
Well,
he shatters
it might be fair.
Damn.
It might be fair that that's a thing that happens, but at the same time, of course, we left it to chat, and I guess the way to do it would be to have the biggest, brainiest, sort of like knowledgeable person on both Goku and Superman to answer this question. Somebody must have across the internet. Of course, like, you know, I think gun to our head, we have to choose. I would just be like, I legit have no fucking clue. I don't know anything about their ultimate powers, but Superman having the kryptonite issue always made me feel like he's probably got a like Goku. Does Goku have anything like that? At least in the first and second rounds. Not that you'd get access to it necessarily. I don't know. Somebody's got to have answered these crazy questions well before we did. I was just enjoying watching everybody sort of try and figure it out. It was good stuff.
Enjoyed and finding out how fucking OP Steve was.
Yeah. Naturally. Seriously, not everyone you might want to win will win. These are limited and should let the group have their wins. There are other videos and streams that will give your winners your wins. Oh yeah, a lot of people do end up taking this seriously to the point of being like, this is our one chance to prove blah blah. It's like, it's such a goofy goober conversation that's been had by everybody all over the internet. Don't you worry about it, right? Like, just because we said we think that, character X beats character Y, it doesn't mean anything ultimately. They're okay. They'll have the fight for another day. There's just some battles here that were kind of fun to, simulate. Key is not magic in Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball has its own thing called magic. Dragon Ball has limited power. Superman has infinity. Yeah, it's very difficult to understand.
Superman has infinity. No, he doesn't.
Well, they'll say that in the comics. I just don't know what it means. It's powerful. He can smash the multiverse, Rags. Can you smash the multiverse?
I can't. I can't even shatter universes.
He can fly around Earth and make time go back. Can you do that?
No, I guess I
Yeah, well,
can't.
so maybe consider these things, I'm just saying. Goku is like, whoa, like powering up, and then Superman just goes, nuh-uh, and goes, wee, 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 and then he does it until Goku is a baby, and then he punches him, and he splatters, and that's the end of the fight. Maybe, though. Maybe it goes a different way. Maybe Goku can fly around the Earth and send it back in time. I don't know. I assume you just have to be fast enough, right? And I have to imagine Goku can fly pretty fast.
Probably.
Lots to consider. This is how strong DC speedsters are. They outran the concept of death. You can outrun teleporters, time travel the multiverse, vibrate fists.
He outran the concept of death.
It's that thing.
You just say these things.
It's the thing Theo was talking about where he said stronger than the color blue. Like, what does it mean? Like...
Stronger than the color blue.
Vibrate fists to have the massive stars. The list goes on. Yeah, but you're right. It's just they have these lists for it. This is what the Unicron listing was hilarious. I would read it out to you, Rags, but I don't have it on hand. Just the
Fair enough, man. Fair enough.
It's good. It's good shit. Very entertaining, and that's why we left them to votes a lot of the time, because we just couldn't answer these questions. They're beyond us. Can Goku snap Zod's neck? Whoa.
Ooh.
The ultimate challenge.
I think he might be able to. I think so, right?
We'd probably vote yes on that
could.
one. Yeah, probably vote yes
Probably.
on that one.
Now, I'll admit, again, Goku. I have limited knowledge on Goku's power level and what he's capable of, but I would imagine that Goku could. If Goku can't do something, then what a thing that must be.
Let it be known, Goku only won because he's popular. Yeah, I mean, a lot of them can be decided that way. Yeah, it does happen. Then we had Odin and Zeus. Who do you think wins, Rags? Odin or Zeus?
Zeus and Odin both have so many different iterations. We're using the MCU ones.
Oh, I think you're going to want to just gun with whatever the most powerful version of both are.
I feel like... I don't know. They both feel like it's just a coin toss. I don't know enough about the details to really... I don't know enough about the details on each individual one, because they probably have all sorts of crazy powers and things of that nature, and they can do all kinds of stuff, so... I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, we left it up to a vote. I think they went with Odin. A lot of people saying Odin is the winner. Yeah. Zeus turned into a goose and ravished a woman. Zeus spends most of his time cheating on his wife. Hey, man, what he gets up to.
Hey, you see a hot lady, you want to fuck her as a goose, you just Hey, look,
That's what
you're
Zeus
Zeus and you
does.
can do that sort of thing. You do.
Zeus versus slightly bigger Zeus is the real question. Ooh. Wonder if we'll ever find out the answer to that. I think with characters with a million iterations like Superman, an iteration should be decided on because there are stupid, infinitely powerful iterations, but the mainline iteration sure isn't. It genuinely gets complicated because it's like the most well-known question mark, and then when you stretch into like how well-known are the ones where they're way more powerful but adjacent to the most well-known ones, and do we use those? You know, we did the best we could. It's definitely a take it case by case sort of thing. To give Goku his credit, he can destroy a universe millions of times over because of how he can grow rapidly in strength. He can move faster than light, and he's pretty hacked out in terms of skill. Yeah, I mean, that's probably why the fight is often referenced, right? People want to know the answer. Half of these matchups depend on the version. Correct. It's very difficult to figure that out. Use the Transformers 5 Merlin. Was Merlin in Transformers? Was he...
Yeah. Well, yeah, King Arthur's in it, right?
Was that like...
What?
Does it like go
I think that... I don't fucking know. I can't, like... I don't know if it was like Transformers shit or what. Like, the magic was actually just Transformers stuff.
Even the creators agree Omni-Man wins. So the matchup of Omni-Man versus Homelander, or Superman versus Homelander, of course the creators of Homelander, and many people should agree, Homelander loses because in his own sort of shit, he's kind of a coward, and he's definitely not as strong as Superman. Like, the implication is that he's the equivalent for their universe, but that he's kind of... He can, like, be beaten up by a lot of people with really good strength. And anyone who gets the upper hand on him in any way, shape, or form, he, like, runs away. So, you know, the implication, of course, is that he's a lot of bluster, whereas it's almost like a thing immediately people think of, is like, Superman would fuck him up, yeah. And it's funny, Anthony Starr apparently said he would fuck up Superman. It's like, of course he said that.
But I mean, obviously not, but okay. But,
I kind of appreciate that he did say that. It's almost like staying in character. Like, Homelander would absolutely claim he would beat Superman. Wolverine gets nuked and then regenerates in 3 minutes. I don't know what that means. When people said he could be reduced down to 1 cell and regenerate fully, it was like, what?
If you can be reduced down to 1 cell, so you can destroy all the cells. So you can destroy the cells, right? But you just have to get all the cells.
Yeah, what happened? I guess the last one is immune to destruction. That's the core of Wolverine, Rags. That 1 cell.
What happens if, like, 2 individual cells get split up and separated? Do they regenerate into 2 Wolverines?
No, there's only 1 portion of his body that will ever contain that 1 super important cell. You know, like the, what's his name? The creature they fight at the end of season 1 of One Punch Man who has, like, the marbles. And they have to... The marble is the core of him. Yeah. Wolverine has, like, that, but 1 cell. There's only 1 cell.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
It makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. In the,
I just want to make sure I put that on the end there, okay? Drop a building on Wolverine? I mean, it would fuck him up. But it wouldn't kill him. Look up the Hellbat. He fought Darkseid with it. It's a Batman suit, I'd imagine. I mean, yeah, it's, that's some armor for you. This is the thing we said. If Batman makes it to round 3, we are not going to underestimate him. It's just that it was tough for him to win all 3 rounds against everybody. Look at that armor.
Yeah.
It calls up the Hellbat.
Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he?
I mean, yeah, man.
I feel like he's a little bit mad when he's wearing that.
A little mad. Like mad as in angry or mad as in insane?
Let's go both. Let's just do both.
All right. Well, you know what? Fair enough.
Yellowstone was a blast. Surprised you're still streaming. Have y'all been to any American national parks? And would you want to see any? Recommend Zion.
I have been to a number of them. It's hard to say which ones off the top of my head. I think that my biggest trip, I've gone there multiple times, was to the Grand Canyon. Hiked across it. Was an excellent trip. Incredible stuff. But yeah, we go around, do a bit here and there.
course, I've
Gone
not
to a
been
lot
to
of
any.
state parks, but
Yeah, I haven't
yeah.
been to any.
I'd like to go to Yellowstone and Zion and stuff, though. Who knows? One day, maybe.
Yeah. And it sounds like, because I thought maybe they were talking about, isn't there a show called Yellowstone, or am I thinking of someone else?
I
There
think
is.
there is.
Yeah.
Kevin Costner.
But I'm not sure if they're saying they went to Yellowstone and it was a blast, or the show was a blast. So here it's good. In any case,
Yeah.
yes, we are still streaming 7 hours. Another one of them
Wow.
short streams.
Y'all are
am
eating
I
well.
right? Yeah. Getting them
You
acolyte
got the
episodes
12 and a
coming out
half
too.
hour, then the 7 hour, and then this one, which is just, this was supposed to be the easy break,
Easy one.
chill
Easy,
chat,
short.
easy one, and here we are.
My
here we
goodness. Wolverine's regen works as it repairs as fast as the damage took place. No, it doesn't.
What? No.
Not only does it definitely not do that through many different iterations that we've seen, I actually think they don't want it to work that way because it's cool to see him covered in wounds and then for all of it to start coming back. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't heal as fast as he takes wounds. There are characters who do that though.
No way.
Like my guess would be if you were able to take chunks out of Manhattan, he would probably heal as fast as he takes damage. But yeah, Wolverine, one of the coolest factors about Wolverine is seeing the battle damage on him repair. So it's cool shit.
The only way that I think you can take chunks out of Manhattan is just zoning, right?
Nice. Just because he regens doesn't mean he wins, Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. What's the coldest place you've ever been?
The coldest, well, I don't know about the coldest place, but the coldest temperature I have ever been in is 6 degrees Fahrenheit. I was camping during a search and rescue training trip. It was at Haw Creek Falls here in Arkansas, and it was 6 degrees, and it was cold. It was really fun, though. Really fun trip. That's as cold as I've been in.
I don't think I've been to any kind of extreme colds. I'm trying to think of, like, there was probably a time where I went into some kind of big industrial freezer or something. It was like, wow, gee, it's cold in here. But nothing, I don't think I have any strong memories of being like, oh god, I'm so fucking freezing right now, other than, you know, when it's snowing and windy.
I went to Mount Hotham. That's probably the coldest. That's probably the coldest place I've been.
Yeah. By the way, so did Shazza. Wolverine has survived being eaten by the Hulk. I don't even know.
Okay.
What's funny is that doesn't actually surprise me compared to other stuff, because of course it's like he would eat him, and then Wolverine is just sort of in there, like,
a horrible
okay.
death, slowly being like broken down by the acid and then regenerating, but a perpetual cycle.
That would be rough, to say the least. But it would surely be uncomfortable for the Hulk if he's got the adamantium in him, right?
Well, and also if Wolverine's stabbing him constantly in
That
his
too,
stomach.
Yeah. Are we? Prime is like, I didn't have to be like this, Kong, before stomping the king. I'm not sure I understand the reference, but I think this may refer to when we had Optimus Prime versus King Kong. I think that happened. Speaking of Wolverine, check out Logan the Wolf by Godfroy Reichwart, with music by Rock Nardin. It's a real good fan film. Fair enough.
Logan the Wolf. Okay.
Yes. OpenClassActions.com, Moolah. Not sure why. Why would you? Why? What is that? I don't know what that relates to. With at this point, we're talking about Doom Guy versus. See here. Doom Guy versus. I think it was the Balrog. What do you think, Rags?
Doom Guy versus the Balrog. Ooh, that's quite an appropriate matchup, isn't it? I don't know enough about the Balrog's lore to really say for sure, because I feel like it could go either way, depending on the kind of crazy stuff that Doom Guy can get his hands on in the arena in which they fight. It would be like a big old mega boss battle for Doom Guy. I don't know. I feel like it's really close. You know, it could go either way, but I just don't know enough about the Balrog to say, but I wouldn't be hasty to answer in either direction.
Yeah, we gave round 1 to the Balrog, but from round 2 and 3 it was complicated because it just the determining factor is how much Doomguy's weaponry will affect the Balrog.
Yeah.
Depending on your assumption, it could be that he annihilates the Balrog with it, or it could be that it does nothing to the Balrog. It's not exactly clear, but fun to talk about.
I think so, yeah.
Batman fans be like Batman Solo's Goku. Well, with enough prep time.
With enough prep time, he's got to learn Goku's weaknesses and
Yeah.
that sort of thing, you know?
Got a really important question here. Fringy versus Kermit the Frog.
I mean, I don't know, man. Kermit, he can surprise you. I'm just saying, don't count Kermit out. But hopefully, I'd win.
I'm just picturing you violently trying to tear him piece from piece and realizing halfway
I
through,
don't-
like, what have I
don't-
become?
I don't like to imagine that. That's not fun.
You're standing there over Kermit with your fist raised, and he's all bloodied, and you got your teeth gritted, and you realize
don't
what
like
you've
this.
become.
Mhm.
And he just looks up and say, "Go on, finish it."
You see a reflection of yourself in his eye. Like, no.
Oh my god.
You've come this far.
End it.
Jesus. God, I don't like this at all.
I don't.
We didn't make this happen. You did. We're just cause and effect. What can I say? To give credit to Goku, he can destroy a universe several times over and is severely faster than light and pretty skilled. Also, yes, it is how Wolverine's regen works. He just gets nerfed by adamantium, a la Fatal Attraction? Wait, nerfed by adamantium? Wouldn't he be?
Well, I guess that's a given. Well, I guess,
You're talking about the poisoning
adamantium
eventually
giveth and
happening,
take
but
away.
before that happens, it's more of an upgrade, wouldn't you say? Somewhat.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, you would definitely want the adamantium because whenever you're not healing, it's just a straight up upgrade. And
Yeah.
it probably prevents an insane amount of damage. So it's like one of those video game balances of it's like, hey, you found an item and you heal slower, but it gives you all these other abilities that might potentially not even factor into it because, well, if you don't take the damage in the first place or you're super resilient to the damage, you don't have to heal it as much anyway. So it's a thought, definitely.
Man, you guys did Joel dirty. How does he not sweep the tournament? He's the cause of all death and suffering. A very smart YouTuber told me so. He may be responsible for all death, but what about characters that can't die? Then what is he responsible for? I count
Or characters that can run faster than the concept of death.
Mm-hmm. Some Balrog lore. No Balrog has ever been killed without his opponent also perishing. Glorfindel and Gandalf both died in the act. Oh well. There you go. Will Doomguy be the first to take on a Balrog and not die? Find out in Rings of Power Season 2. Also, I appreciate you guys going easy on Unicron by not putting Shaggy at 1% power in the tournament. Yeah, we felt like that was
That was really nice. Just
Yeah.
give it a bit of a sporting, chance,
To explain how adamantium nerfs Wolverine, it prevents his full mutation, which made his regen, senses, and physical abilities stronger. Interesting. How does that work exactly? Is it because, like... I don't know. For some reason, I'm having trouble, like, imagining why that would be the case. At least when it first comes up. Because, like, I get the whole eventual poisoning thing. But making his senses and physical abilities stronger without adamantium? I would have thought you would hit harder with adamantium than without it.
I would imagine he'd hit way harder with it too, right?
Okay, I mean, some people are saying that he's getting constantly poisoned from the get-go and that his healing ability is constantly hampered by having to account for that. I could see that making some sense. And this one,
Like
once
it's a built-in nerf in a way.
Yeah, like, and once he's older and his healing factor is much worse, the poison actually starts to take over, sort of thing. Hello there. I don't know if anyone pointed this out, but in Call of Cthulhu, the madness is not always instantaneous, and Cthulhu was popped open by ramming a steamboat into him. All fun, though. Also, hi, Rags.
Hi.
Well, one, I'm pretty sure he healed instantly after that happened. He's got hyper regeneration as well. And then two, the killing of Cthulhu is actually less of an issue for most creatures. You just have to get past the madness part, which is real difficult. And yeah, there's a sort of thing on, you know, how long does it take to take effect, and can some of these characters vaporize him before the madness takes hold? I think we did mention some of that. But his deciding factor really was whether or not you would be immune or not, which was kind of the main discussion. Some not, you know, that sort of thing. He wasn't even damaged by the boat hitting him. It just woke him up, like tickling someone's feet to wake them up. Yeah, I don't think the boat would have done much to him, but I think the implication is if the boat could do that, could you then do it to the whole body? And if you did it to the whole body, would he be dead? You know, it's the standard sort of nerdy thoughts. More Balrog lore. Every Balrog death required some sort of fall damage, so if they are in the woods without cliffs, Doomguy is done for. Well, to be fair, though, Doomguy has weapons that nobody in the Lord of the Rings universe had, so it's kind of hard to figure out whether or not those would be effective. That's why I think at the time we were asking whether or not magic is necessary. And, you know, I just don't know enough to say.
Wait, does Elrond not have a shotgun?
I have to reread the books, maybe.
It's that elvish magic, right?
I think so. Santa and Doomguy team up, obviously, guys. Yeah, Santa and Doomguy had to fight. It was really sad. You know that Doomguy
I thought it'd be
hated that.
Wouldn't it be it would be Doomguy and Isabel, right?
Well, maybe.
From Animal Crossing?
I don't know what to... I don't play that game that much.
You know what I'm talking about. Those games came out at like the same time, so there was a big crossover of Doomguy and Isabel as like a pair, and they'd go off and do
Kinda
stuff,
like
and they'd be
Barbenheimer.
friends and everything. Yeah, except those two actually stuck. Those two pairings.
A little bit.
Yeah, those actually kind of stuck and worked. What was the cringe one they tried to do? It was...
Oh, the Saw Patrol.
Saw Patrol.
Yeah.
No, okay. There's just not the crossover.
They wanted it to happen, but it didn't.
No.
The only reason for the definitive editions of GTA is for the nice GPS system. I don't know if Fringy has anything for that.
Yeah, those were not viewed favorably. I hear bad things about that re-release.
My gay actor PFP is a Cuphead version of Elec Man. Neat. Is that custom made? Or did you find it on the... when I say custom, sorry, I meant like... Do you make it, or did mission, or is it some fun flism you found on the internet? That's what he's talking about.
Oh, yeah, just please, yeah.
Gotta love that art style.
I thought that was just from the game. I didn't know that was something he got custom made. I just assumed it was from the game and it was a character I wasn't
that's kind of
aware
what I'm asking, because I don't know. I assume it's not. Like I said, don't want to assume anything. Probably wrong.
Fun little character design, though,
yeah.
with a little mask and the ear thingy here.
If you could travel 100 years to the future with all of the resources and assets you have now and live there, or would you rather stay here and receive $2 million? Your family and friends will not be with you in either scenario. Oh.
Oh.
Damn. Damn, dude. Does all
family
my family and friends just get wiped out?
So no matter what you choose, you're essentially resetting your life.
Well, then I have an obligation to go to the future, so all my friends and family get to keep on living.
An interesting.
I'm going to the future.
Oh yeah, shit. I've
got to go to the future to save all my family and friends.
Damn, interesting.
I gotta.
Yeah, I agree with Rags.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would just try and make the most of it and be like, well, here I am, 100 years in the future, and you arrive, and it's just fire.
You're like starting with less than what you have, because like whatever money you have is going to be. Well,
I think you're going to be a huge novelty.
You
you could definitely monetize
That's
yourself 100
true.
years from now if you
That's
like.
true.
I come from the year 2024.
I know, yeah, it'd be worth more than $2 million.
Y'all need to stop making fun of the anti-life equation. It's not a gooba
Never.
power-up for Darkseid, who is already too
Yes,
strong.
it is.
And when Superman beats him, but it's the story of Superman, he is the concept of hope. What? I don't know what to do.
It is the gooberiest.
I don't know what to do with the anti-life equation or the concept of hope. Like, as a
anti-life
weaponizable
equation
thing.
is cringe. It
The
is. It's
concept of hope.
cringe. The equation is like despair multiplied
Oh,
by
no,
anguish
don't.
plus regret. Like it's stupid.
I don't want to think
It's
about
dumb.
it. It's so stupid. Sadness multiplied by depression, multiplied by
Like,
not feeling
come on.
good.
It's stupid.
Multiplied by not feeling good.
And then times by everyone.
Multiplied by being a lazy asshole.
Yeah,
Multiplied by leaving your mother's text messages unread.
No. Doom Guy is Christian. He would never hurt Santa. Listen, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. If Santa were contextualized as being like controlled or possessed, and he's gotta kill him he's gotta save him by killing him, you know. So many great drawing ideas coming out of this EFAP.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I can imagine.
Fat Man 2020 shows that Santa has a healing factor that can take a few shots. Also, watch Fat Man for EFAP movies, please. Hi, Rags. Oh yeah, we still haven't checked that out. We did Violent Night, didn't we?
We did Violent Night, and that was disappointing. Very disappointing. They could have done some cool stuff.
Thanks for listening to my pleas and read Super Chat live again. Well, clearly it was a crazy mistake because we're still not through. Like we're still into the early of heavyweight battles.
Like it was a short one, he said.
I don't think I ever said it was a short one.
You implied it.
Nope. This is the lies you told before.
All right.
Fringy, he did it.
Yeah, trying to just make your lies louder, Rags. Nice. Wolverine can regenerate from just one cell, so clones of him start growing under his fingernails every time he scratches himself. No, it's like a special cell, like the core cell. I don't know if his brainstem is the cell, like there's one cell in there. Otherwise, yes, he would be able to very easily clone himself. Just like, I don't know, chop his arm off and then a Wolverine grows out of it. I wouldn't want to entertain that, but someone said he can regenerate fully from one cell. Work has been annoying for this gay actor, but EFAP is making it much more bearable, much like a cigarette, but healthy. Hey, healthy cigarettes, EFAP.
Healthy cigarettes. I like that.
Gonna watch A Haunting in Venice, love the Murder on the Orient Express book, skip the film. I will complete your review beforehand, though, for fun. I would probably recommend the Death on the Nile as well. Upon rewatch, I actually quite liked it. I don't think it's as good as A Haunting in Venice, but I think it's better than A Murder on the Orient Express. Specifically, not in reference to any of the ways that the stories were done in the books, just the movies themselves, the Kenneth Branagh ones. Not a fan of the first. Was kind of a fan of the second one. Actually, I was surprised on rewatch, and then the third one I really like. As we covered it, we talked about it.
That's right. A Haunting in Venice is really good stuff. I'd highly recommend. I really dig it.
Howdy, EFAP crew. I'm currently trying to play every game that has a Smash character, and am interested in how you feel about the games I'm playing right now. Kingdom Hearts is the first one, which I don't think any of us have much to say on, do we?
I have not. I don't know. I know nothing about Kingdom Hearts, so yeah.
I know nothing about it either. And Fringy's silence tells you everything. And the other one was Final Fantasy VII, which I also don't know anything about. Well, I'm glad we could help out with that one.
My internet's being a bit flismy here. That's all. Internet's being a bit flism.
Oh, Fringy, you ready for this? You okay?
Are you gonna say Saitama something?
Yes. So, Fringy, you listen? You okay? You strapped down?
Okay.
Got your sanity juice? You might want to take a few. Saitama is as boring as Superman, but worse.
Oh shit.
Man. Oh, all right.
He's gonna put on his Hellbat
all right,
suit.
that's your opinion. That's look, that's your opinion. Okay, and you've expressed it.
Boy, did you.
And that's, you
Yep.
know what? That's something you can do. I disagree.
I mean, yeah,
Like, vehemently.
I'll just
but, you know.
disagree with it too. There you go. Nice. Done and done. Santa would gift Boogie a coal mine. Yeah, but Boogie would make use of that. Guys, I think you should Google feats too. As in, like, the things that were achieved by any of these characters, somewhat. I think at this point we would definitely, like, we gotta keep moving. Because, we were entering, like, hour 11 or something. It was absurd.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. Absolutely play Rayman Origins and Legends. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I played one of them a whole bunch.
Really good games.
Yeah. Please watch OPM Season 2. It will have your favorite character, Garu, and shows and expands more on the S-Class. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna do it. Definitely
I'll finish it.
go through. Unicron is a weaker Galactus, and Galactus got beaten. I haven't watched the entire stream, but I don't know how he's still here, but Galactus isn't. Galactus went up against Q, and everyone in chat was like, Galactus stands no chance. So we were like, oh shit, okay. And then Unicron, apparently his ultimate power version was so insane that he just like automatically won. We couldn't envision anybody beating him.
We weren't ready for it, but
No.
yeah.
The real lesson we learned today is that everything is OP, powerful, and cringe, depending on what we pull from. Good times. Yeah. We truly did learn that. Theo's reaction to Unicron was the highlight of my night, thank you. It was very entertaining. We all know...
Why? Was he thrilled?
He was losing his
happy with
mind.
it?
He was melting. Like, he couldn't... Unicron's description of powers was making Theo, like, die inside. He couldn't... nobody could understand it. It was like... Oh, I wish I had examples for you. It was something like manipulation and creation of, you know, biodensity, extra-dimensional, multiversal, black hole filter formats or something. You'd be like, what does any of that mean? You're like, it just means he's real powerful. Okay? Like, okay.
All right.
We all know that in the end, Garrus will be the champion. Yes, people felt that Garrus was improperly booted from the leaderboard, but that was chat that did that, was it not, Free? It was not our fault, if I remember, or was it?
Who did Garrus get pitted against? Do you remember?
Who did Garrus lose to, chat? Was it Bugs Bunny or something?
Well, it was Steve, right? It wasn't because Bugs, because people were pissed off.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it might have been Steve.
Oh yeah, Rags. One of his powers was Apocalypse Induction.
What? Who?
Exactly.
Unicron?
Unicron, yeah.
Apocalypse Induction?
Oh, yeah. And in the description among all of these insane powers, it said, like, mid-tier swordsmanship.
Mid-tier swordsmanship.
But yeah, I think it was Steve that took out Garrus. Maybe, I don't know. It's just, yeah, it's tough stuff, you know. Kirby would survive the sun. Kirby beat up the sun in one of his earlier games on the moon. It was pretty cool. Damn, Kirby. Mad at the sun. Do not Google feet. Very well. Very well. We'll take the advice. Unicron was immune to causality and had the power of apocalypse inducement. Love how little Platoon couldn't get over that one. Yeah, nor could Theo. Both losing it.
It's just stupid.
Apocalypse inducement. Now you've done it, Mauler. Optimus was our one chance to beat Unicron, and we eliminated him. He carries the matrix of leadership with him at all times, and we kicked him out. It's so over.
The matrix of leadership.
I don't even... Like I said, though, how does it work? Like, they both spawn, and then does Optimus pull it out of his chest or whatever and go, like, do a chant, and then it just, vaporizes...
Yeah, but he's got to say it quick, because Unicron can induce apocalypse.
Yeah, he's going to
go... A Uniquip?
Yeah. Would be cool to see a sort of inverse of this, where you get the characters from the same world, Marvel, DC, Greek pantheon, etc., and try to balance them with each other while still keeping them roughly resembling their typical self. So, like, you nerf and improve different characters to try and get them to have fairer fights, maybe? I don't know.
Mm.
Perhaps. Can Saitama reach
Perhaps.
the Coons level of power? Well, that's just
Ooh.
Cartman at max, so... Which is tough. Is Moriarty updating the Kirby wiki in real time in response to all the abilities? Trying to make Kirby seem better when we read out all the Unicron stuff. Santa holds Kirby like he's a Christmas bag and yanks everything out of Kirby's mouth. There is
yeah,
a
because
power
he's used to
interaction.
Santa.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is. Santa Claus might just be like, "Oh, I know exactly how this works. I deal with this all the time."
That feels
That's a
like...
real. Yeah, you're right. That's clever. That's like a clever little like actual thing. That's like, oh yeah, of course Santa would know how to deal with this.
That feels like a really good payoff in a comedic sort of thing. Like Kirby swallowing up everybody. They're like, "What do we do?" And then Santa's like, "I've got it." And gets his sack out, opens it up.
This isn't
and, like...
half as. Don't you can't say Santa's taking his sack out.
When I was saying it, I was like, I'm gonna say it, and I'm gonna try to avoid reacting to saying it, but I couldn't resist. Gets the sack out, and then it like starts like Kirby, you know, is swallowing up loads of presents, and Santa's like got a very determined face, like, you cannot outlast my infinite bag, and then Kirby's face gets more intense, like, your bag cannot outlast my power, you know. Like it's just zooming into them both. The presents get bigger and faster, just pouring out into Kirby's. It would be great, I think. It would be very funny. Mola, can you sensually say my screen name, please? Turkey based her.
But I hardly know her.
I know, right? Combine any two powerful...
prerequisite for me, so...
Combine any two powerful or scary words like intestine and incinerator. Unicron has it as a power no matter what it is. Why is intestine a powerful or scary word? Why? I guess it's partially scary in some context. But no, yes, you're probably right about that. Should have had Maxwell from Scribble Notes here. It doesn't matter how many universes Unicron's eaten when he has the powerless dead adjectives. This would be some of the unstoppable force, immovable object type of thing. The unlimited sack versus unlimited suck. Exactly. Can we change the term to inhale? The council has rejected your suggestion. Kirby will continue to suck. Exactly. Important. I'm mad I didn't catch this from the beginning, but I'm glad I'm here in time for Kirby versus Goku. Yes, which Kirby won, by the way.
Yes.
And that was chat. They decided that.
Kirby.
You know, we let it up to them. Unicron headless at the end of Transformers movie. Yeah, apparently that was like a lower level Unicron version. We were dealing with Unicron Super. I don't know how else to describe him. Unicron is voiced by Orson Welles. He wins automatically. That's cool. Unicron is throwing down with Kirby, the galaxy is exploding, all of existence is dying, and oh my god, it's Boogie with the steel chair. Down goes Unicron, down goes Kirby.
Boogie with the steel chair!
Oh my god. It would be funny if, you know, Unicron's standing over Kirby or whatever, about to do some kind of finishing blow, and then he gets executed, like, by the pistol shot behind him from Boogie. And then Kirby's like, and then Boogie, you know, pulls back the hammer, and he's gonna just fire that second shot into Kirby. Boogie takes the crown. Optimus has been avenged by Boogie. Exactly. Son, I don't even know who Boogie is. Well, you know what? There's a whole episode of EFAP that fully explains that. That's the lore that you can do as homework to figure it out. I've never laughed so hard in an EFAP episode. Thank you guys. The best birthday gift I could ever have asked for. Wow, that's great to hear. Glad you enjoyed it. Chat, no one tell them about JRPG characters or light novel characters that are complex, multiversal, and turn Unicron into fodder. You say that as if that's not the case for almost all formats, almost all media. We didn't even scratch the surface of comics. Like, you say it like, JRPG characters, they got all this. It's like, bro, it's everything. It's all a fiction. It's all over the place. Everyone has their guys that they're like, you didn't even know. My dude has the thing of the thing of the thing, and it can do all of the things. The Matrix of Leadership defeats Unicron in the 1985 Transformers movie. True. but I don't think that was the Unicron that we were dealing with in this environment. If it were, like I said, he'd be crazy. He'd be having apocalypse inducement. I'm just saying.
Ooh, that's pretty
Apocalypse
serious stuff.
inducement. It's so funny.
Very funny. Jimmy Carter solos this whole list, also and/or good. Agreed.
Andor is very good.
And he would have soloed the whole list,
Yeah.
true. Garrus won.
I'll be
Absolutely.
right back, and he's a Lou.
The final super chat of the Ultimate Showdown stream was Garrus lost to Steve legitimately. You've got to accept it. It's a
That's
tough
true.
one. Well, it was fair by
True.
our rules. I mean, people voted.
Yeah. Yep,
But,
exactly.
There was a lot of trouble with that. People had big issue with that sort of stuff. You can't deny how much it takes a lot to get through that. Unicron has the apocalypse inducement, and then he has calamity hell to rapid fire Armageddon states if one isn't enough. Exactly. And what's anyone going to do against this? What's such reckless hate? It turns out Boogie had the answer. One shot to the temple. It's still funny that Darkseid shot an Omega Beam at Batman, but because he's petty, instead of erasing him, it sent him through time with a demon chasing him. What? Wait, is that something the Darkseid can do? Like, he can choose what his Omega Beams do to you? One can kill you, and one can send you through time getting chased by a demon?
I didn't know that. That sounds crazy.
That sounds so funny. Like,
That sounds silly.
you know,
Yeah.
I could kill you, but I'd rather just send my little demon man to chase you through time. It's like, oh. He's just in the background like, meh, I'm ready to go, boys. One version of Unicron was almost defeated by the Transformers, removing the concepts of evil and hate from the universe. Then Megatron got big mad at Optimus and revived Unicron. How do you remove the concept of evil from the universe?
That seems stupid.
You haven't figured that out yet, have you? You're working on it, maybe. Get it eventually.
I mean, my group.
I'm not sure what you just said, but I agree.
Oh, yeah, my internet's been a bit flimsy.
Oh, yeah. Did you see YMS on Destiny's podcast? Great conversation. I haven't. So,
I haven't either.
I wouldn't say Destiny's the most reliable when it comes to media discussions, but you know what? He tries. Much like many political YouTubers, he tries.
God, I don't know what it is about. If you talk about politics, you can't talk about me.
Maybe it goes both ways, you know? It's a funny rule, though.
Maybe it does, but like, I don't know. It's just that Oppenheimer take. What the hell?
Yeah, it happens. But yeah, that's the last one of both streams. I can't believe we did it in only 8 hours. Nice and quick. But yeah, I think we're gonna head out. So thank you all for listening. If you didn't know, The Acolyte Episode 1 EFAP TV is out right now on this channel. Oh, no, wait, on the Moolah channel. Episode 2 is on the way. Monday is the plan, I believe.
Yeah.
And of course, we'll try and get those to you every Friday for the next 6 weeks. That's the Acolyte. It's gonna be wonderful.
And then it's over.
And you got another war movie arc coming this month in the latter half, which will be A Knight's Tale, and just generally doing this, that, and the other thing. You know, it's an EFAP kind of world. We're just doing stuff. Probably more updates next time on any particular thing. So actually, I think that will probably be oh yeah, House of the Dragon's coming out. So we're probably going to do coverage of that, either 2 halves of the season or 1 full season, but I would probably prefer to do the 2 halves.
Yeah.
Also true, character limit is annoying. Stop me from saying it myself. I don't see Saitama losing to Cthulhu, given how ridiculous Saitama is. All in good fun, though. Bye, guys. That was the thing. It was the choice. Do you think he's affected by it, yes or no? And I genuinely think there's no easy answer to that question. Though I opt for yes, because Saitama is very much a man who lives in the world that he doesn't... I think if Dr. Manhattan's going to be affected by Cthulhu, which we all seem to agree on, then Saitama should be.
And Saitama probably should be as well, yeah.
And Saitama is perfectly capable of being mad. You know, being like angry or being insane.
back.
These are all things that you can definitely experience, and I think Cthulhu would do it. In any case, we're gonna head out now, unless there's anything else you
Oh.
wanted to say there, Rags.
No, I just wanted to say I'm back from the loo. Things went well, and I'm really glad that people stuck around. This is a super chill, just super chat, have a chat kind of thing, and I think it was nice to kind of go through questions and chat about stuff, as it always is with my co-host and all of our friends in the chat. And gosh, I guess I don't really have anything to say at the moment, other than we will see you guys later on, and we really appreciate the patronage. It means a great deal to us. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you indeed. Short Man Bad, of course. Crow Country. Love y'all. Bye. Gobble noises.
Goodbye, everyone.
Fair enough. Bye bye. See you
Yes,
next
indeed.
time.
See you later, everybody. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. 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 Bye.